to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. Rise up to the call for the glory and the fall. fall.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电影竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius, and this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together we defined crazy is our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作，每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible. 所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. Rise up to the call for the glory and the power. the glory and the fall.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我站这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这里没闪现
，OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的，
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，回过头
没闪，可以逼个闪
，OK，看，
啊，这样就死了。雷中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，
我帮你，我顶，没事。
雷克赛，看雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，可以打，输出，
慢一点，
你没闪了，你没闪了，
慢点。
好行，我也登了，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听回来，
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了，
我开吧，
对，盲僧别乱冲，
没事，
有点失望，赵丽姐。看一下这波
，OK，
准备好看，
可以，
先看泰坦呗。
慢点，
慢点，
没事，我死不了，哎，你死了，
，OK，
慢点，
我们冲吧，我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在，
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，回个头，谁这么大钱？
我这羊，
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，我阿闪直接拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波。踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀！怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大刀把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把！
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼！
上
鱼没闪！
跳走了，上鱼！ nice！
黑这边我接过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪，
你没闪。
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了。
这个。我来了。
他没闪。好乱，
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了，
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice， 兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。 虽然真不是纯油，但我这波操真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位靠！你们拉掉，推打！
推打！
就赢！
推打！
杀人！
来手！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗！
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，勾到，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机！
我打机会，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 ，A 塔，
来杀！
但是过年了，过年了，过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does seem to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh wait, Elk is flying!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The in-hip is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody knows.
Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from resetting.
How are you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework is just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime.
Oh, they're going again. Oh, they're doing it again. They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawned. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They managed to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them for the back.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过1Q 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就是在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大龙升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 와프 백도 오죠.
Is he around the base? It's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there. But Thorn has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available. But Griffin, can they actually make this happen? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆长不抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What? Throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很下饭也有，然后差不多很神的法的时候也有，就是这种盲僧什么末眼闪。 就很有，然后下半的差不多都是这种，就是王皇是1Q 3控或者什么周通1闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。升降级呗，打那个发条打新单。还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到苏宁吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
还是接着。 S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
Looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个宁王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍得挺爽的，对。 就是可能红 buff 拍了1DG4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. And oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在校路我们高地那边玩打一场，应该一个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方 pass 那把 LG 就操作了一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play!
I think was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna die.
正常操作啊，就是打安基，他那个阿卡丽把那个加掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Kareem.
去年打安基那把齐亚娜吧。
On Kareem, but Kiana in a dragon fight. You can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。
令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就收下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him. Forget the Nexus. Forget the Nexus lyric. And he needs to kill him. He goes into GA. Nexus exposed. The Shy taking down Beauville. Finally, are we there? We're there.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that when... Oh, my lord.
God. Oh, the caliber. Oh, he's got him. Viper goes down solo. Bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to the damage on your overload. Oh, all-in coming
the Shy
in.
might be in trouble or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done.
Triple tiebreaker things, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10.
Oh, actually,
hey,
no,
anyway, we've got an engage. Shadow Surge going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fairness. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jinzhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Susie tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper. And it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive. And we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River versus the whole of BLG's comp. Carter and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway.
Rookie's the best damn mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because B5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. when FPX is behind 7k in gold. Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反又让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，统统化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Jordan Lyric Corby. I am joined by Jake Hysterics Aussie Becco.
Whoa, whoa, Lyric. I love Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Jackie freaking love.
Yeah.
And you know what? Gherkins are awesome. This reminds me of a time when I had tacos 2 months ago.
That does. That was a hysterics. It's very nicely done. I tried with the American accent. Kind of disappointed. You didn't throw in the Aussie.
It was I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Even if I tried, it would be so offensive
mine was,
to any of our Aussie viewers.
That's okay, dude. Australians don't get offended easily anyway. It doesn't matter. I tried. I apologize. But rounding you into what is going to be the final week of the LPL, we had to do it in style or somewhat anti-style. Because Lyric, we're literally at the final roundabout. And let's just do a quick recap before we talk about this last week. Because in the LPL, we apparently keep you hanging until that very last set of days. Because yesterday just didn't give us anything.
Yeah, yesterday was so weird, which it's weird and not weird, right? Because, I mean, if you followed the LPL, you know the days like this are coming, especially when we near the end of the split. But, I mean, you were saying it all day yesterday, day of upsets.
Yeah, dude, yesterday made no sense. Made no sense whatsoever. RNG not moving up to near the top 4. I mean, top esports, they're only hanging on at 9. And for Weibo Gaming, they're now spread away from V5. We've got a lot to talk about here today with what yesterday actually meant. But what I was alluding to before, in our final week of the LPL split, we still have 3 teams vying for playoffs.
Yeah, still those 3 spots open. Still, you know, a bunch of teams in the running. Ultra Prime, not one of them. IG is. We'll explain that later because Ultra Prime are playing. But yeah, point is, right, FPX, AL, OMG, it's going to be really exciting last week, especially with teams like FPX and OMG still having to play against each other.
That's right. I mean, that's going to decide a lot here. That final spot of players could be coming up to that matchup. BLG, RA teams expecting, especially BLG, to hold their spot, but they're a team that have missed out on a couple of chances. Hopefully we vie that up today and get a little bit closer to understanding where they're at. But before we do, in our penultimate week, which was week 8, we're going to look through our top players, starting with Rookie of the Week of week number 8. Now, Lyric, I think you and I have been having the most chats on broadcast about rookies, and Way would definitely deserved once again.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, some people might think it's weird because they did just lose to IG, but you got to think they beat Weibo, and a lot of that came down to Wayward just continuously solo killing the Shy. Even their one win against IG was off the back of a performance of Wayward. So nice to see him getting best rookie of week 8.
I mean, stats all across the board at first. Honorable mentions to Zuka in the top lane. For week 8, you and I were talking about this at rehearsal. Like, this is not a roster best in each role that I think we would expect to see with our top teams in the LPL.
No, we were saying that, you know, if you did last year and said, like, hey, Mom, I want an all-star team. We have an all-star team at home type of meme. Like, this is what you would get.
Yeah.
Q popping up, Kanavi having a great split. GA, surprisingly in there off of their win yesterday.
Sure.
And, you know, Viper kind of being the name that you would expect and missing as well, right? With JDG having such a boon, a lot of it being around that mid-jungle. So nice to see so many fresh faces in our best of the league.
Two of the players who were at their weakest, right? Kanavi missing in previous years. A lot of questions for these two, but good to see them on the roster. And of course, the player of the week has to be Cube. You and I firsthand saw RA deliver us an absolute banger against Weibo Gaming, but Cube has just been in a league of his own this split.
Oh, he has been insane. And I mean, Wayward and now Cube, right? Pretty much, if you clapped the Shy last week and were solo killing him over and over again, you have got some accolades to your name for week 8. Cube's being given resources. He's playing with them well. He's solo killing enemy top laners, having a huge impact in team fights, and gives RA a pillar to play around every game.
This stability is huge for RA, a team that's still vying for a playoff spot, but look better than BLG at the moment. More on that when we see them next, because as we end out our best of the week, congratulations to Cube has to be in order, but let's roll on with the show because today we don't talk about RA. Today we talk about BLG and their matchups that definitely matter in Ultra Prime. Playing a bit spoiler later. Lyric, for V5 versus TT, there's a lot we want to discuss here, even though TT are doing the same. Just trying to play spoiler.
That's the thing, right? Both those teams are out, but both these matches are extremely important for the team still trying to. I mean, BLG still trying to contend for playoffs, and V5 definitely wanting to guarantee that top 2 seeding to just go straight to the double elim portion of the bracket.
And after yesterday, I'm not going to throw anything out there, but you know, teams that shouldn't have won that were out, COF WE, played one hell of a matchup. So I'm not going to put it past TT, but let's start with the team that's in playoffs, because for V5, they were one of the first teams to qualify. A big surprise considering people have been through that roller coaster of Victory 5 in the past couple of years. And we now look at what happened yesterday, affecting them in such a positive way. Yesterday, Lyric, there should have been teams that went up to match them. RNG, Weibo Gaming at 11 wins. But no, they took a loss, and now that V5 have that competition out of the way, they have a pretty good schedule in order to lock in that first spot.
Yeah, they have a 2-loss buffer between them and the teams under them.
Yep.
And I'll just be honest, if V5 don't lock in first, they are pretty much trolling. with the schedule they have left, they are not only first, they have the easiest schedule in the LPL. With the roster strength they bring to the table, I think V5 should be the expected first-place team of the regular season.
Which is crazy. I mean, V5 were a roster I thought were...
Not crazy.
It is crazy.
Don't make me break out the jersey. I got the jersey in my closet right there, but... Continue.
No. I'm going to get you to do it after game 1, I'm sure. We'll get that bias cast going in. If we
look at Rookie, man.
I was going to say, like, if we talk about recency, though, of course you're feeling good about V5 because Rookie, again, is just having one of those splits.
He really is. I mean, it just brings us right back to 2020 when we were saying, hey, my God, this guy, best player in the league, comes out, has the amazing performance against BLG in those first 2 clips. Just the team fighting being on point for V5 up against BLG. And, you know, it's really nice to see for the team of V5 where it's weird because on paper we're like, okay, we know they have the star power in terms of some names there, but it's like a very weird amalgamation of a roster with like putting all these together. We didn't know how it would work. Maybe not the same level of question marks that we had like with the BLG roster, but still they were there for V5 and they showed the strength through mid-jungle, top coming online, and even their bot lane being very formidable. It's been scary for teams going up against them.
I mean, that's why, you know, I had so many questions. That's why it was a surprise, dude. I had to say it because that shock of other teams like BLG with the super team, right, in quotation marks, you know, Weibo Gaming coming through. We thought FPX were great at the start of the split. There's so many other teams that had the potential to do more, but V5 just came out of the gate swinging. And for this roster, we can start kind of dictating how they're going to play, right? And I know you had a lot of thoughts here, I want the German accent to be said here for fast, just to keep things rolling.
You know what? I'll give you the wunderbar.
Yeah.
But
that's what the team is.
to go into V5's playstyle, right? I mean, it's very aggressive. We see they lead kills at 15 in the league. They do very well translating that into leads. First turret, they're third. Gold difference at 15. It's all really high. But the thing is, what sets V5 apart is not their ability to win when they're ahead. It's extremely high, right? Pretty much 86%. It's the fact that even when they're behind, they have a 50-50 chance of winning. And I think a lot of that comes down to how scrappy their play style is. They are always willing to fight you every step of the way. And for a team that pushes leads well, but is also willing to go for those Hail Marys and those riskier plays when they're behind, it makes them a very scary team to play against, no matter the game state.
I mean, first in when at a deficit, coming back is insane. 50%, I think, actually a stat that I don't think I've seen a team have in quite a while. So for V5, there's a lot to talk about for this team and how well they play the early game, but more importantly, how scary it is going up against them when you fall down, when you make a mistake, because within this team, there are some players that we need to start talking about here. I'm going to call them three amigos, Lyric, as we run through, because Rich, Rookie, and Photic, I know you wanted to start up in that top lane, which has been a nice little surprise for V5 this split.
Yeah, I mean, Rich has just come in strong. We see second in damage per minute, first in solo kills for top lane. I really feel like he stepped up as the split has went on. The first week, first week or two when he came in, I don't think he was bad by any means, but like very much middle of the pack, and then started just coming online for Rookie. This is no surprise. Pretty much topping most categories in the lead for mid laners. He's been having a stellar split. And then the other surprise has been Photic, who also first in kills for AD carry, second in damage per minute for AD carry. Solo kills, doesn't mean as much. We sadly don't have duo kills, but point is, for Photic, he's been a very nice secondary carry for when Rookie isn't being set up as that main damage dealer. Photic comes in and, back in 2020, even 2021, right? We talked about teams like Top Esports as the Trident team. V5, I view as the Spork. Sporks have 4 prongs. You got these 3 guys. You got Karsa. Spork's very versatile. You can eat soup. You can eat any food. They're absolutely OP. Mazel tried to tell me Spork is not a compliment. I feel like that's the biggest compliment I could give.
I listen to him, dude. Again, if he's telling you Spork ain't good, he hasn't used Spork. He hasn't used a Spork like you and I have. All right, we know what Sporks do, dude. I don't understand the big deal.
But actually, I was going to say, speaking of Sporks, though, part of that Spork was Karsa. Karsa not playing today.
Good point.
As we'll see once lineups come out on stage.
Dude, it's been a while.
Bao's debut. I know it's been a Demacia Championship. He did play for V5 during those games. But first official LPL game of the split.
I mean, remember before, if you guys are wondering, hey, where'd this guy go? Previously on RNG, and it was funny because Xiaolong Bao actually replaced Wei in the LDL, came through, replaced Wei again. I believe was it E-Star Lyric? Is my brain going downhill? But it was an LPL team. I should know this.
He came onto that RNG roster. But another funny thing with that dynamic with taking Wei's spot and then getting that starting spot on RNG over Wei is also the fact that, think about it, Xiaolong Bao joined RNG in 2020 after Karsa left, and now being here with Karsa on this roster, coming in as the starter today, just a lot of different ways he interacts with a lot of different junglers in the league.
Yeah, a lot of crossovers coming through. It's V5. Welcome to the stage again. We talked a lot about Rich, but Xiaolong Bao making his debut here in the LPL for this year. Karsa not playing today is going to be interesting how we talk about that dynamic. There he is next to Rookie in the mid lane. In the bottom lane, it's Photic and PP God. All the names you know and love of our top team in the LPL right now. Victory 5, and it has come, I should say, from all 5 members at different points in the league, Lyric. Their names so aptly fitting.
Oh, 100%. I think maybe the quietest member has been PP God, but even PP God I feel like has had a solid split so far, and like you said, has had some pop-off moments, some standout moments where he has set up Photic for success.
Kind of exciting as well. Another narrative we didn't talk about. It's going to be Rookie versus Yukao. 2 Korean mid laners going up against each other. Rookie a bit of an OG here, but Yukao was still very well known in the LCK. And as we look at him with Chieftain on the roster, note as well, new up in the top side. TT, their roster with Pup and Southwind as the bottom lane. Didn't really get going this split, and Lyric, I gotta say, I'm not surprised. TT have had a rough couple of splits and have really struggled to, I don't know, just start the split in a positive way.
And I mean, this split, right? It's kind of sad because we'd heard the rumblings of them signing UCal and Chieftain before the split, but then not able to get those guys into the team fast enough. So did start off playing with, you know, different variation of their roster. Had to wait for it to come in. Who knows if maybe, you know, prep time before the split could have given them a better start, because playing from a deficit when you didn't start with the roster, very mentally taxing for them to be able to bring it together. They are out of playoffs, but look, smiles on their faces. Maybe it means another day of upsets.
Yeah, well, let's at least bridge to from what happened yesterday. With 3 upsets out of the 3-series day, anything's possible. V5, though, we talked about this being a must-win, and Lyric even said they're trolling if they don't win these next couple of series. For V5, it's the matchup here against TT. It's FPX after that. Remember, they do have a catch-up game against Anyone's Legend. This team can end on 14 series wins. And Lyric as well, you know, I was crunching numbers a little bit last night and looking across. If V5 win this series, they're guaranteed top 4. 12 is the lucky number to hit yourself in that top 4 bracket, which skips at least 2 series in our playoffs for spring.
Yeah, going to be absolutely massive. Even yesterday, right, you and Dagny were talking about it for RNG, just like the implications of being able to finish the split out strong. Some things like game difference, head-to-head, all this stuff does not come into play. Very important to take TT seriously. TT, you know, have shown that they can explode, that they can win some games. Chieftain showing he's very willing to play aggressive in the early game. UCal, like you hit on, a name who has been respected throughout the years. Even Puff and Southwind, I feel like this split have been kind of the key for TT to pick up games. So, you know, one thing as always we are looking for is V5, you're the better team coming into today. So you know what you should do? You should ban the champion that allows lesser teams to win. AKA the Jinx.
Oh, okay. One of them was
Take
correct.
away the Jinx.
Actually, I think Gwen's pretty fair, but you're right. It does feel like Jinx is a free ticket on the fun train. Where
I mean, especially just looking at the games. Puff has played 18 games of Jinx. The second most played is Aphelios at 8. Which on the opposite end, Bodic is not one of the people who have just gotten Jinx an egregious amount of games. He's played Jinx 8 times, not his most played. His most played has actually been Aphelios' split.
Yeah, right. I feel like, yeah, Jinx has been given away as a first pick many, many times. Zeri's starting to get banned away, and as we talk more about pick and ban, it's worth noting that the Gwen, as well as I pulled up before, is something that also kind of gives that free pass. Most played for Rich, third most played for New up in the top side. So another champion that I think is kind of worth banning away. As we've seen a lot of LPL teams just go without having it in a series.
Oh yeah, it's a champion that you just don't want to see. We've seen so many times of this champion being dove and it turning this around, just completely changing team fight situations in the late game. Heck, Rich having one really memorable clip this split, getting a quadra kill in the mid lane on it. So, you know, I guess the bottom line is just ban away the OP picks. Let's keep what we've seen all week of those getting taken off the table and us getting more interesting lane matchups. Things like the Kaisa, you know, rearing their head into the meta with those being taken off the table. But damn it, Hysterics! It's not being done.
No, it's not.
It's not being done.
It's not. So Gwen, Jinx, what are you going to ban here for V5 on the red side? It's a Thresh instead. You just leave it open and available. Both 80 carries there. Gwen's there. Lyric, all balls thrown to the wall.
Ooh, I'm actually kind of surprised on this one. This has been one of UCal's go-to picks, and Rice has been the highest priority mid laner on the patch, but Rookie hasn't been one of the players who's just gravitated towards early rotating the Rise. I mean, Rookie's champion pool has been absolutely huge, and they typically do save that pick for later on. So I feel like TT could have just gotten that one for free, but now it leaves it up for Photic on the opposite side.
Okay, well, we get the Jinx here for the 80 carry, and Ari actually picked up by Rookie as well. Worth noting that you talked about Rookie not really gravitating towards things like the Rise. Well, this guy has played, I even need to count this. I need to stop and count 6, 9, 12, 15 unique champions. Ari not one of them. His second game played. God, Rookie's got a lot.
Yeah, Rookie's just been outshining everyone in terms of champion pool display, which is crazy to me because I feel like a lot of the past few years, Rookie is stuck to more of a small, controlled champion pool.
Yeah.
Not that he can't play other things, but, you know, if he could just play the Orianna and gap you, Rookie's going to take those opportunities. But picks and bans going pretty fast now. Okay. Aggressive mid-jungle coming out on the side of TT. Now Xiaolongbao answering with the Rek'Sai. Of course, Rek'Sai being a nice pick into the Lee Sin, being able to, you know, interrupt that queue. And even for Xiaolongbao, all of his most played junglers throughout his careers are these early pressure junglers. I believe Lee Sin is first, followed by the Rek'Sai, then I think it is Jarvan. So point is, this guy likes to get his hands dirty in the early game, and now we know we're going to be getting a lot of skirmishing around that mid-jungle duo.
I remember last time I saw Xiaolong Bao, not Demacia Cup, but back in the LPL on RNG in 2020 summer. This Rek'Sai was a big pick for him, so you're right to pull it out. We do have the Lee Sin versus the Rek'Sai. A fun skirmishing matchup, but Lyric, I want to see what partners with it, especially in support. PP God and Southwind, two supports I'm keeping my eye on, because we've got a couple of engages already banned. The Lulu there from V5, and it looks like they're still targeting that bottom lane duo.
Yeah, taking away some of these enchanters because TT have been one of the teams to lean more heavily into them. Lulu actually being Southwind's second most played champion. Other things that come to mind right now are the Tom Kench for me.
Yep.
So I wouldn't really be surprised to see if V5 maybe want to tunnel towards a pick like that, which PB God has performed well on. But with Gwen making her way all the way through both phases of bans, I think it's an easy choice for the side of Victory 5.
And TT are on a speed limit, apparently, Lyric. They can't go under 110 kilometers an hour. Lysandra versus Ari, is that a Rise top, or is it Lysandra support? Lyric, where?
I don't know. We're gonna wait and see. I'm questioning. I'm questioning this as much as you are. Yeah. Whatever. Okay, it's not support. Okay. Whatever it is, we know Soul Lane's gonna be extremely interesting. The double AP coming out. Not a whole lot of tankiness on the side of E5 to itemize against that. And then the Tom Kench was something that I hit on expecting to come out for the side of E5 in that fourth pick when I realized Gwen was not open. Bringing out here, again, a lot of single target CC coming out from the side of TT, just also giving some more peel for your hyper carry down in that bottom lane.
So is it going to be up to pick then? Because there's a lot of mobility in the early game as well. Realm Warp, Glacial Path, like there's ways for TT to get around the map. Is it pick potential that I should be looking out for when you're going up against Ari, Rek'Sai? It feels like they have ways to avoid it.
Yeah, I definitely pick potential, right? With the single target CC, a lot of burst damage coming out on their side. I mean, their team fight also is completely fine, especially when you look at V5's comp, having a champion like Rek'Sai. Like, once Rek'Sai goes in, he is in. So, Xiaolong Bao goes in, you know, pop the W on Lysandra, throw out the ultimate. You could pretty much just take him out of the fight right away, try and turn that around with numbers advantage. So, TT, having some ways to play the game, I think it's going to be really fun to see how these laning phases go. Obviously, we don't really see Rise top, or even the Lysandra against the Ahri is not a matchup we've seen yet this split. So, TT bringing some oomph when, like you said earlier, they're playing spoiler here.
They are. So it's towards the end of their split, and they got nothing to lose at this point. They're sitting at the bottom of the standings, but V5 at the top. This is literally first versus 17th. You might have tuned into the LPL once or twice before, over the years, and you look at Leaguepedia or League Fandom, whatever it is, and you notice that, wow, LPL has 17 teams, and there are currently 9 series wins separating V5 and TT, but yesterday with the day of upsets, I'm not sold on making any judgments before coming into this one. I'm simply going to look at the games at hand, Lyric, and see what V5 can show us, and if they can still show that same top-tier caliber. This team right now looking like a favorite for MSI. However, I need to see it played against TT. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. A gorgeous Monday, week number 9. The sky is blood red, ice cold blue. We're in Shurima. I don't know if I was on the Rift, I would be scared teleporting all over the universe. Lyric, V5 have a chance to lock in top 4 with this game, and that's pretty poggers.
Yeah, V5 completely in control of their own destiny. They can lock first place in, you know, if they can finish out the split strong without dropping any games. Heck, they have a 2-loss buffer between them and the teams behind them.
Yep.
So everything on the line today. And again, coming into this game with these drafts is going to be really interesting because we see for V5 kind of having a mid-jungle that typically you want to get ahead. Both Ahri and Rek'Sai can be quite useless when they fall behind, especially the Rek'Sai, since you can only go forward. Then looking at the side of TT and how Xiaolong Bao can influence that, I think especially this top lane matchup can be really rough for Rise when you push out a lane. You don't have any escape tools until level 6, and then hoping you could try and outplay, get away with your Realm Warp. So I'd like to see Xiaolong Bao put more emphasis towards his top side, but it looks like he will be pathing down for now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Rich plays it out. This guy with the top solo kills in the top lane. Up against New, it's a Rune Prison start, but Rich is already slicing him down. Conqueror taken as well versus FaZe Rush. It looks like New will be able to get back some of that trade. So Lyric as well, we put a lot of emphasis on Rich coming into this game and how well he's doing despite our top laners in the league. Really nice to see this LCK transfer doing so much work in the LPL.
And it really just catches people off guard. I see whenever people who don't follow the LPL tune into the standings, maybe it's comments on Reddit or Twitter, they're like, wait, is Rich actually good now, or is he just benefiting from B5? But no, Rich really having a wonderful split so far. And right, I feel like a lot of the credit does go to Rich, but also the team he's being on, having such a reliable mid laner. Even Carson, the jungle this split, I feel like has had a much better season compared to last year. Has had some rough games. Like the last Vi game he played against BLG was rough. They did win. I think he had a lot of key ultimates, but...
What was Vi?
Gonna give Xiaolongbao a try here today. We're gonna see how he does, because, I mean, heck, in Demacia Cup, I think he did look like a player where... brought a lot of promise. On RNG, I'll be honest, I wasn't really sold. I felt like he was way too aggressive for that roster. Continues to going into the enemy jungle, getting picked off. Him and Xiao weren't on the same page. But with this V5 roster, hopefully everything can work out for Xiaolongbao.
You did say aggressive, so I'm going to believe that, yeah, it should be fine. Name of the game for V5, this early game team that we've watched week in, week out. It feels like a right kind of identity. Good trade here from Rookie, weaving the charm through the minion wave here. About even in CS with UCal for now as he backs away. Chieftain off on the wing. And Xiaolongbao, we talked about, who wants to be aggressive. This is an early dive. Unburrow on top of Puff. Instant flash. Here's his first blood. Welcome, Xiaolongbao.
Xiaolongbao coming out with the aggression. They find the kill around bot. Even circumvent some of his camps just to match up with the wave that B5 had.
Dredge line. Oh, ignites down. Heal use from Botic. Is PP God gonna die? No. Shield and Southwind almost clutching it out.
Yeah, Southwind, though, holding the wave for his AD carry, so pretty nice that Puff doesn't end up losing all too much off. This is 2 waves down now. Looks like maybe he'll get about 3 minions left, since Southwind was just trying to deny recalls now, so ended up dropping that wave aggro, following them all the way through. And now we're going to kind of be looking at what Xiaolongbao does next, pathing back up towards the top side. I was hitting on that I'd like to see this Rise punished before. Feels like it could be a pretty nice chance to do so when New is pushing him that way.
Well, Rich might even be doing it himself. I mean, look, the true damage is about to come through. Snips forward, New with a good dodge to the right, but his trade back is still even. Pretty frisky up in the top lane, and you want to see Xiaolongbao move up there. Well, after his recall and after his first blood, a serrated Dirk appears, and he is heading straight towards the top side as the wave is slowly pushing up against Rich, who has his own TP to burn.
Yeah, and, you know, even the matchup itself, kind of going as expected when winning those all-ins, I think is no surprise. Melee versus range, taking the Conqueror, having a ton of damage out. For New, it's going to be a lot about tethering, just trying to get the wave in. I think you're really just kind of hoping to free farm out in this early game. The phase rush is going to be able to help you dodge the all-in from the Gwen. And now seeing mid lane matchup hand over a lot. I don't expect too much action, right? I think Lissandra going to kind of just serve as a bit of a wave clear bot, and a lot of your role is going to come in either picks you're looking for later on or team fights.
Here he is, the submarine moving in. Going to get phase rush, but Xiaolongbao in the perfect position. No flash available. New has his, and he has to time it just right. Burns it against the wall. He'll get out for now, but look at that Rek'Sai damage. Xiaolongbao playing with his meat, and it seems like this time for V5 another lane opens up.
And now I think it's going to be hell for New in the top lane, because realistically, how is he ever going to feel comfortable pushing that wave in? He's going to need so much vision dedicated to keeping him safe, especially as it looks like now Rich going to get that wave in top lane, could probably get the bounce back, and then force New into an uncomfortable position. Luckily, TT at least answered with something, picking up the dragon on the bottom half of the map.
Playing with his food. Apologies. So we're going to get a good gank up on the top side. Chieftain response is the dragon, but Rich already on top of the turret
Look at the mini-map hysterics. He's still waiting in the wings.
He's returning again. You burnt the flash, and Xiaolongbao going to pay for round number 2. Rich just got needlework as well, Lyric, and I don't like it with Rookie coming up as well.
No, looks like New did clear the wave out enough for no dive to come through. Is still going to clear out the ward.
Look at him. Just, okay. Run into certain danger. That's a nice way to touch it. Xiaolongbao, he's going to back away. He'll heal up. That's fine. But New in a precarious position, at least for now, Lyric. It gives Puff and Southwind a bit more freedom than we're seeing after the bot lane dive, though.
at least able to get their wave pushed in, play a little bit more aggressively. We see the call down there for Puff, so trying to get as much money as he can to get to what you'd assume would be his Gale Forest, and then look for those aggressive plays that the FLEOS has been known for when being picked.
Oh, knock up onto Puff, flashes away immediately, and then Southwind takes the dredge line against the wall. He burns his own. Tongue Lash here, ready for the proc as PP God. Setting that up nicely, Lyric. We talked about the 2v2. Photic and PP God, that triple P is so damn good.
Yeah, and they've been very flexible in terms of how they play out the game, but we talk about that flexibility later. Both junglers up here, Rookie as well.
Okay, well, Shaolin Bell's only level 5. Rookie behind enemy lines. Spirit Rush used. Chieftain now spotted out. The charm needs to come through, and in melee range, they do an Orb of Deception. Chieftain in a 1v3, flashes away after Shaolin Bell spotted again. Bottom lane, there's a bit of an engagement. Southwind takes this one, zaps through. PP God and Photic, the range there. Photic flashes in, gets excited, and victory 5. It ain't no day of upsets with this start.
No, PP God and Photic forcing so aggressively. Both sides of the map are winning for victory 5. I gotta say, Chieftain going in top lane at the end was a little bit of a head scratcher. Best case scenario, you W in, maybe kick one away, but I think, New would still be dead, but we're gonna get a replay here. Southwind, the one to start this off with the dredge line, gets caught up by the chompers, and let's remember that Southwind had to blow his flash only moments ago because he dredge lined into a wall.
Yep.
So, kind of paying for, I don't even want to say mistake, because PP God even set up that previous engage where Southwind felt forced to try to look for the hook onto Photic. So just overall nice setup by V5's bot lane and nice follow-up to guarantee the kill.
I mean, and now TT want to make a response. The Glacial Path taking the charm a little bit early here from Rookie. Sonic Wave connects, but is there going to be a kick flash here from Chieftain? His flash burn in the previous play? Of course, that answer's no, as PP God moves up as well. 3v3 in the mid lane at 8.5 minutes. And Lyric, it seems to me that TT want to slow the pace of this game down.
Oh, 100%. And even just looking at summoners across the board, right, which makes it very hard for them to want to commit to those plays like what we just saw in mid lane, considering Chieftain has no flash, Southwind has no flash, compared to the opposite fight of Rookie and Photic.
This guy in a vessel over the wall with the blast cone there out. Lyric, I need you to continue because I need your brain to continue telling me more about why TT need response plays in this game. You talked a lot about the early game of V5 with Rek'Sai, with Ahri through laning phases, and it's already off to a flying start.
Yeah, for TT, was actually, need to slow
Stretch
down.
line, Devour's there. Sonic Wave short, though. Unfortunate, and they're out with one simple ulti. V5 making a response movement, and Lyric, that's a Spirit Rush over the wall, ready to happen. On to Chieftain, I might not be able to speak, but Rookie's damn well sure speaking for me. A nice safeguard away. He's out of there for now.
And V5 still in control of this early game. Kind of hitting on the opposite side, because you're right, we've hit on V5 a lot, but haven't really touched on TT. I feel like for TT, your easiest avenue, I think, is to look around mid.
Yep.
Just because UCal can just keep spamming these Qs to try and push the wave in. You have even set up from the E into the W, like we saw in the last time they tried to set up the play. You can combo in the ultimate, and just very guaranteed lockdown for Chieftain to hopefully then come in, provide the burst as well, find those kills, and you can start hovering towards your sides. Can enable New to just keep doing fine up in this top lane, give him some vision, and then hopefully scale well into that mid game with Ryze being a monster in the side lane. And then Puff and Southwind, sure, they've been punished, but I feel like it feels really rough to salvage their situation being not only a kill down, but also 20 CS behind.
It's massive. I mean, the only lane right now for TT that's ahead is mid, but the assist is going to balance that a bit here for Rookie UCal at 106 CS. And of course, it's worth mentioning when TT, it's burning and doesn't seem to be a fire extinguisher nearby. And once again, we look towards that forest fire. It's New in the top lane getting focused. It's Chieftain who's hiding in the wings through the lane brush. And Rich is a Gwen with Needlework Lyric. I know how this goes for Gwens, and I'm not 100%.
No, we're going to see if Chieftain even wants to look for this here. I think they're looking for this pick, right? Try and find a pick which could then translate into a Rift Herald for them. If not, they definitely shouldn't be able to match V5 at this point in time for skirmishes if V5 do just start the Herald without TT being able to find the pick. So they try to find it. They aren't able to do so. This will open up the Rift Herald situation for Victory 5. And now for TT, I actually think you should just start going towards the bottom side of the map, looking to get some more gold on the Puff.
Yep.
But you can see here, Southwind heading up.
The Southwind is by himself, though. No one else there. PP God going to spot him out. Charm not landing from Rookie. That's uncharacteristic. He's going to have to Spirit Rush away as Yukao is a level up. You can see getting a bit of healing for the passive. Rookie's out. PP God safekeeping for now. And Herald, of course, that was the trade-off. Shalom with a quick back. Dragons up again. And the one thing that TT have this game is that they're starting to Dragon stack with the second Dragon almost certainly being in their back pocket.
So, right, I guess the big benefit for them is now the fact of when we get to next Drake and things like Soul Point and Soul.
What should be a cloud
you would expect TT then is going to use that timing to just go for gold. Okay, it's a Cloud Soul hysterics. We've seen Cloud Soul hundreds of times. It's nothing new. As TT can benefit from this, actually. They can benefit from the Cloud Soul being up for the fact that now, you know, they can start just opting into some of those later gold trades when V5 want to fight them around those neutrals and at those dragons. So hopefully TT can use that to their advantage. But Xiaolongbao going to continuously look to come punish this Rise.
He has Prowler's Claw this time. He's flashed back up and available on top of New. Realm Warp with the knock-up. He's not going anywhere. Easy kill. With Rich getting the needlework and Lyric, V5 continue to project ahead.
And now for Xiaolongbao, I want to see, looks like he's just going to commit to this. I mean, heck, you already have one play down. You can guarantee the next play get even more gold onto Rich, who is already so massive at this point. Even looking at team fights later on, right? How is W going to do so much with no one really able to walk into him? And when he does get in range, will he be able to delete anyone with a relatively squishy comp for the side of TT?
So much damage, 2-0 bounty here for V5. Rich shares the first turret blood with Xiaolongbao. A nice little entrance into the league for 2022. This jungler doing work. And it's nice to see, you know, Casa was still on point. But Xiaolongbao adding that extra layer of regression in his stead. And it seems like for V5, nothing's really changed, Luke. We're still getting the same form. No disruption to the roster whatsoever. The 11-2 team that's sitting first in the league is making short work of TT with a 3K gold lead at 14 minutes in the game.
And now we're going to get to see what V5 is made of, considering they've opened up the map so early. You can see New now can safely farm by his tier 2. So Rich going to have a window where he could be proactive on the map. Even if that just turns into leaning around mid, opening up Rookie for a roam down towards spot, and then trying to create a 4-man play bot side, I think that is a very kind of deliverable avenue for V5 in terms of map play.
So when I was lolling about Cloud Soul, and I so rudely interrupted you, was there anything else you wanted to tell us about TT and how they can buy their time better? Because, again, like, with Freedom here for Rookie, you're just mentioning how Xiaolongbao kind of opens up his windows. And with all the vision control getting deeper and deeper, how did TT continue playing this, I guess, passively as possible?
I mean, for TT now, it's going to be very rough. You kind of have to play the Shadow game as Chieftain. Chieftain actually going to look for a play up towards top side.
You don't get time, do you? You really don't.
Nope.
Okay, spotted out now. Chieftain with the Sonic Wave. On top of Rich. Needlework number 1, Needlework number 2. But this should be an execution. The finishing blows, and Chieftain won't have it. A shutdown over to the jungler. TT finally on the board.
I mean, nice that they picked up a kill. Would have been nice if it could have gone over to New and try and get him towards that Mythic, and, you know, to the point where Rise does just start becoming this massive monster. V5 on the opposite side, though, do trade, as we see Photic now picking this up. They were just trying to deny minions and even still going for it. So we look over at V5. Pretty much everyone's big for the side of TT. Your mid, jungle, and AD carry all picking up their mythics. You do have a lot of bursts. There is some pick potential there now, but that really is kind of dictated by the windows that V5 gives you. If V5 are going to be playing around bot, I guess you can constantly look for these plays up towards topside. If your ultimate goal is scaling, you can look to play a bit more defensive. Just clear your own camps, get a defensive ward line in your own jungle, and just try and prevent any dives from happening from V5 by having Chieftain Shadow. So those are kind of the two options you're looking at for the side of P. Or V5, feels like they have pretty much any option they want in terms of looking at any lane to play around.
I mean, at the moment, V5 still hovering around mid, it seems, because Dragon's coming up in about 1 minute and 5. 2 already given over. V5 want some of that candy for themselves. Photic, he's got a Zeal in his pocket, so he's doing quite a lot of damage. You can see even the Ari down the bottom side. Senior Rookie. Yukao about to get solo killed. There's the Glacial Tomb, but I think Rookie's going to spell his doom. The Charm. So close. Yukao gets out, but will it be alive after Xiaolongbao's done his little shout? Southwind and Chieftain helping out, and it seems like for now, V5 are just going to back out.
I don't know, I mean, Rookie Spirit rushed right onto Yuka after he came out of his ultimate, which opened up for the W to just chain him down. If not, maybe Rookie could have followed up with the damage, knew that other members of TT were rotating, so didn't follow through with that kill in the end. As we see how it all started, just a nice charm landing from Rookie to get that damage off, then open up for the threat of the solo kill. So nice coming out from Rookie, still putting on this pressure. And with Dragons up, I want to see the minimap because I want to see where top laners are at. Good. Rich had to start roaming down first from the fact that New has TP, so...
Oh no.
Rich at V5.
Sonic Wave is using the brush lyric. They thought it was safe. TT said, nah, V5 aren't in there. Chieftain scouts it out, but unfortunately they play with their minds, and V5 have an opening quite easily to take this dragon after Vision already belonged to them anyway.
I'm just very surprised that the TT were even looking to try and get information around the bottom side to contest the dragon, because one thing we were hitting on before about you opening up those 2 dragon lead, Chieftain, not going to find anything.
Very deep. I mean, Photic not really caring about Yukao. There's the Glacial Path, rooted up, Everfrost, and PP God devours him once again. No fear, no worries.
And that's why he had no fear of walking forward, especially with the fact that TT's composition, as we hit on in draft, a lot of single target lockdowns. Very easy. PP God knowing he only has to worry about one member. Of course, that was an isolated situation where there was only one member you had to care about, but even going forward in team fights, right, not having to think about all these different angles that, you know, them going under Rookie or them going under Rich, Rookie having a ton of mobility. Rich will be fine being a bit of a pseudo tank. TT, though, will answer with this Rift Herald. The point I was making before those, you know, shenanigans in mid were happening was I expected TT to default towards the top side earlier. I felt like that was the huge boon for them of picking up the first 2 Drakes, was it set up for, hey, now V5 kind of have to feel pressure to take some Drakes, and it opens up for TT to answer back with gold on the opposite side of the map.
Even though news, like, later than that, you're right. TT haven't felt like they wanted to play towards top, they wanted to trade off. And more importantly as well, you mentioned how when New gets Realm Warp, we'd start seeing some of those egregious plays that we see so much in the LPL. I knew with the Realm Warp so far, Lyric, there hasn't been the push and move that we see a lot of the time with Rise. Okay, hello, on the wrong side of the map. You know what? Yukao with the Frozen Tomb. Here's the Realm Warp coming through. The Rocket a little bit late. Yukao buying time with a stopwatch. The Orb of Deception on his return was pretty big, but Shaolong Bao's bigger. To his death, he'll go. As Everfrost from you is absolutely incredible. But now for V5, they're just running with Rich. The needlework doing so much as he gets drawn on and he's dead. And Lyric, I love messiness in my cereal in the morning.
And this is exactly what you'd expect from a V5 series. We've hit on this a lot, that despite being the first place team, I do feel like V5 is one of the messier teams we have in the league. From the fact that V5 are never afraid to try and push the fact that they are stronger than you. They will just constantly walk into your jungle, put their wards down, and like look to move the cogs of the game forward. This time around, they get punished. We see Yukao, very greedy pathing from him, trying to make his way back to mid. No one showing on bot wave, only AD carry showing in mid. You know, Top's making his way down. Does buy a lot of time though between the ultimate and then the stopwatch. Other members able to follow through. Shaolong Bao committing so far for that kill, sets up for a 1-for-1. V5 still feel confident because Rich is here, the needlework able to do so much work, but TT so close to their turrets, and with the charm going wide by Rookie, you have no other way of locking someone down to guarantee these kills.
The 3 amigos this game, you know, looking a little bit sillier or worse for wear. And V5 still in a commanding position, but it's only a 1k gold lead. And you talked about TT kind of coasting their way through this mid game, through to late. Like, a lot of scaling options, the pick potential you talked about in draft as well. In a much better position now that the Herald's there. They have lanes that they can actually start playing towards. And Lyric, TT are out towards the 50% part of the map.
Oh, and TT might be able to find a pick here. Chieftain's looking for it so aggressively.
He really is. Shaolong Bao relying on the Tremor Sense. New on the top side. He's spotted out. And so V5 going to push out mid for now. Nice little rotation here as Dredgeline, I believe, was just thrown out too. Photic takes it. Glacial Path not taking it. Hang on a minute, Southwind. That's a bit suspect. Puff going forward with the Gale Force. He's feeling it. And that's a good little response. Photic once again saved by his brother.
Yeah, really nice by them. His Rookie isn't able to find the charm.
Okay.
And V5 sadly gonna have to back off from the play. TT though have the Herald, so they should be able to force this one. Turret's low. They're gonna be able to get the charge off, so TT will be able to guarantee this.
BB God actually stunned up, rooted up with the Everfrost. Rich going forward, Needlework hitting multi-man once again. The Death Rocket helping out, and that's just Gwen thing. Xiaolong Bao wants to go to his death, but it's Photic who flashes forward. New Everfrost in front of a Realm Warp, and just when TT have an opening, it's V5 who want to take blood again.
And I thought V5 wouldn't be able to follow up on that, considering that V5 don't actually have a tremendous amount of engage. Flash knockup coming from the Rex side is Rookie. Rookie's still feeling frisky.
Blind little charm flashes away. His glacial path started. He's going to die in the end. Now this Baron gets really risky itself. Chieftain walking in. It's taken with a 50-50. Xiaolong Bao turning for the fight. Chieftain goes down. Yukal without his ulti. And now with the Prowler's Claw, he's on top of Southwind again. Lyric, it just looks so risky, but it works out in the end.
Ooh, does Photic find it? No, he does not. I gotta say, man, the thing I probably love about Rookie the most is that Rookie just does not care.
True.
Rookie just plays so aggressively, just always thinking like, hey, if I find my combo, if I land this spell, I'm gonna completely dunk when he was new.
Just flashes over. There's a TP from V5. That's gonna be Rich helping out Photic, because you really wanted that.
I mean, at this point, right, you're trying to find any avenue into the game, knowing that you just lost a bunch of kills with like 2 fights in succession, and it opened up the Baron. We're gonna see here, V5 wanting to find the engage. I didn't think they'd find it, considering that, again, Xiaolong Bao feels like has to be the one to start off the engages, or Rookie finding a charm, but he does get a ton of damage down with that Needlework. And then TT kind of separating his nice W coming out from Photic to guarantee the slow, which opened up the kill on Aphelios and then the turn into Rise. So if that skill shot didn't hit, maybe the members of TT could have been able to get away, but Photic wasn't having it.
And Photic's having another good game, right? This is what we talked about, opening things up. As dodge from the dredge line, Galfall's fought from Puff. He's going to regret that. Down he goes. Photic picks up another one, and like I said, Puff really wishing he hadn't gone in. A knock up from PP God, no. Dodged away by Southwind with the dredge line, but Photic is having the time of his life on yet again a favorite of the LPL's champion pool.
And I was going to say, just look at the map. Thank you, observers, bringing up in our bottom-hand corner that Rich is also pushing in a side lane. So V5 here pressuring 2 lanes. TT with no great way of answering, especially with Puff down. Probably their largest damage dealer at this point in
Good
time.
charm. Everfrost coming through as well. Chieftain in a bit of trouble. The Needlework's going to fly through. Realm Warp to get out of dodge, but look at their HP as they disappear. Southwind and Yukal almost disappeared to a graveyard. Photic is large, and V5 Lyric, this is a good game one to show they're in charge.
And especially after yesterday.
Good dodge from the dredge line. PP God saving up as well. This duo has carried this game. Rookie picking up a bit of kill credit as Puff finally respawns, and under 25 minutes, they want to end it here. Spirit Rush forward. Southwind wants to die again. Give him his wish, V5. A charm once more. Xiaolong Bao returning to the scene of the new crime. It might be a return kill, but Photic's still alive, and V5 with the Baron, okay. They're going to back away.
I mean, it's a reasonable choice, right? If they kept going, they wouldn't have been able to end here. TT would have been able to wipe them, and they get more gold, they get more items. You don't want to risk it. You back away after your jungler goes down. I'm just going to say, after yesterday, this is very refreshing.
Yep.
Seeing the top team come in with, you know, a sub in Xiaolong Bao and still get the job done to a T. Absolutely murdering TT in this game so far. Xiaolong Bao having a good game. Feels like across the board, V5, as always, being on the same page.
Yeah, and
if there's any, like, big compliment I could give them, it's that. It's they play as a unit.
I think Photic and PP God are someone I've talked about a lot being on the same page. They're a duo lane who work so well together. PP God this time can just be one of his favorites because he and Photic are just so linked up, and the aggression coming out of this AD carry mixed with PP God being on point, especially towards the later half of this split, is great to see. And V5 with a game under their belt, like this is an 8k gold lead. You expect this to round out pretty shortly, Lyric. They're going to run into the base and tell TT that they're just not good enough to face them in the first start of this series.
Yeah, and I like it. V5 aren't even going to just say, hey, we have supers in mid and bot. Let's just try and go top and play this one out by the book. They're just going to look for the end here. Chieftain trying to find
He's on a
Hail
ward.
Mary flank.
And Rookie's like walking into him. There's going to be a charm shortly. Xiaolong Bao's there too. V5 all backing off, and Chieftain's not sticking around to find out if it is truly warded. V5 continue, and this is just, yep, do-si-do with the Lee Sin behind them.
Oh, rookie finally goes in.
And you know what?
Sharp
The game
goes
might
wide.
end. The game might end before Chieftain gets there. Next time's going to go down. V5 go in for the kill. The blood, the best team in the LPL. Sure feels like it. Chieftain's finally here, but even with the great Everfrost, everyone's going to die. Victory 5, do it with style, blowing TT out of the water before the game even gets going.
Great game coming out from Victory 5. They found the early game advantages. They pushed the leads well. They never took their foot off the gas pedal. I feel like we see so many times, and we say so many times when things like Rek'Sai's come out with aggressive mid laners, after the game you're like, man, I wish they would have looked for more opportunities. Even if sometimes those opportunities don't work out, or maybe the enemy team drops some waves or some minions to be able to avoid these ganks, it's like, you have to go for them, because if you aren't able to get these leads, your champions really do just fall off a mountain. But you know, with V5, they are fearless, and Xiaolong Bao fitting that style perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaolong Bao, you mentioned the aggression coming into the game and what this guy brought to the previous RNG roster. For V5, you can never be too aggressive, so it was a perfect fit. Putting priority into Rich once again, his top lane Gwen, something that needs to be respected. And even towards, Rookie. So what we saw in the early game, Xiaolong Bao hovering quite a lot towards a star mid laner. Didn't have one of his super amazing games, but didn't really need to when every single lane of V5s was in a comfortable spot by 15 minutes in.
He was so proactively moving around the map as well, right? We saw many times him making those ganks towards the top side, which, speaking of the top side, a fun fact we didn't mention, right, is that we've been talking about Xiaolong Bao on that RNG roster. New was his top laner on that RNG roster, so kind of paying back his old top laner by shutting him out of this game. So nice bit of a, mixed dynamic there for the top side of the map. Okay. Yeah, trivia, there we go.
And, I kind of remembered, Xiaolong Bao, when he was last in the LPL, I remember that there were a couple of issues with how he synergized, especially talk about New, and you talk about how he fit into that RNG roster. Really nice to see him coming onto the stage for the first time this year and fitting in like Casa did, like Casa has been. Like nothing's changed for V5. And it was an early game on this Rek'Sai, one of his comfort picks in the LPL that just did him justice. Photic as well, I think, gets a lot of props. You know he'll be MVP because LPL will either give it to the new guy or they'll give it to the guy that did a lot of damage, and that's Photic, man. God damn his jinx.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think MVP should go to someone in the bot lane. Obviously, Photic doing the heavy lifting with the damage. But PP got as well. A lot of his devours on point. It allowed for Photic to play that aggressively, that creatively, that absolute gangster energy. So, we'll find out soon.
Because game one's already done. V5 taking us to a quick break, and we're going to find out if TT has some energy in the tank when we return from this short break.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that when... Oh my lord.
God. Oh, the caliber. Oh, he's got him. Viper goes down solo. Bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to your damage on your overload.
The Shy might be in trouble or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done. Triple tiebreaker things, I believe. I don't think they can if they get to 10 minutes.
Oh, actually,
hey,
no,
anyway, we've got an engage. Shadow Surge is going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fearless. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Susie tries to jump in onto JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its its head, but 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper, and it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive, and we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River versus the whole of BLG's comp. Tartha and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway. Rookie's the best now mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because V5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
Everybody fighting！已经有人嗨了吗？
米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。真的吗？平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了，太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我在这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪。
哎，别个闪，OK，
再看，
啊，这样就死了。
哎，你中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯。
我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，
可以打，
输出，
慢一点，
你没闪了，
慢点，好行，我灯，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧，
这操作我看的有点
没听会了，
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了，
我开吧，
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲，
没事，
有点失望，赵丽姐，
看一下这波
，OK，
准备好看，
可以，
先看泰坦呗。
慢点，
慢点，
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，回个头。别这么道歉。
我这羊，
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇塞，直接拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大概把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，上鳄鱼没闪，
跳走了，上鱼，nice，
这边我追过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，可以打，没闪，
你看，AD 没闪，
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作，
打断了，
这个。我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了可以，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，
兄弟们这波操作拉满了，虽然真不是纯油，但我这波操作真的拉满了，
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住，
这位置看我靠，你们拉掉，推打，
推打，
就赢，
推打，
杀人。
来上！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗。
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，给我打，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机，挖掘机，
哇，打
挖掘机，
打救
挖掘机，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，冲吗？别急，我在打救命，A 塔一下塔，等会 ，A 塔等会，来杀！过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
瑞士的话，我觉得是一名他对线，我觉得是特别凶的一名选手吧。因为我跟他有打训练赛的时候，就能很明显感觉他很装。如果要跟他打的话，我想拼的话，一定是不能怕他的。然后还有就是他的英雄池也特别深吧。如果感觉先选的话，可能会被他选一些就是特别难打的英雄，那去对线。我最好是能 counter 的话，我是 counter 最好吧，这样我的对线可能也会比较舒服，游戏也会比较好赢一点。感觉春季赛的发挥就是还是蛮可惜的吧，因为我觉得就是这赛季我打的就比以前好了一点，但是还是有很多没打好的地方，就特别可惜。尤其是之前打 LNG 的时候吧，我觉得就是如果我处理得很好，应该是游戏可以拿下的。
Hard being a pro player. I mean, being very reflective on a split that for TT, you know, we saw their ups and downs, and it's nice, Lyric, considering that, look, they are the bottom tier team, but still we've had flashes of brilliance out of people like Puff and Southwind, even new as well to a degree. So welcome back. Welcome back to you. It is good to be here with you in what has been a bit of normality, though, from V5's angle this time, not counting yesterday's League of Upsets. We're in a good place.
Yeah, and you know, great game coming out from them. Great game coming out, especially from Botic, who, of course, as you called it, does pick up the MVP. I think it's well-deserved. Again, I would have been fine with either one of these bot laners picking this one up. Felt like they played extremely well, especially once we got to that mid-game. Heck, even in laning phase. Even in laning phase, they were aggressively going in and really putting the pain onto Puff and Southwind.
34% damage. No one's really surprised. I think when we have these, you know, POG graphics, or whether it's our region, LCK, LEC, I don't think people are surprised anymore seeing a Jinx or an 80 carry in this meta do over 30%. It's pretty normal at this point, Lyric, and, you know, Botic, such a great damage dealer, but more importantly, a huge playmaker with PP God at his side. I keep talking this duo up, and I don't think I can really do them enough justice with what we see.
No, and I think this has really been their standout, the split, is just how great they play in terms of the aggressive positioning coming out from Photic in team fights.
Yep.
I feel like their landing phase has been hit or miss this split. They actually fall behind in lane like decently frequently, but we saw this time around, they came in with this matchup. PB got numerous times looking for that abyssal dive, setting up the 2v2, so great to see them showing you know, good aspects in a variety of ways in their plays, and it not just coming down to that team fighting that we've seen come out from them. So 4v5, going to game 2, see if we can bring out the same strengths. Does TT throw us another curveball? That's what I want to know, because the draft was a little interesting.
Yeah, the Rise Top was a lot of fun, right? We saw Lysandra as well, like double AP solo laners, and unfortunately for TT, all sides of the map were kind of burning at once. The response plays, nothing like getting too early turrets as V5 showed us. As we go into game 2, very shortly we'll be heading into draft. For V5, they're on the door right now of locking in top 4. Now, for Victory 5, a bit of a history lesson here. This team has only ever entered playoffs once. They are locked into playoffs for their second ever time, Lyric. 2020 summer was our, throwback there. We're like, hey, V5 could even go to Worlds. V5
should have gone to Worlds.
Okay, sorry, should have. Then Suning went, and then Suning got to Grand Finals. But you're right. V5 probably would have won Worlds in 2020.
The problem was not Suiting. The problem was this other team called LGD. But you know what? They're not playing today. We're not going to go. We're not going to go through history here of how that split went. But beat IG, get to go to Worlds. That's how it went. Teams swapping sides. So of course, going to see different bands coming out. V5 still going to keep up the Thresh Man. That is a very, I'd say, high priority pick between both supports.
Yep.
But V5 feeling that Southwind, at least not standing out on anything other than the Thresh. Like we said, his second was played as Lulu. So Southwind is kind of very much diversified what he has played. Maybe that's why their bot lane has not been the most consistent, even if they have been the bright point for this TT roster. Speaking of TT, they do not want to deal with rookies Ari again.
On that note, 12 uniques as a support is a lot of champions. Like, he has the same amount of uniques as UCal and New, so it's worth mentioning that, yes, Southwind's champion pool is one of the most fun parts of TT. And as we get double support ban, in fact, the Tahm Kench, which PP God loves, we are pinching it ever so slightly. But Lyric, Zeri's open, Jinx is open, Gwen's open. Like, they're just throwing Hail Marys again.
Yeah, a ton of priority AD carries. You'd expect TT to maybe just answer with the Jinx, but of course we do have all the fun counter picks that are able to come out. The Tristanas, the Samiras, the Kaisas, the Dravens. We're going to see where Puff wants to stand with that. But TT just wanting to go towards both of their solo laners. UCal getting onto the Rise, and New this time will get his hands onto that Gwen.
And at least this time we know where the Rise is going to go from the get-go, so no mysteries hidden in TT's draft while on V5. Hey, let's get a ball delivery composition and one that likes to go fast.
And the second the enemy picks Rise, that rookie going to angle for this option, especially with the already banned away, unlike last game. So getting the rookie special, his best champion, maybe best story out in the world, probably the best story out in the world. I'll say it, even though I don't follow other regions. But like you said, ball deliveries there, the aggression able to come out from the side of Victory 5, and now TT not going to go for any of those more aggressive counter picks in the bottom lane, wanting to ensure that they have this late game scaling option in AD carry. I think when you are playing, again, from the position of being the worst team, this makes a lot of sense. It opens up that if V5 does make mistakes, they have a very easy window to find those resets, take over a team fight, and just take the game for the side of Thunder Talk.
So may we return to support pools? Because you got me excited talking about Southwind. These uniques are things like 2 games on the Blitzcrank this split. We've seen 3 games of the Yuumi, which should burn, honestly. 1 game of the Tarek there, a Lux game as well. On the other side, PP God, the Rel, the Lux, the Yuumi too. He's played a couple of games of the Karma. These supports, it makes sense why Renata's just been banned away, because they have so many different flavors that I feel like with a couple of support bans off, we're going to see a game 2 with those same flavors shown up.
I'm surprised that TT actually commit both their bans to topside. I was wondering if they would ban away one of the supports, Leona or Nautilus, and just pick up the other for themselves. Sure, there would still be things like the Rakan and so on left open, but I feel like when you see V5's comp and PP God, he's going to be angling for that Nautilus. Another mage support taken off the board for the side of TT. I would kind of expect just the standard Leona Nautilus trade to come out from both these teams. I think the more interesting thing is seeing where Chieftain goes with his jungle pick. Just go straight back towards that Lee Sin.
Okay. So what you're telling me in the nicest possible way without crushing me is that it's just going to be a normal support game. Leona,
yes.
Nautilus. I got excited about Blitzcrank. Hey, Rakan. Still a lot of fun.
Still a normal support.
Yeah, normal, but not Leona. Nautilus is always pretty exciting. And now PP God's been really good with these supplementary engages. Would you call Tahm Kench supplementary engage to a comp?
I mean, I think he fits that window with the Abyssal Dive. I wasn't going to fall for the Rakan. For PP God, he has kind of followed the ways of Ming this split, of just pretty much getting his hands on Nautilus every time he could. He also does have that Thresh. And now for TT, we kind of hit on the Leona. Alistar would be a bit of an interesting one. Being able to just push Zeri away from the fight is something we've seen as one of the kind of pseudo answers into her. Of course, We'll give him a week early start to the lane, but
can't milk
we'll be
those.
able to do his job in the team fight.
Okay, so we get Southwind on at least something a little bit different. And my support argument, it rounds out nicely. Lyric, I see standard comps. I see a lot of team fighting potential. Run me through some of the similarities and then where we start veering off.
I mean, I think similarities is kind of what you hit on. I think both these comps have, like, very strong 5v5. I think both look like they want to be taking this front to back if we do get in front of those neutral objectives. Of course, having the range advantage with the Jinx, we have a ton of peel coming in with the Gwen and the Alistar as well for the side of V5. Kind of having the same options, but having better access to the backline with the Hecarim. The big difference, I think, is going to come from the fact that TT have the option to play a bit more aggressive come early mid-game, right? Having the Ryze Lee Sin compared to Orianna Hecarim on the opposite side, which just won't have the same oomph in terms of the damage it's able to put out in some of these early skirmishes.
Well, at the very least, seeing UCal and Chieftain play together as this duo is going to be something we keep our eyes towards in a very valiant way. TT, I feel like the strength in their summer split, as they're already out of playoffs, will be looking towards this duo. So I like that you talk about the level 6 point, what UCal can do and get this game rolling for TT. On the other side for V5, wow. It's been a long couple of weeks, apparently. Lyric.
You did Cast 3 series yesterday.
It was a big one. It was a big one. And it was a day of upsets. Have we told you that about 1,000 times? Yes, we have. You know what I said earlier? I was setting us up for V5. Not only is this the second time they're going to be in playoffs, if V5 win this game, they will be locked in for the top 4, folks. They will be a top 4 team guaranteed. They will skip at least 2 series in playoffs, and they will be the highest they've ever been in LPL history. Now, we know that this team, you know, on Twitter, Lyric, they became NIP, but they're still V5. You wish you had the name change for this split, because this is the best split I've ever seen of V5, and you're a V5 connoisseur.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the jersey is just waiting to be whipped out, kind of saving that one for playoffs to show the massive bias and upset as many people as possible. But not here today. Here today, where we want to see what Thunder Talk can do. They might be down and out, but they're not down and out in this game. And they've shown some fun. We saw, again, game 1, the Ryze top was really cool. This game, Ryze going back to mid. You have the Ryze Lee Sin, a lot of lockdown, even just hovering towards that mid lane. You have, I think, a very strong option to set up dives once we do start hitting around, especially the 6 mark, even a bit earlier on, since you have the Alistar. Of course, very good at starting those off, can hold aggro for quite a long time, and then you do have the burst damage. Top lane is kind of one I'm a little bit less excited about just because Gwen Graves, something we've seen, 100 times. I think this matchup will only be impacted depending on, which junglers put their attentions up towards there. We can see Chieftain is the one pathing up there early on, so you'd expect for TT trying to set New up for success is what New was hitting on in his pregame interview.
Yeah, I mean, New's someone who, again, hasn't really been focused on previous rosters. The RNG roster was a bit of a failure. And as Dredgeline comes into the bottom lane again, Southwind with a good reaction. PP Gold unable to get the auto attack off, but remember, Southwind has Sustain in his kit, folks, so trade won't mean anything for now. It is a battle for level 2, and it looks like V5 are going to get it first. TT sticking around, they match, and nothing happens. That's exciting, Lyric. We both just handshake.
I do got to say, though, from that trade earlier on, they did force Southwind. Oh, speaking of Southwind.
Okay, I was going to say, he's got Sustain. It doesn't matter. There's an Ignite ticking down, though. And Photic with Flash is threatening the idea. Southwind, he's outie, and he's got no summoners this early on.
No, Chieftain, though, going to try and take advantage, find a cheeky gank pack.
Okay, well, the Sonic Wave has to connect. Level 2 still on the bottom lane duo. They want Southwind. They're hungry for him, but as Chieftain walks on in, it's a bit of an uh-oh moment, but Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Tempest into cripple. Photic will just kite this one back, or at least forward, and TT get nothing as a response. It is still advantage V5's bottom lane.
Even just the tempo missed, because look at the minimap. Chieftain full cleared his bot side jungle, gonna have to make his way towards his top side camps now, compared to Xiaolong on the opposite side, who is now finished full clearing his jungle.
Wow.
So we'll have a lot of time on the map where he's just outright ahead of Chieftain. You'll assume no matter what play he looks for now, he's going to get his reset off first, come out with items first, so any types of skirmishes that come out to be 2v2s, Victory 5 will be favored. But for now, both junglers just going to be going towards these Scuttle Crabs, so, we're going to be seeing what Xiaolongbao can do with that advantage now that he's going for that reset. He will come back onto the map.
That's a good point to pull out. The CS lead huge. Like, that is massive, and I wouldn't seem to think and look that Chieftain hitting the bottom lane, failing, cost them so much. Top side now starting to be cleared away, but Xiaolongbao just gets his back. He's got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. 28 CS to 20. Camps respawning. Mid lane seems to be a little bit enticing. Rookie's getting some good trade-offs here. PP God's moving in. Dredgeline at the ready, but the minions stand in the way. But look, on the other side, they're about to be sandwiched in. Yucal now not happy where he is. He won't burn the flash. He knows he's first blood over to Rookie.
And for Xiaolongbao, going to keep getting more damage onto Chieftain. Chieftain does flash.
Yeah, flash away, and that's what you call a jungle lead. Now extending into a double red camp Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, Chieftain never cleared this, right? He did his Raptors, instantly pivoted for that mid gank, wanted to try and find something, and now, I mean, Chieftain feels like he's just being shut out of this game. You're winning up in the top side. Rookie with the play that just happened mid crashed a huge wave, and he has a CS advantage. And we're not even 5 minutes in, and it's already starting to have glimmers of last game with V5 just controlling every lane on the map.
I mean, Krug's taken as well. You can see that Chieftain has the bottom side now under his wing, but the problem is Xiaolongbao, as he clears this, threatens New without needlework. Rich has a lot of wave clear here. Both summoners up and available, but New without a flash. We'll see what happens because he is backing and being uncontested for now. Teleport available to use as well, so it ends up being nothing but Lyric. The CS lead keeps getting bigger. Chieftain now spotted on a ward as he tries to take away the Raptor camp and get closer to getting back in this game, but PP God's not going to let him.
Yeah, V5 know that this is happening, right? So we see him roaming over. Rookie, of course, can get here first, but Southwind being called over, helping, anticipating that V5 will move.
But is Chieftain still going to get Dredgeline? Yes, he is. He's safeguarded there. Shockwave is available. Ignite down, and the PP God strikes first.
Yeah, PP God and Rookie showing that synergy, taking him out. And Chieftain's just not getting a break. The gold lead, like we said, kind of skyrocketing in favor of Xiaolongbao. And the big reason this matters is PP God might be caught out.
And he might have to make a turn. He flashes away towards Rookie. Now, Shockwave was just burnt as Yucal has a realm up if he wants to follow that extra piece of distance, but Rookie helps out. PP God burns a summoner, but remember still, V5 are up almost 2,000 gold at 6 minutes in the game, and Lyrica comes back to what we were talking about. Aggression's there as TT are going to try and make their own play, but Xiaolongbao off on the wing, interrupted through the wall. Photic flashes away, but he's been ignited down. Yucal with the burn damage, flashing forward is Puff, who gets excited. Meanwhile, up in the top side, New solo kills Rich. Okay, TT, I see you.
Yeah, TT finding their windows. Nice punish on bot side, committing Yucal to start moving first when Rookie answered back after the kill to try and push in his wave. And I assume we're going to get, the replay of the solo kill on top side. I mean, gets the full stack snip through, lands that damage, follows up with the needlework to get the slow Conqueror stacked up. And, you know, New just landing everything really nice. Rich not able to sidestep either of those snips with his E. Did E reactively after that first Q damage came off, so just nice outplay coming out from New in terms of the 1v1.
You had a story about New, Lyric. You're mentioning some nice little narrative points through. New versus the solo kill King, taking one of his own. I feel like it's a big deal with TT. Have just been bullied throughout the first 5 minutes of this game. That's something that they can hold strong to in this early game.
And I mean, look at how this has gone. I mean, Xiaolongbao level 6, Chieftain only level 5, so Chieftain having to be very careful. His laner's going to have to cater to him a little bit if he wants to have any opportunities in this game. And, you know, luckily, V5 not going to find them. Xiaolongbao not wanting to go too aggressively in that moment. I think it's because Southwind was not showing on the wave bot compared to where you look at where PP God standing next to Photic that whole time. So no over-aggression coming out. Herald going to be up in 10 seconds. Rich has had Prio on this top side the whole time. V5's bot lane even pushing out first. Opens up for V5 to move up for this Herald.
For now, it looks like Chieftain not going towards it. He says, I'll trade the Dragon instead. The level down Lee Sin. He's going to make sure that TT don't go out of this empty-handed. Still down about 10 CS here in the jungle, folks. Keep an eye on his camps as well. Only the Krug camp that spawned, and his time is kind of all over the place. But at the very least, getting the Dragon here. He has Smite, don't worry. And there's still going to be some gold in his back pocket with some much-needed experience while Xiaolongbao trades the Herald for the winning early game comp.
And it looks like V5 maybe going to try and set up a gank on mid. Xiaolongbao just waiting in the wings for now.
Shockwave time. Okay, run him over, boys. Yukao about to get spun to death. Helicopter, the kick away. Xiaolongbao still gets him. And now with the onslaught of shadows, you're not getting out either. I don't know what they expected, Lyric. And Rookie surviving thanks to Pots. Puff bringing a close shot. But Xiaolongbao's a horse who is absolutely amazing.
Really great of him to bring that advantage he found in the early game and bring that into the mid play. Also of him holding on to his ultimate when he didn't need it, had it then available for when Chieftain was trying to escape. So just really nicely played by Xiaolongbao with the patience. Is we're gonna get replay to see how it's done. I love how Rookie doesn't wait for Xiaolongbao to start it up. He pops the ulti, no reaction coming out from Rich in terms of flashes. And again, look. He's holding on to his ultimate, doesn't go for it, noise the damage, has the E and W already proc. And then once Realm Warp comes out, he's able to follow through with the fear to set up for the damage to come out from Rookie.
2-0 now. Lyric, he's 2-0. He already had a lead in the jungle. And just when you think TT gets something back in this game, V5 pull it back in. This is huge. A 10 CS lead through mid, a kill now given over to Rookie. He has Herald on his jungler, and V5 is searching out for blood. Lyric, where do you put this, and how do V5 keep rampaging?
For V5, I think the fact that they've already gotten that plate down in mid just kind of cements it. They'll probably go for this. They've had pressure in bots, so they can pretty much roam PP God up at any time, even bringing Rich down. Because despite Rich being down in terms of CS, he has been able to maintain the push. Is New.
Oh, we're doing it again. The Nidoqueen coming through, and for New, all he needs is a couple more snips. Very cute indeed. New 2-0, and that's how you play Gwen.
And I mean, this is the matchup. Graves looking to push in these waves. New punishing the extension coming out from Rich. And again, a lot of it's coming down to him being able to land those fully stacked Qs. Needlework coming through. E not being able to dodge out. Still doesn't have the flash up, so isn't able to get that. So that feels like it's going to be TT's saving grace, is trying to find those kills on top side.
And Gwen carries games. Like, let's be realistic. Despite TT being down in gold, Gwen can carry games of League of Legends. So I feel like it's worth mentioning that at least they have something this time, Lyric, because last game, there wasn't really a lane that they could lean on.
No, and now I'd like to see Chieftain play towards this one.
He gets knocked back, though. Xiaolongbao has the onslaught of shadows flushed away by Chieftain. Now deep at Southwind with the unbreakable will. Has to get out, but there's enough damage from V5. Dredgeline flashed, however, might make the difference, but Rookie with the shockwave is the finishing touch. Puff off on the wing. He can't help out the rest of TT, and V5, doesn't matter how deep they go, they search for the blood until it's secured.
And it opens up for the Rift Herald play to come out from mid that we were expecting. They will be able to take this turret. It's going to open up both quadrants of the enemy jungle for Vision to be able to come through. So V5 going to be able to keep forcing the aggressive plays that we know them for. Like I was saying before, I just want to see PP God.
Okay, well, there's Dredgeline behind a turret that's not going to exist. Depth charge as well. Puff and Yukao, they're so deep here. When PP God tanks up the rest, it doesn't matter because V5 are now healthy enough to continue at their best. Xiaolongbao forward he goes, and Photic, still he has to crash down. Up and available. It's just expired, actually, so he's backing. And TT lose a member, and they lose the turret as well. Gold continues to pivot.
V5 continuing the lead. And I think for the side of TT, you pretty much have to commit Chieftain full time to playing around New in the top side, giving him vision leaning, maybe starting to look for some dives, just all in on this, because it feels like the opposite side of the map is at a point where covering feels so hard, especially with the mid lane turret down now for V5, and they can start just roaming as a 4-man. So we're going to get a replay here. Chieftain trying to escape, commits W, has to commit the flash. Southwind even coming in to save him. They almost get out as he does flash the dredge line, but then a Rookie utilizing the shockwave to finish that one up. And here, I mean, heck, V5 still wanting to push in aggressively. I don't think they have knowledge of where Chieftain was since he didn't show an award, but they still have confidence with 4 members strong, even with no ultimate on Rookie or Xiaolongbao, that they'd have the damage to follow through with this dive.
Photic starting to do a lot of damage here, even without the Trinity Force fully complete. There's a crack in here for Puff, but Photic in melee range is a threat to be reckoned with. 3-0-3 on Rookie, though. He's the person I should be talking about. He's got a Luden's Lyric, and we've got a jungler who's about to run people over with chem tanks. So Mythic's starting to come out, a lot of damage starting to come out. And even though we highlighted how New could bring this back for TT, it's just all the other lanes that are getting worse and worse every minute we play out. Now, this is an engage from Southwind, but I would be scared Shalom-Bao has Onslaught of Shadows. Photic on an angle. He might have to get out as New comes on in. The Shockwave is a one-man. The Death Rocket. Hang on a minute. Maybe Gwen can carry games. Cute, deadly, the whole package, Lyric. New trying to take us to 3.
And V5 didn't expect that coming through. I don't know if it was, you know, communication coming out from Rich or what, or they just thought, hey, we'd be fine pivoting back towards the mid lane, because New didn't even commit a TP to look to make that play, just walking down all the way from top. And 3-0-1 on the Gwen at this point. He has a level advantage over the Graves. No one going to be able to match him in sides. And for TT, that's an area of strength you can really lean on, is the strength you have in your side lanes. Rookie, not going to be as comfortable going to answer, which kind of leads me to wondering if V5 would opt into putting Photic in a side lane. Doesn't look like they will. I've seen it a few times where teams put Zeri in side lane just because you can very easily pivot between a side back to mid with, you know, your ability to traverse terrain. As we see here, TT started this one off. The big game changer was New roaming down from top side.
Nice little W. Really nice little W. Gwen is fill in the blank. What is Gwen? A,
you know,
immune.
I don't know. That's a tough
one.
one.
It's difficult. B, cute.
Absolutely busted. Premiering in season 2 of Arcane.
Yes. Gwen somehow, she's doing work for Jinx. She made Jinx's new outfit.
It could be.
He is the seamstress.
Yeah, you know, I actually didn't read the lore of Gwen or where she's from, so...
Apparently she's a doll. I don't know. I called Gwen an animal last night. I think I got someone angry on Reddit saying, Gwen's not an animal. Gwen is a doll. And I'm sorry to that person. But to be fair, Gwen in solo queue and in League of Legends right now, Gwen acts like an animal. This 3-0-1 animal is almost towards Nash's as well. So I'm kind of excited to see if New can carry this game, because the early game looked doomed. Chieftain looked like he wasn't able to play it. He was down so much CS, but now it feels like because of these last couple of plays, Chieftain's been able to catch up. And he's actually going to get to play Lyric.
Chieftain, I mean, he's going to have his role to play in teamfights, sort of trying to find access onto the Zeri with the kick. And I think another important aspect of TT's comp is just Puff being allowed to free farm, being able to get into this game, and, you know, he's going to have a massive impact in these fights with his front line being so big. So that's why at the start of the day we were saying, hey, I think if you're, you know, a top team playing against a bottom team, you just always ban away this champion.
Depth charge, flush away from. There's the TP on the side. That's the raid boss. The Southwind with a great knock up. The Death Rocket as well. News coming in with the needlework once again. Look at this Gwen. PP Gold going golden. And it's about Rookie Shockwave now as he gets the final needlework but doesn't get the kill. News without his teammates. And TT have just been blown up at their chances. Running forward again. The Shockwave pulls them back in. Where do you think you're going? Rookie says stay for a while.
And Rookie, once again, having one of these monstrous splits, is able to make it happen. Goes down. Doesn't matter. You helped your team pick up 3 kills. And for the side of TT, it looked like it was starting to come back together. They still have 2 Drake's Gold's not that bad, but we see the fight coming here as PP God's the one to aggressively start it off with the ultimate, forcing the flash out from Puff. And then instantly the Gwen comes in. Southwind follows up with the engage. They get some nice damage off, but critically not able to finish off Xiaolongbao, able to get away. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see the Realm Warp come out from Yukao, so he could be off-putting some damage here as well, as the fear does lean into making sure the Gwen goes down. And like you said, Rookie here, the big playmaker with that shockwave, to pull 2 members into the massive damage coming out from Rich and Foden.
How did he? Oh no! I was like, how did Rookie die? Was it a Sonic Wave? That's a double turret shot. No! Oh, it was such a good play, and Rookie changed the R at the start of his name just to finish it off.
Ooh, those Southwinds.
Okay, it's a dive.
Looks like they're going to punish Rich.
It's a dive, and there's going to be Yukao who's teleporting in. Southwind wants a headbutt pulverize. Realm Warp used as well to get behind him. 4 members against Rich. It ain't a hull breaker Graves, but he's acting like it. There's 4 members of TT now under the turret. They're chasing him. Better yakety sacks for our game too. The death cask, the rocket out of his pocket. And Chieftain finally helps get it. While V5, they're going to be trading this turret after so much time was burnt.
Also, credit to Rich. He cleared out the whole wave, right? Yeah. Throughout the queue, got off the collateral damage as well. So it even makes TT spend more time to being able to take this top lane turret. And now V5 going to be able to guarantee a second charge. Also pushing in the mid wave, so Puff not going to be able to come answer, not wanting to lose that golden experience.
And the turret's just going to drop down. Photic makes sure of it. So the gold trade goes back to V5, and Rich is laughing from beyond the grave. UCal so slow at pushing this one, Lyric, and remember, we have Dragon in about 20 seconds too, so V5 are on the right side of the map.
Rich heading back up towards top side. UCal doesn't have
Got
Realm
him.
Warp or the ultimate.
Well, Southland's going to be rooted now. Xiaolong Bao, he's decided he's going to be having beef tonight, and they're going to marinate it in whatever Oriana's ball has in store.
You know, you should know. You know, you and Oriana have a special bond that we talked about on broadcast before, but it's been a while.
I threw her on the arm, quite literally.
You did throw her on the arm.
I decided League of Legends has given me so much. Probably not solo queue, but the competitive game has definitely given me something. And I decided.
Here's a question.
To throw it on.
So you have the Oriana tattoo.
Yeah.
Let's say you ever met Rookie. Would you put Rookie's signature on your arm under the Oriana?
I don't know. He'd have to let me play as like his jungle or AD carry. He'd have to let me play a game, then probably yes.
I feel like you'd have to do it. I feel like that'd be you'd have Rookie's Oriana on your arm as TT being a little bit cheeky.
TT God thinks he's the one starting this, but TT are lying in wait for him. But Xiaolong Bao, that onslaught of shadows sends them apart. Here's Gwen though, and as you continues being immune, Photic's blown up. The needlework doesn't even need to come through. Rich was slow to the play, and for TT, a bit of a how you going.
Yeah, TT. I mean, heck, like you said, that invulnerability coming out from New, knowing no one able to walk in and get the damage done, allows him to get off enough to where TT are able to answer with the kill. Because it looked like that play could have been massive 4v5 with the onslaught of shadows coming out from Xiaolong Bao. But still, V5 are going to be able to press forward, get deep vision in the enemy jungle. They stole away a Raptor camp as well, so you have vision for Baron. You've denied some gold from the enemy team, so at least nice pivot by them to get a little bit more as we'll see the replay here. Like you said, PB thought he was starting off, but TT were waiting in the wings. At the end of the day, it didn't really matter though, because Xiaolong Bao here, Onslaught of Shadows, was huge. Fearing Puff and Sheep did not let them get the damage down, but New gets in here. You can see Rookie, Xiaolong Bao, these guys not able to get the damage off. And once again, the needlework just doing so much. Heck, the needlework's done so much. I think that's even the reason why we've seen Rich pivot into the boots of swiftness for the 25% slow resist.
Sure. I didn't even notice that. Good little call. So yeah, swiftness not something we see really all that much, but New being such a threat makes perfect sense. And I want to point out in that last fight and previous fights we've seen, Lyric, is hello, what's going on here? Gromp, collateral damage for Gromp. I would do the same. Very fair. Rich doesn't have much of a cooldown on it anyway. I was going to point out that, Lyric, we haven't seen the Hecarim-Oriana combo just yet. It's been one after the other or one before the other. And I want to see V5 partner up again with their mid-jungle, which has been insane when it's been Casa, this time with Xiaolong Bao debuting.
Yeah, and TT once again kind of setting up for the same play, but like you said, the mid-jungle, I don't even think it's anything synergy-wise. I just love how Rookie doesn't wait for... he's not relying on you to set him up for the opportunity.
Also
he
true.
knows he can find the opportunity himself. And heck, even a lot of his shockwaves, right, have started off the fights, or started off the picks coming out for them.
Good dredge line once again. PP God playing wanted, apparently. Here's a realm of those down from the UCal coming in, but the shockwave lies in wait now for Rookie. He's in a bad position, but he flashes over the wall and Southland's baited in. There we go, the crash down again from Photic, and he's supercharged. Now in a great spot, as so is Puff. He's got the range, but look at this. There we go. Photic running forward, PP God landing the hooks. This is Victory 5 fully charged.
And Victory 5 able to dance around that fight so well, buys time for the Gwen W to expire, and then for the Zeri to get in there and do all the damage. Now we are moving over to the Baron. Baron, 7k gold lead. V5 once again in control. It's been a little bit messier this time around. TT have definitely shown signs of life. But in the end, V5 is still the first place team.
Dude, more P's in the bottom lane. That's the difference here. I don't know how these hooks are connecting, but PP God is curling this anchor.
But for TT, right, it looked like they'd have an avenue with numbers advantage. Puff, though, sadly not in here. Chieftain as well. But New and UCal got in here first, but Southwind, without the follow-up, just gets blown up. And I think critically, again, New kind of forced between so many different targets. Photic and Rookie nowhere near. By the time they get into the fight, the Gwen W is already down. So you're able to start getting that damage off. And like you said, I mean, PP guy just ain't missing with these dredge lines.
Oh, you gotta love lollipops, especially in competitive play. Dredge line's still one of the funniest in the game. I think we saw a crazy Zenith blade the other day that pretty much hit Antarctica when it was, you know, aiming for Australia. So it was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. So some of the hitboxes are. That sentiment describes what they are, but kind of taking a look at items, right? Rookie now being on 3 items, Void Staff picked up, so going to be able to try and deal a nice bit of damage. UCal and other members kind of stacking armor, considering Rookie is at only AP damage, which means, you know, he's only going to hit harder against this squad. B5 now have the spot wave. New trying to answer in the top side of the map.
Yeah, but B5 are not going to slow down now. New's backing away. But Inhibitor's going to be opened up. The minion wave pushing up in that top side. But V5 are moving to yet another turret. Inhibitor blown wide open. V5 split, but still feeling comfortable. And Photic a little bit away from being able to push yet another Inhibitor down. V5's Baron Lyric, another minute 15 to go. And it feels like it is going to be a pretty deadly one for TD to try and defend.
And I mean, especially now that they've got an Inhibitor, they're going to get this Dragon off display as well. They can keep playing around 2 lanes, play through top and mid, try and guarantee, you know, the top inner turret, push that in, then pivot towards the mid, try and open up this Inhibitor as well, to where now New shouldn't have anywhere near as much threat with having to deal these supers down in bot side. You do now have objective bounties up, so maybe New can split push and get them more gold.
Uh-oh.
But
cool. Trying to charge away. Lyric, this game, I'm going to make a wild call. It's going to end in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
28:30.
Yeah.
You
know why?
You know, I'll give it a bit longer. But yeah, tell me why.
Because this is Chieftain going in, and Xiaolong Bao is edging for an engage. With 15 seconds left of Baron, I'm telling you the next 3 minutes. Because if Xiaolong Bao goes in, then Rookie's ulti with 3 items is going to tear them apart. Now, New is once again on the side lane. He's teleport almost up, but V5 using the remnants of this Baron to get this final push into the top side and crack the base from a different angle.
So here's what'll actually happen is they won't be able to find the engage, right? They're going to push in this wave. I don't really think they will go for an aggressive dive, considering that they are up against things like an Alistar. Heck, Ryze can lock them down. Chieftain has the kick. But Puff backing away, looks like to maybe buy.
Yeah.
No, doesn't even get anything.
An aggressive dive with an Alistar. Well, New's taken a little journey. Now, New will he regret it? Not against Rich, that's for sure. The rest of V5 posturing in case they have to move. And the wave's being cleared out. The turret's so low. We're still waiting for a Rookie. We got another couple of minutes before I become correct, Lyric. And as this next wave comes in, we'll have to see.
I mean, TT so far, having to respect that Orianna Ball Rookie, putting a lot of pressure on them from being able to walk up and clear the wave. And heck, again, they're playing around the two lane setup, right? Rich as well, pushing in mid. Now they can wait for the next wave, pivot together, and they should be able to guarantee this one as well.
Oh, New is here to defend, though, for the time being. Stepping up to the turret is another thing, as TT are over the wall waiting. No one willing to play over-aggressive here for V5. And Lyric, I guess you're right again. A heal was used by UCal. Don't get scared. He has unsealed Spellbook.
But you have a minute and 10 seconds. A minute, 10 seconds.
Okay, so Xiaolong Bao is going to set up the ulti. PP God going to get a crazy hook. We're looking at mid-wave channeling in, and Lyric, this is the play.
Okay, here it is. Okay, Xiaolong Bao, charge up the E.
Okay, now he's disappeared. New is actually spotted out as well. He's taking a Hex Gate. V5 are playing safe. Come on, what is this?
I think V5 kind of, you know, making the right decision by not just running headfirst. And right, maybe they could win the fight. If they do charge headfirst in and they just run it down, solid chance they come out ahead with the gold advantage translating into items that they have over the opposing side. But, I mean, they have inhibitor down in bot side. They now have both other inhibitors open. I think for V5, you can just look to reset, spend some of the money that you've picked up, and start syncing up some of these waves to make those pushes once again.
So while I'm wrong, I want to come back to what this game really means. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering, hey, it's V5 versus TT, this doesn't matter. I think you need to go into the kitchen, get a spoon, open your tin of Vegemite, and have a spoonful of yourself and remind yourself why you should be here. Because V5 with this win, lock in top 4. They're already in playoffs. They lock in top 4, and then they have a 2-series lead over any other team in the LPL. This would definitively tell you that V5 are ready to be the best team in the LPL and potential MSI representatives, skipping all the way to top 4. That would be huge, Lyric. They would be in the highest standing they've ever made. With a roster that we thought would take about a split to come together, it's been massive. And here in this final game, okay, New is not going to find him. It's a big deal, is what I'm trying to say.
Also, with V5 in the 2-series lead, after this series, they only have 2 series left. So at worst, then you're getting down to things like game difference and head-to-head. But I guess we got to go back to the action because V5 trying to find the fight. They have supers and bot that will be chunking at the base.
They will. I mean, they're already at the Nexus turret. Southwind walking in. Dredge line gives them ease of access. Chieftain low. Shockwave flashed away from by Puff, but it hits UCal. Even at half HP, the tank rises. Depth charge hits the backline. Chieftain way too deep for his own good. Shallenbao protecting the army. And New trying to come in. Rich blows him up, though. And the rest of V5 charge forward. Hail the new Kings as Photic makes short work of the 80 carries in our LPL pool.
And V5 going to be able to push in, actually show us what a top team playing against the bottom team should look like, completely decimating the series.
No upsets here today. They're going to lock in top 4 in the LPL, hold the margin of first by a massive distance. Victory 5, version 5 of the roster. This is a team that is heading towards the top, trying to get towards MSI.
Other teams cannot surpass them in terms of series score, considering they have that 2-series loss lead, and they only have 2 series to play. So nice for V5 that their fate is in their own hands. Their schedule relatively easy. They're playing AL and FPX, 2 teams who aren't in playoffs, but also aren't technically out of playoffs. So that matchup going to be critical for both teams. V5 going to look to lock themselves in, more confirmed to that top 2 standing.
That's right.
But also kind of funnily enough, look to play spoiler 2 teams that are under them.
That's right. I mean, they're holding in their palm of their hands a lot of this fate that we talk about in the league. I'm mentioning top 4 because for V5, there's no other team that can hit 12 outside of RNG and Weibo Gaming. So, yeah, 3. But still, the top 4 is where you skip rounds in playoffs. And if you get in the top 2, you manage to only have to play a best of 5 Lyric before you get to the double E-Lit. So it would give V5 such a good opportunity to put themselves in great shoes for this international. That's why I'm already looking at things like MSI, because for V5, they're one of the teams that I'm now expecting and going, wait, this actually could be our representative, and we're starting to know a bit of that now.
Please just give me Rookie versus Faker. Like, I am so on
yeah.
board with that, especially with the split that T1's having them play against this like really messy, kind of crazy team that is Victory 5 right now would be fun. Good performance coming out from them. Rookie, really solid game. As always on the Orianna, he is going to deliver. Photic showed up on the Zeri. And Shallenbao, overall, right? Shallenbao, his first series of 2022 in an official LPL game. And everything went smooth. Everything went according to plan. Nice to see that even with Carson not playing, Shallenbao can be slotted in very easily, and this team does not lose the pep in their step.
We got even more pep, right? Shallenbao's aggression added so much height to this roster. Felt like a perfect little match, and it's nice that you have another jungler in this squad that fits so well. Karsa unable to play here today, unfortunately, but Shallenbao coming through didn't add any problems, any concerns like, oh, actually, V5 relies so much on Karsa. And while I do think that is actually a true statement, I think Shallenbao gives a lot of different avenues, Lyric, and a lot of power where maybe Karsa doesn't in certain sense.
Right, this also is a series against TT, not necessarily to detract away from Shallenbao, but I think the point is this was even a good time for him to get a series in under his belt.
Mm-hmm.
I also believe you do need to play 1 series to be able to play in the LPL playoffs, just in case you need to sub somebody in.
Right.
So, point is Shallenbao playing it worked out. Victory 5 looked good. Victory 5 looked like the same team. They've looked like all split. The aggression was still there. Very meta compositions coming in from both sides. For TT, I mean, right, at this point in TT's LPL year, it's kind of more of a think about and look towards next year. Are they going to keep, are they going to revamp anything? Are they going to just keep trying to play heavily around like UCal and Chieftain, maybe invest more in side lanes? We saw a lot of investment into how New was doing in his matchups today. That's even what New said in the interview. So hopefully TT, who do still have one series left, I believe, can also bring it back together.
As we're standing by with Photic for an interview from V5, a player that I cannot wait to hear from, one of the best in the league.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Photic from Victory 5 with us. Congratulations on another very perfect 2-0 victory, and my very first question is about the ban pick phase, because in game 1 we feel like the opponent's team, they have chosen a very interesting draft. They have chosen the top lane Rise and with the main lane Lissandra. So during the ban pick phase, what's your thought or what's your reaction from the whole team? 那首先，恭喜方队，给恭喜我们威武再一次非常漂亮2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。那第一个问题也想问到的是关于第一局的 BP， 对面选出了一个相对有趣的一个阵容，选出了上路的瑞兹和中路的冰女。所以说，在 BP 的阶段，你们可能对对面的这样的一个阵容选择是怎么样的一个反应和预期呢？
就一开始的话就没想到他们会这么选嘛，但是就选完之后，我们打野就说对面上路是行走了300块嘛。然后就是比较好抓。
To be honest, during the ban pick phase, we didn't expect the opponent's team, or we didn't predict the opponent's team will have such ban pick. But after that, in the actual game, our jungler just told us no need to worry about this. We feel like the top lane Rise is just like the 300 goals, so it's super easy to have so many ganks to just target on the top lane. And yeah, we can see this from the actual game. And for game 1, I would like to talk more about the team fight around the 20 minutes. Around that, the opponent's team, they would like to use the second Rift Herald to push your main lane. But after that, you just find a very good opportunity to just flash forward to get a double kill. And after that, that's really guaranteed the whole team to just be able to rush the Baron. So tell us more about how did you find such good position, such good angle in that team fight? 那其实说到第一局，还想再问一下关于21分钟左右的那一波中路的团战，当时对面是放了第二先锋，然后想要推进你们的中路，然后你们也是在后续的团战中非常漂亮的，你找到了一波机会，直接是闪现向前，然后拿下双杀，接下来队伍也能非常顺利的去 rush 到大楼。所以说当时在那波团战，你是怎么来找到一个很好的一个位置的？
当时的话就我在家里，然后他们想推中塔嘛，然后我就说就是你们看球能不能留一下，然后打起来。然后就后面就是队友也留住人了嘛，然后我后面就是一个 W， 然后正好看他对面 AD 血很残，然后就直接闪现上去。
So before that team fight, I was in the Nexus, and after the opponent's team, they would like to just push our main lane. I told my teammates, maybe you guys can try to catch them, to try to make the hard engage on them, and then I just use my W skill to target on the opponent's team, and we realized the opponent's marksman, the health is super low, so I would like to just use my flash to flash forward to get the kill for my team. And let's move on to game 2. In game 2, both teams, you guys really have so many skirmishers from the very early game. Although you guys have more leads, but the opponent's green also skill up so well. So in the mid game, how did you guys manage to just restrain her performance in the actual game? 那其实来到第2局，感觉双方好像从前期都是节奏不断，一直在找机会。虽然你们也是拿到的更多，但是其实对面的一个格温也是发育的蛮好的。所以说，可能在实际的比赛当中，尤其是在中期，你们是怎么去限制对面的一个格温这个点的呢？
当时的话就是我中期就是死了一波嘛，然后当时打门的时候就说，就是他进来的时候先拉扯一下，让他交 W， 然后交完 W 之后我们再冲，会好一点。
So in the mid game, I was caught once, and after that, we feel like in the actual team fight, maybe we can just kite a bit to restrain the performance of that green. After the green use a W skill, we can make the hard engage on them. I feels like for that, the team fight will be much easier for us. And yeah, definitely game 2 is also a perfect win from you guys. And now, after you guys were able to get 12 wins in total, this further solidifies the position of the whole team at the stand ending. So tell us more about what makes this Victory 5 so strong in your perspective. 那现在你们来到了12胜之后呢，也是进一步确立了现在排行榜第1的一个位置。那我们也比较好奇，可能 Photic 觉得现在让这支 V5 能够这么强的最重要的原因、最重要的点是什么呢？
可能就是我们5个人都比较想赢嘛，然后就觉得今年机会比较好嘛，都就比较努力，然后在一起的话就配合也化学反应也挺不错的。
It feels like it's a very good opportunity for all of us. We are on very good momentum, on very good form, and we have a very good chemical reaction. Our synergy is quite good. I think as a whole, we can perform so well for this split. So I think this is a reason for us to be able to maintain such good form. And definitely congratulations again, and best of luck for the following matchups. 那接下来比赛要加油，再次恭喜你们。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you to Photic, thank you to Wendy as always. Good to hear from the Star 80 carry when V5 are now the best team in the league. I mean, V5 have been acting like the best team in the league for a while, but now cementing themselves with the 2-series lead, Lyric. I don't know where to fault them at the moment, as Rookie actually got MVP for that one, which you could probably give across the board.
I was going to say, I'm not too surprised. I think Rookie has Oriana a lot of stand-up moments, right? Even starting from the early game of him setting up that gank for Xiaolongbao with the Shockwave. Found another really clutch two-man Shockwave under the Tier 2 turn in mid. So Rookie having some great moments this time around. My God, I wonder how long do you reckon a highlight reel of Oriana throughout his career would be? How long do you think that can go into?
About 29 minutes, 13 seconds.
Oh, I was kind of expecting he'd maybe push it to the hour mark.
Yeah, because he's been around that long. Because are we talking just LPL, or would he go back to?
I mean his career.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And right, Oriana's a champion who's pretty much been around, like been meta forever. I'm sure there's pockets where she falls out of meta. Maybe we get like more aggressive picks coming in, but Oriana always a staple, and Rookie showing us why. Rookie also being one of the people who we've seen consistently kind of like push people in and solo kill them under tower on Oriana. So just a very fun player who makes this champion extremely fun. Was able to get the job done against UCal and TT here today. And the story for V5 now is just seeing if they don't drop the ball, if they don't do what every top LPL team does at the end of a split, where they just start dropping to random teams, which they have no business losing to.
Because the good thing is for V5, Lyric, I just looked, they only have to win 1 out of the last 2 series. Anyone's Legend, of course, delayed. If they get to 13, V5 will hold first. RNG, Weber Gaming, the only teams that can catch up to them right now on 12. And V5 have to lose games 0-2 for that to even be close. So right now, V5 in a great position to secure first. You're right. We'll talk about them next time we see them on the Rift. But for now, we take a break. When we return, we finish up with BLG versus Ultra Prime with BLG. Yeah, Uzi is starting. And Uzi needs to get a win because BLG, if they lose this series, boy oh boy are they in trouble.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh wait, Elk is flying!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! All right, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody knows.
Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from resetting.
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control. Once again, there goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I won with Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. Finn manages to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them for the back.
Oh, weekend. Really good to see you again. Where's my glass? I can't wait to hold you again. Come on, give me my glass. Mama, shake your ow. Shake me. Hypnotize me. The way you shake your it's tantalizing. You lose. Shake a little bit too long. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I This the part where y'all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
All these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost me all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Yeah, all those lies I told so many times. Couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow.
回归赛场还是非常激动的嘛，因为其实自己一直特别享受在赛场打比赛那种感觉吧，然后这次还作为首发去登上赛场，真的是又开心又很激动的，就觉得就是当时因为退役了嘛，然后又复出，我觉得这是一件非常不可思议的事情。我觉得每一个队伍的 AD 选手，我觉得现在都还算比较厉害的，因为我在训练赛中也都有去接触一下嘛，就大家现在都很爱操作，然后就是那种不怕死的那种精神，我觉得就是真的跟我当时很像，很勇嘛，大家都打的。然后艾瑞克的话，也是我最近看比赛比较印象深刻的一位选手，就是他的金克斯啊这种后期 carry 能力的 AD 玩得非常好。
Nice to see Uzi showing respect to his upcoming AD carry in this matchup, and Uzi being quite humble after years of watching him on stage, Lyric. I constantly remember this guy being very confident, very straightforward. Now seems as he's returned to competitive play, he's a lot more jovial and he's a lot, I guess, more appreciative that he's here in this spot.
And it's nice to see as well, especially considering that, I mean, BLG actually haven't picked up a win when he's played. He's been involved in 3 series so far.
Yep.
Only one of them he got to play the full 3 games. So, you know, he's starting here today. Hopefully another chance for him to show his stuff.
Yeah, and let's see if he gets to play out the full series. Against Ultra Prime, a must-win for BLG. Now, we were talking to you just before getting into the series about how important this is. For BLG, they only have 2 chances left, and this is a must-win. Against LGD later, a must-win too. Because for BLG, Lyric, they're only setting on 7 wins, 7 losses. If they lose any of these series, they risk going down to teams like OMG, FPX, even anyone's Legend, who are fighting for the final playoff spot.
I mean, even AL can get all the way up to 8
That's
series
right.
wins. So they definitely are, you know, not in the best of spots right now. So hopefully for BLG, right, they are favorites coming into this series. We just need to see them be able to pull through some of their issues in the mid game.
Well, issues are important to talk about because, well, at least before we get into that, we can talk about the highlights and then go into some of the lowlights because we know that some of the highlights are that BLG have a very direct game plan when Uzi's on the Rift. Lyric, tell me about it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because when Uzi's on the Rift, we gank bot. I wondered if it would be like that drastic of a change once he came in, but it really has. Like, I think BLG before Uzi came in, Weiwei's pressure was like more dependent on what lane matchups he had. I think the team was decently disconnected, but we saw in their series against EDG, no, seriously, this team is just putting resources into the bottom lane. It was 2 games in a row where Weiwei going towards bot, Fofo as well, just here to enable this bottom side. I think even beyond Uzi being on the Rift, I think Crisp probably been the best player on this roster this split. I think Weiwei had a pretty decent start to the split, but it's been a little bit rough in recent weeks. So nice to see them enabling the spot lane, trying to set Uzi up to be the big carry he's always been, and also allowing Crisp to show off is still, I think, one of the top supports in the league.
Oh, yeah, Crisp again. I like that you said he's been the best player on this BLG roster. Have to agree with you with solo laners not being as flourishing as they were in previous splits. Crisp has tried to be the gel that keeps it all stuck together. Lyric, I was leading up to this before. But BLG, you said they have problems. We know they've got problems. Their mundane mid-game, you called it, and I need you to elaborate on this because for BLG, I'm just wondering why this team has had more direction but just hasn't been winning games.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of BLG games where they actually come out with early advantages. They're first in terms of the first bloods they're able to find, like they're willing to play a bit aggressively in this early game. They have an advantage of 15 minutes, but the thing there is you see goal difference 15 to goal difference 25 doesn't change really at all. They're not taking a ton of Drakes. I think they performed decently poorly around this Baron, as we actually have some clips here of them losing to EDG, just consistent Baron dances. And to where last series we talked about how V5 are always looking to turn the cogs of the game forward by like invading enemy jungle, looking for picks, setting up vision. BLG don't really do that. Remember this first one where kind of tragically Weiwei resetting in front of Baron when the teams were having this standoff, opens up EDG to bait it out for the pick, sets up for then, you know, EDG to be able to take the game from there. And then even here where BLG are the ones instigating the Baron dance, because despite finding the early advantage with champions like Tryndamere and Ahri, they weren't playing around those side lanes. They weren't playing looking for picks and like enabling the strengths of these champions. They didn't really know where to go. So they're like, Baron's up. Let's just force the Baron and see if we can find the fight with this Alistar, but weren't able to do it once again, kind of throwing away an early lead that they had in the game.
And which is a shame, right? Because I think we've seen BLG, like their early games have been more potent as we've gone along, and especially against V5. Game number 1, as we saw recently, BLG were able to pivot and keep up with pace. And that's the thing about BLG. We talked about them being a bit of a lull team at some point, Lyric, where they'll kind of just sit back and go with the pace of the game itself. But for BLG, as we've come to develop their early game and come to develop this team, it does feel like there's adaptations. And going into today, I want to see if they can bridge that gap. And more importantly, I want to see what Uzi was talking about, which is his matchup versus Elk. Forget me talking about trying to be smart. Elk versus Uzi. That's where you put the brain down and you start picking up the dumbbells, because we're going to see who can bench press, who can bicep curl bigger.
Yeah, and I think Elk is like a very good matchup for him, considering that Elk has been a standout this split. Elk has by far been the best player on Ultra Prime, single-handedly carrying them to most of their wins. And you look statistically, right? a lot of Uzi's stats. I mean, he hasn't played too many games, but still incredibly good. Aggressive in the early game, kills specific 15. These guys are 1 and 2. Both of them putting out insane damage numbers, kill participation being there, and then jungle proximity. What we were hitting on with Uzi, it's like, hey, even Hacker playing a lot around the bottom side for Ultra Prime. So I think this matchup will decide the series going in both ways. Sadly, Ultra Prime are out. It is kind of very convoluted considering that IG still technically aren't out, but it specifically comes down to the fact that Ultra Prime can't match they can't match OMG in terms of game score, even if they do match like series. AL can technically still finish all the way to 8th. They can't match BLG in game score. The only team they can is FPX, who Ultra Prime lost to early in the split. That's why IG are still in, because IG, maybe they can't match OMG. Maybe AL can still finish higher than them, but in a situation where FPX do come out ahead, IG still have yet to play them, so maybe they can get head-to-head. So that one single circumstance is why IG are still in, and Ultra Prime are technically out. So playoffs get so complicated once we get into Week 9 of LPL. Sad to see that Ultra Prime can't make it, but, I mean, at least this team does have things to build off of going into next split in their star-studded AD carry.
Yeah, and more than that, right? Like, Cryan coming into the roster for the first time, like, trying to piece together what this team wants to do. I think we've talked a lot about, like, Ultra Prime's identity for the split, and it hasn't been as strong as even teams like Anyone's Legend, FPX, OMG, some of the teams above them. But Ultra Prime still have some of that flair, and Elk and Xiaoxi have been played towards like no other. It has been a focus on that bottom lane, which is why this matchup's going to be fun, because Ultra Prime, from the start of the split, Lyric, we were talking about them sending all roads towards the bottom lane, but Uzi comes in and BLG changed their playstyle, so we know that action is going to be in the 3s and 4s, at least for this series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really interesting take to see how it does pan out. You'd expect BLG to have an advantage in both of their soul lanes, so that could also impact it, right? We had a clip of Fofo roaming 2-bot with his Ahri in their last series, so if you are having numbers advantage being into that bottom lane, really enabling Uzi and Crisp can just be a world of difference.
There he is, once again, starting this series. As Lyric said before, he's only started one other series, and I should say, only played one full series. Is the important part. Uzi here again today, starting off, and BLG are starting to fluctuate with who they bring to the Rift. And it's interesting again, more sense of direction, but can they fix this mid-game madness? What did you call it, Lyric? Mundane mid-game that they've been having.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the big reason why a lot of our perceptions on BLG is the fact that they are so slow. It's not really in the first, 10, 15 minutes. Like, they keep pace with other LPL teams, in a lot of cases, have more aggression than some of them. Just really in that mid-game where they do slow down.
Well, on the other side, Ultra Prime, starting with Alias here today. It's Hacker Cryan through the mid lane. Elk and Xiaoxi are your bottom lane duo. Again, a bot side focused team going up against BLG stylistically. That's why this matchup could be so fun in the 2v2s, especially when I think that Xiaoxi and Elk have been some of the stronger members of Ultra Prime who might be out of playoffs, but still had some pretty big moments this split.
Especially when both Hacker and Xiaoxi are also willing to play extremely aggressive. I think Xiaoxi, very flippy. I mean, he will always look for the engage. And I think Hacker's had some of the more fun moments from a jungler this split where there's actually a decent amount of times where Hacker wants to find the creative gank, so he'll just like flash over walls to get to lanes faster and set up the gank. I actually have I think 4 clips saved up of him doing it. Really fun. Typically doesn't work out, but here against BLG, maybe you set the bot lane behind. They're investing so many resources, that can be the world of difference. But like we were saying, even just beyond this bot lane, Breathe, I think the expected favorite in this top lane matchup against Alias. Fofo, I mean, he had the number of most LPL mid laners last split. And now going up against Cryan, who's much more team-oriented, right? A lot more of a role player in terms of just trying to push and move or playing later on for these team fights. Has had a decently proactive champion pool to split, though. The Ryze, the Syndra, quite a few LeBlanc games. He pulled out the Amy once earlier in the split, so you at least know he wants to make an impact.
MSI champion, by the way, let's not forget, 2021. So Cryan still has a name to be feared. Against Fofo here today, and we're going to have a lot of conversations, you and I, about these solo laners, especially on BLG's side, because starting off the split, Fofo and Breathe were just massively underwhelming when they were top 3, top 4 in their role last year.
Oh, 100%. I think Fofo's laning was just like so superb coming out from last split. In Rare Adam, the way they played very much was dedicated to how he played the game in my mind, because Fofo wasn't too active on the map. He wasn't like constantly roaming or looked to transfer his lead. It was very much get as big as I can for the big team fights and carry. So we haven't really seen that work out with this lineup. And then for Breathe, I always thought Breathe was like all right to solid in lane, had some interesting counter picks, and then I always thought he was just such a huge monster in team fights and some of the impact he was able to have. So I don't think these guys have necessarily been bad this split, but like you hit on, they haven't been able to find some of those like big, like star-studded performances that they were consistently having in past
You know what I
splits.
relate it to? I relate it to that split, I think last year, one of them where Rookie had an okay time. I think it was 2021 spring, where Rookie wasn't playing bad. Remember, you and I were discussing, he wasn't playing bad. He was just playing a little bit less than that huge ceiling that we know him for. And that's kind of what I see with people like Breathe and Fofo. They can have a good split, but they just don't have that monstrous split where people go, holy crap, who is this guy?
Right, it just all comes down to expectations and like what you think of these players, because I mean, it even goes, I think Cryan's a good example of someone who, like, if Cryan's not playing well in RNG, you're like, my God, like, what's happening? But if Cryan's, like, being serviceable on a mid-tier team and, like, doing his job, you kind of, like, view it differently. So expectations being different across the Rift is already straight in the draft.
Well, Lyric, I'm about to sneeze, so you take it from here. Zeri, Jinx still open, Gwen still open. Ultra Prime might have to ban one of them because Breathe has been pretty big on the Gwen. And we know that either way, like, they're going to give Uzi that first pick Jinx. If they don't ban it away, it's Renata instead against Crisp.
So assuming that, you know, Ultra Prime are willing to take the Gwen, I think it makes sense to not just ban one instead of the other, because then you're giving one away for free. For Aliez, we'll see if he wants to go towards it. Does have 3 games on the pick so far. Has actually been much bigger on other things. Most played being the Ken in this split. He's picked up things like the Jace and the Camille. So they aren't going to go towards that. Instantly just going to lock in the Aphelios and their jungler. And BLG getting a really solid setup so far, bringing out the peel for the bottom lane with the Tahm Kench. We saw how instrumental that was in our last series. And Weiwei getting on something that is just so, I'd say, multifunctional, right? Aggressive in the early game, bit of a jack of all trades. You serve as a good front line, so BLG really solid draft. Ultra Prime coming with the aggression.
I mean, doesn't it make sense when I was just talking about Gwen, but how dare I, Lyric, when it's all about the bottom lane, of course you're cementing a strong 2v2 for BLG and a lane that can push and move. For Ultra Prime, similar priorities here as we go into the second ban phase.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, I mean, they ban out the Jace. That would kind of potentially signal to me if they're setting up for a Gwen pick. But one thing slipped my mind, maybe why Ultra Prime didn't go for it in their first rotation of picks, is the fact that Breathe is one of the players who does have like the biggest amount of counters he's willing to play into it, because he consistently plays at Akali. He's also been one of the players who's brought up the Fiora into the Gwen as well. So for Ultra Prime, they do got to be a little bit careful. This is still definitely the best pick left open, in my opinion. And despite the fact that we have been seeing a lot more double AP just because of the strong champions in top lane and certain counter picks being available, not always the biggest fan of double AP when you have an assassin in the mid lane, because if the enemy starts prioritizing MR, Cryan's job can just pretty much become impossible, and you're just doing a lot with your ethereal chains to lock people down. But Gwen, too OP to ignore.
That's right. So we'll see what counter Breathe wants to take this time around. On your note, when you're mentioning what he's willing to take in the past, or what he has taken, Breathe with 13 uniques, Fofo with 12. Like, this is a team that is willing to flex around with Breeze's massive champion pool. You were talking about this one. It's his second most played, 75% win rate. Breathe is going to take it again.
Yeah, comfortable in the matchup. You know you put a lot of threat onto the Aphelios in the back line with the flanks you can set up, just throwing down the Shroud in the middle of a team fight. So, makes sense. Then we get a Fofo special as well.
A new champion.
As someone who has been around since day one of Fofo's career, back when I was coaching in LMS, the 2 champions I specifically think of Fofo for are LeBlanc and Azir. So it is a matchup he knows extremely well. And now for BLG, I mean, they have a bunch of range to play off of. You can kind of play this sort of front-to-back team fight, have Breathe come in off the flank, threatening them, while Jinx and Azir will just be able to whittle down the front line. Ultra Prime, way more pace towards their composition, right? I mean, Lee Sin and LeBlanc definitely should be able to get tempo in this mid-jungle matchup to start impacting these sides. So we're going to be looking at Ultra Prime to be the ones putting a more aggressive foot forward.
Well, Cryan and Hacker got a big job to do. Again, we talked a lot about the bottom lane and Cryan enabling the rest of the map as well, Lyric. A big part that I think can really revolutionize this game number 1 for Ultra Prime. They are out of playoffs. Headset down. Yes. No. Fist bump. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got there in the end. Otherwise, we can't look over the logo, Lyric. That has to happen for us to get into the game. As I was saying, what was I saying? What was I saying?
You know, I don't think you even started off with your point. I think you were taking the breath to start with your point, and then the fist bump came out. So,
yeah. Ultra Prime.
Do you ever know what you're saying though?
Ultra Prime out of playoffs. BLG aren't.
There we go.
And now that I'm back on track, BLG are 7-7. And I always give you guys a bit of story because I like that people can tune in and kind of understand where teams are at in the LPL. And I like for this one that I can tell you that BLG, they might have Uzi, they might have some big name players, but this team is still not locked in playoffs. We have 3 playoff spots left remaining, and BLG are in the mid-tier right now. 7-7, they're holding 9. But if they lose the next 2 series, even if it's just one of them, they can be contested. BLG need to come through. They need to smash Ultra Prime today, then LGD later in the week. It comes down to this team if they want to secure playoffs. Otherwise, Ultra Prime can play spoilers. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and sorry, we got a little bit off track there before. But now that we're into the game, Lyric, you talked about Ultra Prime's mid-jungle being everything. We want to see tempo from them to really shut down BLG from smooth sailing into this game with the Azir, with the Jinx range.
100%. Already looking for a bit of action. They're just going to get a ward down, I assume, and not really commit to any kind of heavy invade. When talking about where we expect Hacker and Cryan to look, just because of the dichotomy of the teams, I don't think it would be top right. It would be down towards the bottom side. Even Breathe being on the Akali. Akali, once she gets a few levels under her belt, could be quite a hard champion to look to commit resources into putting down on the top side, just because of her E, her Shroud, her ultimate. Like, you have so many ways of buying time and escaping ganks. So for Ultra Prime, you expect it to be mid-jungle into bot focus coming out, getting Elk ahead, having this big, strong mid-game coming out from him with his Gale Force aggressively going forward, Cryan jumping in, Hacker setting up these plays. BLG, I think it's a lot about stabilizing early. If they can find individual leads in their lanes, that's where they will really thrive, especially up in this top side. Breathe can struggle a little bit early on, but especially to that level 6 mark, Akali does incredibly well. One of the nuances of the matchup, right, is just from the fact that a lot of Gwen's damage comes from stacking up your Q and then getting that damage in. Akali having the ability and mobility to back off with the E or even just throwing down the Shroud. You can wait out, try and let that time out, and, then look for the trade. So we will be watching Breathe in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, a matchup, again, that he's opted into for before. We're highlighting this guy's breadth of champion pool. And as he's going to be on a bit of an island on the top side, we know the game plan for BLG. It's way pathing towards bot. It's Hacker for now, who went buff to buff, just in case. He's been chunked out a little bit. Crisp and Uzi hit 2 first, and the bottom lane 2v2. Again, all attention lands there. Where we're going to spot out a bit of a Poro, and now he's on the right side of the map that BLG have just loved playing towards.
For BLG, I mean, I feel like we've just seen this Tahm Kench be such a massive pick in the LPL so far. Just the amount of variation it plays with, right? Having the peel available, but also the amount of aggression that LPL supports play with the pick. I feel like we see 2v2s every time this champion comes out from, opening up with an abyssal dive and then just being able to home forward there.
There's a little dredge line, but Chris not going to take a turret shot. He's not close enough. Elk with a good trade back as well. The minion just died, and Chelsea's right on top of the hook. That's going to hurt Chris quite a bit.
He does feel some pain way now, though. He's going to be using the scrying plant, going to back off. Does still have his bot side camps up in the Raptors and the Krugs, so can default into those as Hacker gets vision down on top side. Hacker, I don't think he has too many opportunities in terms of ganking these individual lanes themselves. Even when we said focusing on mid.
Oh no, that dredge line this time. Chelsea gets a great one, then he gets the bad one. He flashes away, ignite the trade for Chris, and BLG's bottom lane kind of get a freebie there, Lyric.
This is what we know Chelsea for, though. Chelsea will always look for the hook. That's why he is a little bit flippy. And, instances like that, pulls himself closer with a minion kind of left in a bad position and gets punished. But in a different world, hook lands, everything goes smooth sailing.
Lyric, I forgot to mention a little bit of a call it LMS, PCF face-off here. Xiaoxi versus Fofo. I know it's different lanes, but different top teams of the LMS in the past.
Oh, of course, right? We have, you know, Fofo coming from TPA, then which rebranded to JT, and then Xiaoxi, of course, famously handpicked by Sword Art to be his replacement when he was kind of phasing out and knowing he was going to move on to other regions. So a lot of history here. Fofo being around longer. I believe 2016 was his debut year off the top of my head. I think in his first match, he solo killed my mid laner on the reverse of this matchup.
Oh, he did. Well, Fofo, ever since, coming to the LPL, has been a big mid lane player. Again, that was many, many years later. Right now, he's facing off against a couple of people towards mid. Chris having to flash away. He came to help out. Ignite comes down, electrocute as well. But he's out for now, at least averting the dive away from the bird chicken thing in the mid lane.
It's still nice that they were able to burn the flash out from him, because we were theorizing that Ultra Prime would put resources in the mid. One of the points I was going to make before the bot lane skirmish happened is finding ganks on a Fofo can be quite hard themselves. You know, Zir, very safe champion. I mean, you have the dash to be able to get away as well. So I think for Ultra Prime, a lot of it's going to be kind of hovering with mid, trying to just guarantee the push for Cryan, and now looking bot, especially with Chris not having that flash, could be a point you can look to repeatedly punish.
Both supports out of that summoner as well, worth mentioning. Breathe and Alias hustling up in the top lane. Someone stole the 10-pack of chicken McNuggets, and Breathe and Alias are blaming each other. Big Wave pushing up into that top side turret. Way up in the top side, but it doesn't look like his pathing will continue there. For now, Hacker continues to hover between his two solo lanes, and Breathe continues to have a great time up against this Gwen.
And he already has his level 6. And this is where we highlighted the matchup can become quite hard for Ali, as you have a lot of ways to just dodge out on the damage that the Gwen has, and, enough burst to be able to take her down. So have to be a little bit careful. Luckily, Hacker is still able to guarantee that topside scuttle, despite the prio that Breathe has in that lane. And now for Weiwei heading back down towards the bottom side, but for Hacker, his camps are still up on this top half of the map.
Yeah, so let's just clear him and see where he goes next. Again, mid 2v2, trying to get priority here. Cryan for now, not really finding much success in the individual lane. He's 6, which is worth mentioning as Hacker gets close to his. But Weiwei heading back down to the god tier lane. Lyric, we must praise him, we must say good things, and we must give Uzi support.
And it makes me wonder if at this point in his career, if it's like Uzi calling for all this attention, or if it is just, the players on his team knowing. Well, it's like they know, hey, this is Uzi. We know if we put resources in, we'll win. Having coached teams with players like that, right? Like the BRTTs when I was in Brazil, Naru when I was in Turkey. It might not even necessarily be them having to call for it. You just know, hey, if I put resources into this player, he will carry me.
I mean, he's in multiple games has been a pretty big condition. But again, we talked about the mid game for BLG. That was the biggest concern here. So we still want to see them get off to a bit of an early game start. And the early game start, I guess, coming back to what you talked about, is just getting through what Ultra Prime can dish out with the early laning phase when the strong mid 2v2 Lyric was all you talked about. At least around this Dragon, this Herald, we should be able to get an answer on what Ultra Prime can do now that they've hit the 6 point.
And it looks like they're going to be angling up for this Rift Herald. They are bringing Xiaoxi up the top side. Elk will be heading down towards bot. Breed still has prio in this top lane matchup. One of the things they can feel good about, again, is that Azir are not going to be able to dish out as much damage. It's okay, Breed. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's not falling for that one. Xiaoxi now spotted out as well. Look at where Crisp has gone. Straight to the bottom lane. They say, forget the Herald. 4 members spotted up in the top side. Excuse me, 3. Apparently, I can't count. But at the very least, BLG not wavering from this Lyric. They are fully committing to this, and Elk now has to get pushed out of bot.
Still, Weiwei not down in this bottom side jungle yet. So not able to punish Elk. Looks like he might be heading over now. They still have time to build up this wave a little bit to try and threaten the dive. At least try and zone Elk away from some CS. But Weiwei also having the shadow for his mid laner, knowing that Xiaoxi and Hacker will be just behind this mid lane, considering they just picked up the Herald.
So not bad for Ultra Prime, really. I mean, Herald picked up. Everyone from UP is going to the bottom lane. Uzi's trade will only be shared plating between him and Chris at the value of 1. Elk will be able to defend the rest, and here's Hacker, here's Crine, who now move into Fog of War. BLG feeling confident with their vision control in River, but I'd say that is hella worth hit for the red side.
100%, right? We saw Weiwei, I believe he was doing his Gromp at the very start of the interaction where we saw Ultra Prime head topside for Herald, so we saw he did want to angle for the dive, but just not there in time, already having the wave in the turret, so a little bit behind on the timing for the side of BLG to be able to try and get more. Uzi does have a 10 CS lead, so that's something, but still, I mean, Elk getting all the experience, not having to share it with his lane partner, I think didn't lose all too much. In Ultra Prime, now we're going to be looking at, with this Rift Herald, what they are able to do with it, but haven't really been able to guarantee push in any of their lanes to where there is an obvious answer.
As the knockup comes through, but it is slightly missed. Xiaoxi baiting in for the hook, or at least thinking he can go in. Weiwei was spotted out. The missing pings are there. Ultra Prime, it's not even sussy at this point. It is just obvious. And as he gets spotted, he backs away, and there you go. Chris not getting the engage. The game stays at 0 kills at 10 minutes in. BLG through laning phase alone. They still have the gold lead, though. The only lane that doesn't have a CS lead is jungle. And Lyric 15 up in the top side, 10 throughout middle, let's call it 5. And Uzi's down in the bottom lane. Pretty decent start for BLG, all things considered.
And something we just need to double down on is the fact that if the game goes neutral, if the game stays slow, I mean, that definitely favors BLG and their composition heading into the mid game and some of these team fights. So Ultra Prime not even able to start stacking up any early dragons. As we've hit on, they've had to push in both mid and 5.
Okay, well, he's going in. Devour's there. Ignite down. Xiaoxi once again has his summoners available. As Uzi gets spat back out, he says, man, this guy tastes like experience. Hacker over the wall with a blast cone. He's got a Herald, and he knows exactly where to put it. A dredge line in. That's a risk, Xiaoxi. A big old risk that he almost paid for it while Breathe up at the top side. Are you ready for a solo kill? But son, he's not winning.
No, Breathe getting a little bit ahead of himself on that one, hoping to finish off. Doesn't look like the second part of the R connected with the damage, and Alia is still having, you know, the stacked up Q, and also looks like he had one more proc of needlework. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one to see how it all went down. But point is, he thought he found it, he did not. Breathe having the advantage so far in this lane, gets E down, procs the bone plating, waits for that one to go down, goes in with another Q. Looks like he did get an auto off with his passive. Damage following through. Does get the ult off, but the resistances he gets from the W, the healing coming out from his passive. Gwen doing Gwen things.
Do we laugh at Gwen? Do we laugh at Breathe? Either way, it feels like the play in top side deserves, a bit of both. Herald in bottom lane. Ultra Prime are going to be head and gold here, Lyric, and that plating shed off to Elk means he's now even in CS, but also up in gold over the 80 carry extraordinaire. Top side as well after the dive. The kill evens out the CS lead. And for Ultra Prime, they may not be super far ahead in this game, Lyricas. What happened here? Okay, a bit of a doozy. That's what you'd call a Russell tussle in the bottom lane.
Hey, and it goes back to what Uzi said in the pregame interview of he actually has respect for Elk. He knows a lot of AD carries now playing a lot more aggressively, and it reminds it of himself. And Elk definitely showing that in that exchange. Again, it's kind of a bit of a tragedy that Elk is on a team that is performing so poorly in the LPL. They're 5-9, so it's not like they haven't been able to pick up series, but you know, the fact that they're already out of playoff contention is a little bit rough to someone who has consistently been in playoffs for the past few years of him being in the LPL.
WE, it was Elk who got better and better with each year. Previously known as Jomong. Remember when he first came into the league, people were like, this guy's a bit of a meme. But each and every split, Elk became better and better. He's had some pretty pop-off moments, and
now that you mentioned it, it's kind of funny that like the story of WE in 2020 with him was kind of like, hey, funneling everything into bot side because their bot lane was so like back and forth. You knew they were going to play aggressively, but typically it was going to end in them killing themselves and losing. So they had to funnel resources to cover their weakness. To now, it's you're funneling resources into him because he has been one of the biggest strengths in terms of AD carries. So kind of nice to see how the script is flipped with, you know, more experience and more improvement coming out from these players.
Almost went to Worlds. I mean, it's worth mentioning that WE were one of those teams that could have done it in the past couple of years. For Elk.
Yeah, last split.
Yeah. Like, it was so close, and I thought WE could do it. As we're getting dive territory. Who's going to be depth charge eaten up? The knock up from Xiaoxi. Chris goes himself, and the Ignite, they're blowing up. Uzi takes one, and Chris just played that so well as Breed Shuriken flips on in. But now with a double distortion, Cryan laughs him to death. It's a trade, but I have to say that Chris is making me hungry for Tadpole.
I mean, how fast his fingers were in that moment as well. Devour instantly goes for the knockup, knowing he's going to have the follow-through to try and guarantee a kill.
Hacker wants a Sonic Wave. Turret's going to go down. Now that it's down, Hacker still wants to follow up, but this Licky Tongue is literally playing the sushi game in Pokemon Stadium 64. I feel like he's getting top score.
I got to say, though, that honestly great game.
Yeah.
Probably the funnest mini game in that is, you know, they were being a little bit, I think, on the knife's edge with sticking around, but we're going to see here again. Like, crisp, amazing reaction time, instantly goes for the tower. Jumps in right away, you know, in sync with the TP. They guarantee this first kill. Cryan here misses an Ethereal Chain, which that confused me, but still, with Breathe going and trying to find the kill onto Hacker, it just opens up for Elk and Cryan to turn around. A bit tragic as Hacker looked like he was only about 1 HP. Could have at least been a 2-for-1 as we come back onto the map. BLG going to start this one up. Crisp is here first, but the members of Ultra Prime are on their way.
So Breathe is struggling, but now Uzi is not. So we've got a weird dichotomy in this game as Fofo and Chris start moving away to the second Herald. Teleport being burned in. Ultra Prime want to bustle their tussle, as I don't know what that means, so we're going to rustle tussle, excuse me. If I say that word again, pause as Breathe goes into the back line. Chelsea going golden Wayway with the ulti immediately. Uzi gets the execution with the ulti himself, but Elk with a 3-man, but he's only got the Calibrum. Breathe making up for his mistakes as Chris wants to go over again. Jumping on in, kicked away. Hacker with the note button, but BLG, all they can think of is, yes, Fofo's ulti and flash available, and with that Ultra Prime, pay the respect.
And now BLG could be able to go back onto this Rift Herald, guarantee themselves that objective. You look across the map. I mean, even just pan on this mid lane turret right now, how low that is. One charge of a Herald will guarantee that and start opening up the map for the side of BLG. So a lot to take away from that fight.
Lyric, Brian a little bit fried, but as we see the replay, I'm sure I'll now see that Breathe made up for his earlier regrets in this fight as he split apart.
I mean, we saw him dissuading the backline. Fofo as well, doing so much to push Elk away with the Sand Soldiers. Cryan not able to get in the midst of things. I believe Elk's Moonlight Vigil just completely... Okay, so it does actually hit. It looked like only 2 members. Don't think it hit Uzi. As Uzi able to follow up with the damage on the back line. But I feel like the key part of that fight was, again, Breathe kind of pulling Hacker and Cryan around on one side of the fight, and then Fofo Soldiers in place, not allowing Elk to walk too far forward. So they're able to just take Shoutzy out of the fight right away, guarantee the numbers advantage, and be able to follow home from there. And for BLG, they have so much consistent DPS, right? Yep. That's what Azir Jinx brings you. In extended fights, they're going to do extremely well compared to the opposite side for Ultra Prime. You have a ton of bursts coming out with this LeBlanc, with this Lee Sin. So typically, you want to be able to find those quick picks, be able to transition that into numbers, and then be able to either take the fight from there, or at least you got the pick so the enemy doesn't feel confident in trying to force a fight into you, so therefore you just get the objective for free.
So tell me, Mr. Bill Gates, in 20 seconds for BLG, their ultimates are back up and available, and it just feels like Fofo, who has a bounty for some reason at 186 CS, had the tools to play a straight 5v5 with not many angles needed apart from Breathe.
Yeah, and for BLG, they're already transitioning into it. You can see Fofo making his way down. They don't have vision around the bottom side, so that does open up a potential area where Cryan can flank.
Nice bit of damage. Uzi sending the rocket, and people want to lull at that. You know they do. But the reason he does that is to burst down the 80 carry. They open up mid. They open up near the Dragon Pit. They're going for a second charge. Azir's Sun Turret is playing a CD disc in place. And as Ultra Prime accept the push in of the Rift Herald, they lose so much damage on the inner. BLG sticking around. The Dredge Line not connecting. Cryan bursting down quite a bit, but Uzi going to recharge, and that Dragon is still on the agenda.
I at least like that Cryan understands his role in these fights for the fact that he can just pivot in and out trying to get this poke down. Remember, Tom Kench, not all too great against poke in terms of, you know, your Devour being able to save against all in, so if he could get consistent damage down onto Fofo, Uzi, whoever, it'll do a lot in the long run. Ultra Prime, I think, if they want to find fights, kind of need a flank to come out. Hacker's looking for it.
Well, but he's going to be too late. I mean, there's no smite in front of the Dragon. Ultra Prime want to face after the fact as Wayway's at half HP. Hacker's still there, but it's a double Dragon. Chelsea flashing, making Fofo bird his own. That's nice. But Ultra Prime still haven't found a pick. Crine going forward. Hacker now joins in. Uzi off to the left side. They're running at them. A bit of a stare-off, an awkward one, like that person who walks past you in public and they're staring at you and you don't know why.
Yeah, that, you know, to me that kind of sums up the USA more so than any other country I've been to. I don't know how much it sums up Australia in your mind. I feel like your people seem way too friendly for their own good, so I guess it's not
we drink a lot
not
too.
very much. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Because, you know, BLG, 2 Dragons, not much of a gold lead, but again, in terms of game state, I feel like not much of a gold lead is still a pretty big gold lead for their side. Now we're going to see how much Cryan is able to do on this LeBlanc, trying to find picks in this side. Now we're starting to see him link up with Hacker, the thing we talked about a lot in the early game. It's going to be all about the Lee Sin and LeBlanc, but Fofo going to respect, and Wayway even doing a nice job of covering.
And so they're just continuing to push themselves along to a nice, easy point. They've got 2 Dragons. BLG, this is a mid-game that we now need to talk about, Lyric, because, excuse me, mid-game has been their problem. Mid-game decision-making around Barons especially, around some of these neutrals, has been some of the issues for BLG. And now that they've got a couple of Dragons, they're in the driver's seat, but they've been in this position before against some of the even better teams and have kind of dropped the ball.
And right, this is where we started talking about for BLG, that typically they don't really know how to turn the cogs of the game forward. I think luckily for them in terms of composition, this is kind of a fine one to just be like, hey, we're going to sit, we're going to chill, we're going to play the Dragon stacking game, because you know it's just going to become rougher and rougher every time for Ultra Prime to be able to try and force their way in. BLG especially with, I mean, even Disengage coming out from the Emperor's Divide on Fofo. Other members other than Cryan will have a very difficult time. So I feel like in those standoffs, you're going to be relying a lot on trying to get down the poke we saw before.
Yep.
Now for Ultra Prime, I think it's about just trying to find that avenue in through the side lane. That's why I see Hacker just, ooh, Shousey might be fine.
Okay for now. You don't get the 3 Talon strike. You need the number 3 to connect here for Wayway to get the knock up, and good little return here from Elk. It's pick potential for both these teams, and everybody starts rotating. It goes to nothing, and everyone goes back to the side lane. So I guess we're just going to farm up until the next neutral. Hey, Hacker's here, but Fofo has a slide and glide, and I'd be scared now that Wayway's here. The damage massive. It's 1.5 item Azir, but for Cryan, he's a 1 item LeBlanc. Nothing happens in the end, and unfortunately, Lyric, we have to talk to each other again.
Well, one thing we need to remember about BLG's composition is that it doesn't really have engage. I mean, right, you're kind of throwing out a W into an E coming out from Wayway. Maybe Chris starts off with the Abyssal Dive, but point is, you don't really have a ton of ways of trying to aggressively push for a lot of these advantages or find picks like Ultra Prime does. So at least it kind of buys Ultra Prime time in between objectives where it's like, hey, the enemy team's not really able to force onto us. So there are some, at least, silver linings or exploitable areas for Ultra Prime to be able to buy time, get more items onto Elk, who is, you know, keeping pace with Uzi, sitting on 2 items so far. So kind of looking at him to be the reliable big carry. Ali is also not really too far behind in terms of items, despite being 20 CS down in that top lane matchup.
It's kind of been trailing like that the whole game long. Ali is in the laning phase, started losing to Breathe. Got the solo kill when Breathe tried to dive him, and has been keeping up ever since. So worth mentioning the Gwen, I agree. As Baron's now up, but it's that Dragon in a minute that leads to an Ocean Salt for a team that has an Azir and a Jinx. That would be detrimental for Ultra Prime. So I'm curious about the setup for this one, as Cryan and Hacker still group up together. BLG matching them for now. Fofo has a big stick with a huge piece of sun on the end. And as his turrets disappear, his soldiers, I should say, I still want to see the slide and glide to see that Emperor's Divide.
And Fofo critically doesn't have flash up just yet. It will be up soon, so it's very important that he was able to finish off that Zanya's, because that could have been a potential target for Cryan to look to punish. Just look at the minimap. Aliez angling for a flank.
Is spotted out though. Breed does a good job with the control ward after the fact as well. Damage onto Uzi. I wonder who sent that towards him. Probably Cryan, as his ulti is down, as he picks up the lettuce in the river. Looking to finish that salad up, and Ocean Salt apparently is part of it for now. Lyric 3 seconds. Ultra Prime slow to the river, but BLG not exactly sitting on top of it.
No, BLG taking this one slow. And we need to remember, as you highlighted, Breed kind of playing off on this flank, making sure that Alias can't come from behind.
He's not there yet either. I mean, he has Death Rocket, but no heal burned in the replays. 3k here for the Dragon. Hacker in front of it wants the kick and gets it, but he's out of the pit. BLG can burst it down. Hacker, what a grave mistake. Elk doing the damage though, and a fight potential is there. Crine jumps on in, and Fofo now on the back of it as well, doing his job in the pit, but he's being burnt down. The ulti, the escape, the flash, he doesn't get through. It's so messy. I absolutely love it. Like a 5-year-old boy's room. Clothes are everywhere, and no one's picking them up.
No, but BLG walking with the Dragon. They're heading the team fight so far, but the fight's not ending.
Okay, they got grabbing him as well. Uzi eaten up for a second. Chris will throw him out with a massive shield. He now gets reset. It's a bait. Elk walks into the trap, and Uzi and Chris deal with him, but no!
What? Wait!
Somehow, Elk gets it. Chris is going to be next. A triple kill. What the hell did we just witness?
A 6-0 Aphelios. Look, we were hitting on single-handedly winning games for the side of Ultra Prime. Alone turns that fight around. My God, I wonder, what he's going to be able to pick up off base with how much gold he's going to have in his inventory. Luckily for BLG, they pick up the Dragon, so they are on Soul Point. But my God, what a huge fight coming in from Elk. And I don't even have time to pass back off to you as we go straight into the replay. We see Weiwei coming in. They get chunked low because they're being forced onto the Dragon. Nice ultimate coming out from Weiwei as Hacker tried to find the kick. That's what guarantees the Dragon for their side. They instantly get on top of Xiaoxi. They have the numbers. This is where it kind of looked like it'd be a clean wipe for the side of BLG, in my opinion. But Elk able to find a huge Moonlight Vigil onto Fofo.
Cool.
Fofo funneling into the pit feels like a bit of a mistake coming out from him. And this is where BLG still wanted to angle for the fight because they have the range coming out from Jinx. They have, the 3v2 coming out for their side. But this is where things go a little bit awry is throws down the turret, gets the stun off with the Gravitum, instantly turns to where the Devour has to come out, lands the skill shot, hits up with the auto. But here, this is where I was surprised. I want to see what damage just absolutely bursts.
What?
What?
It's just a crit.
Just a crit, yeah. Just a bit of RNG being in Elk's favor.
I get it.
But still, that's exactly what you need. I mean, picked up the IE off of that one, has the stopwatch as well. And now, I mean, my God, you have to watch out for him Gale forcing forward, throwing out a Moonlight Vigil, just deleting everyone.
Yeah, I mean, stopwatch worth mentioning, right? And 6-0. The 3 items you picked up. Lyric on the other side. Uzi has 3 items too, but the stopwatch difference could be crucial. In the last fight, we saw that Fofo did an ult. Where are the soldiers, dude? I just want to see the massive shields bop someone into a corner. Fofo, this is his signature pick, and so far, he hasn't had access to change the way the fights are played with his R button.
No, and I mean, even if he doesn't, look for a crazy swoop and group on some key target, even just using it to play next to your Jinx and peel feels like, a great way of playing. And him going down so early took away one of the advantages in BLG's comp, which, making it very hard for Aphelios to walk forward into a Jinx Aphelios, right? Again, going back to that old mantra of just picking things that outrange him and make his life hard to deal with. But Elk found the opportunity in that last team fight with the Moonlight Vigil, and now Ultra Prime trying to find this mid lane turret.
And this has lead them ahead in gold. Ultra Prime, it was the early game that BLG controlled, and they might still have 3 dragons, but UP are now 2 items, 3 items strong, as we talked about in the 80 carry case. They're in a very good position in this game, and as Dragon comes up in another minute 30, I think we're going to get that fight again, Lyric, and once more Ultra Prime seeming to be favored with now 3.5 with the Last Whisper picked up on top for Elk.
I still feel like BLG are in the commanding position in this game. As you can see, that they don't feel comfortable matching Breed in the side lane. That's why we're continuously seeing them group up as a 5-man and drop waves inside. So they're losing it on that front. You still have a gold lead on the side of BLG. The fact that you're on Soul Point puts the pressure of landing a steal or a smite into Hacker's court. And I mean, right, that fight went so well for Ultra Prime, but it also was with Fofo going down so early on. When Fofo put himself in that aggressive position, Fofo, at the start of that fight, was actually next to Uzi.
Yeah.
Aggressively went into the pit and gave the window for Elk to come out. So I think BLG should still be slightly favored going forward in fights. But Elk's flash about to come up, the stopwatch still there. If he can survive and get that damage off, there's always a chance for Ultra Prime.
And they have the wave pushed up for now as well. Breathe setting up for the top side turret. BLG back in the gold favor, but it was only to the side that they took as Wayway actually caught out. Death Charge going to be used. Hackers here, they're in melee range, but Chris to the rescue. Teleport used, but it's in the middle of 5 people. Luckily, away he goes as Breathe manages to survive, but now it's front to back. Breathe makes it a back to front, and Ultra Prime are going side to side. Elk going golden though. Fofo's all getting Alias. It's up to Uzi. Kill the president. Elk needs to go down and he falls. Finally, BLG can breathe.
And now we're going to see, can Cryan steal away the dragon and make sure they can't get Soul?
No, he can't.
Yep.
There we go. Chris actually going in as
Chris.
well. Crying gonna die, and immediately Ocean Soul coming into effect. Uzi running that TP's gonna come through, but Chris won't be able to interrupt. Out goes Crying, and Ultra Prime, it looks like this time their window was not successful.
It's so crazy, too, because initially that TP looked like it was going to be a huge mistake. Of course he'd be able to get away. He's an Akali, but the fact that he's able to find the re-engage, it opens up for Soul to go over to BLG. I mean, again, it's been messy. Yeah, I think you said it in the last team fight, been like, you know, a young boy's room closer everywhere, but in the end they were able to find it. Wayway, though, gets caught out. Really nice angle coming out from Cryan. Sets up for them to find the all-in, but Chris clutch there in time with the Devour. Looked like a huge whoopsie. Ultimate and the E comes out straight away. He's going to be able to follow up on Hacker here. Bursts him out with the R2. And then with no real way of locking him down, with Xiaoxi already throwing out his ultimate and his Q, Breed's just able to keep running forward. We finally see Fofo use that ultimate. Throws Alias away, and then Elk is able to find one in return, but Uzi gets the reset. He can keep going forward, and BLG just completely wiped the fight. So Elk massive, 7-1-0, but Uzi 5-1-5 now on this Jinx.
But my MVP of this game, if it's a BLG win, has to be Crisp all the way. Like, Crisp has been not only a saving grace, but has been so clean with the timing of these engages. Crisp again on Tom Kench. 1-1-9. It's 10 out of 11 kill participation. Chris has been one of the best supports of the league. And now for BLG, it looks like they're going to continue striving forward. Try and give Chris this win in front of the Baron at 2K. As Sonic Wave connects, they pause, they hold, they wait for Hacker to take it, but he doesn't. It resets as Breeze goes golden. He's done a bit of a whoopsie. The ult comes through. Eaten up, saved by Crisp again. Wayway's ulti great as Crying has to get out of dodge. Hacker with the Sonic Wave won't take it, and Fofo start to whack away over the wall. This bird is about to serve as Breathe is caught out, but no! He takes down Crying. The mid laner down, boys. We start again.
Yeah, and BLG go right back at it. They still have the range to play off. Fofo looks like he's trying to play zone control, not allow Hacker to get in, putting out a huge amount of damage.
Xiaoxi might regret this one. There's a depth charge there, but Alias has come from the flank. He's teleported in. There's the dredge line again. Onto the back. Hacker needs a steal. Alias running through in the pit. Head up, knocked up. The needlework big. They need to take it. It's secured. A massive steal, but Fofo again. This chicken is doing his dance, and Alias looking for his pants. Fofo versus Alias is now the matchup, but they're going to back away with a stolen Baron and the game going on.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, Ultra Prime find the kills, they find the Baron. It looked like a hopeless situation. Elk starting that one off by deleting Breathe. Breathe completely regretting his decision to go for that flank. And then kind of being collapsed on from both sides, Ultra Prime were able to pull it through. Now, not only the Baron on one member, also able to pick up another turret. Heck, even getting the objective bounty gold on top of it.
It's big. It's a big play when this was the second attempt at Baron Lyric, or is this the first?
This was the second. This is where we see Breathe go in, just gets one shot on that end. And then Alias, I mean, he's on the Gwen, right? So he loves these fights in close quarters, where he's able to get off all of his AoE. Fofo with a really nice ultimate to push two members away and guarantee that kill. But at the end of the day, I mean, the Gwen being so pivotal, Breathe not able to find his mark, and it allowed for Ultra Prime to once again find another saving grace. And let's be real now. We know this game's going to be decided at Elder. 100%, this game will be decided in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Whoever comes out with that fight, I feel like they just win the game. Ultra Prime shouldn't be able to do too much with only having Baron on this one member, especially from the fact that we've seen that Breed's been able to keep up pressure in that 1v1, and that Alias outright avoided him. So maybe push it in the spot wave and can pressure the tier 2 turret, but it shouldn't really turn into much more for the side of Ultra Prime.
it's against Ocean Soul as well, worth mentioning. Ocean Soul giving a nice little boon here for UP. For BLG. It's UP now in the solo lanes with the Baron buff you mentioned, and you're right, it's not doing too much. Both are going to slowly clear this away. Elder's up in a minute 30. Ultra Prime do have priority in the map, it's worth mentioning, but Breathe is solo pushing this side lane, adding his own piece of pressure. He'll get this inner turret. Ultra Prime aren't taking the back here, but it looks like Breathe is going to be extra cautious and won't stick around to say hello.
Yeah, Ollie is he's not gonna be that cautious. He's gonna stick around, use his Baron buff. Is playing pretty decently, right? The second he sees the members of BLG not show on mid wave anymore, starts to back up a little bit, play a bit more reserved, push out waves now. Pretty much just gonna be looking at summoners, cooldowns. What do we have?
Yep.
Uzi, no flash, gonna be a critical one. But on the opposite side, Elk also doesn't have his flash. Neither AD carry coming out with stopwatches, so if they get bursted out, it is just pretty much they are gone. Luckily for Uzi, does have the Devour to rely on, unlike Elk not having any defensive tools. So I'd say relatively even fight in terms of summoners coming out. You do have the double Zanyas for Breathe and Fofo, so does feel like some more tools there. For Ultra Prime, Aliez feels like the big one to buy space for Elk to be able to pop off.
Yeah, and he has Zonyas as well, so he can be a bit more aggressive. Note that Fofo, speaking of items, doesn't have the Rabadon's death cap before this fight. 10 seconds to go, and Breathe is on an angle as well, sitting with a needlessly large rod too. In between items for BLG, we do have a Hex Drinker here for Elk, which is going to help give him survivability for Breathe for Fofo. We begin, Lyric, in front of Elder. You said this is what it's going to come down to at 9k already. Ultra Prime had the perfect Aphelios guns. Elk is level 17 and ready to dish it out, but Hacker's left in the pit by himself. Weiwei forcing himself in. The Crescent Guard comes through, but Alias gets full access back onto the Dragon. Weiwei wants an out, and as the Ignite comes through, Ultra Prime, they've started off with a plus.
I'm just so surprised that Weiwei aggressively walks in and throws out his ultimate against the Gwen for no reason.
And he had to heal.
And it just gives Elder. It just gives Elder up.
He had to heal. Fofo gets hit by Elk. Breathe, acting like a prodigy in the back line. But now for BLG, they're so split up. Ultra Prime are going to clean this with the Aphelios. BLG, what happened? Ultra Prime getting access to Uzi. He's going to get a reset here. Hang on a minute. Dodges away, kites up. Uzi trying to 1v3 this against Alias. He doesn't have Elder. Uzi's not the one with Elder, but he walks into a grab and getting a reset again. He tried. That's a noble attempt from the legendary AD carry, if I've ever seen one.
He was kiting so well, but then he walked into the crescendum turret, which got him so low. Of course, Ultra Prime have Elder. And my God, the BLG submitted late game is so tragic. We see it time and time again. Hysterics, it hurts.
It's just repeating, and Ultra Prime, they're playing upset here today as they run through the middle of the map. BLG on their last legs in game one, all of a sudden against this Elder. Chris trying to buy time with the knock-up away. He gets destroyed by Alias. Breed down to 1v3, but Elder's doing work. Elk dodging away. The better AD wins with a massive question mark as Weiwei's next. Ultra Prime turn and burn for a game one upset.
I mean, great coming out from Ultra Prime. I mean, again, Elk, really good performance coming out with the Aphelios. Always feels like he's the member we need to highlight. Crying had some moments on the LeBlanc. But what? Like, I don't understand what BLG were looking for in that moment where we see Weiwei walk forward, pop the Crescent Guard, and like try to force onto the Gwen. You then get chunked low and have to back. It's like, in a standoff, I feel like you're the team that should be fine. You had just pushed in mid-wave. They're losing, experience and gold. You can just keep poking them down with your Jinx. Azir, sure, the LeBlanc will be putting some damage off on you, but you're the team that has Ocean Soul. I feel like in that extended standoff, you'd feel fine. You're waiting for the LeBlanc to come in. You have a call. Like, everything just felt fine to me until they so aggressively pull the trigger and just give them Elder for free.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah. BLG, the same team at least, they remain true to their issues. Because
I figured it out.
Look at it.
I figured it out.
What is it?
I figured it out. Someone touched the monkey paw. It's like, can we get Uzi back? And it's like, yes, you may have Uzi back, but he is never allowed to win a series again. It has to be it.
The button.
Has to be it.
The button.
The button. Yes, it's the button. It's the button
thing we did yesterday. Yeah. I don't know. I'd be sweating for BLG. in a series that's so important for their standings. They haven't even locked in playoffs yet. BLG now down a game against Ultra Prime. And if you don't follow the LPL, note that game difference is really important too. BLG right now in a +3 game differential, which is great. But every game counts when we get towards final position of playoff standings. And with BLG yet to secure, this is a really hard hitting game one. Ultra Prime only fighting to upset here, Lyric. And, you know, Elk is once again the focus with an Aphelios game that needs to be looked at very highly.
You know, and I think an important thing to point out is, right, like you said, they're on 7 series. FPX or OMG, one of them will 100% get to 7 series because they play each other. Even looking at someone like Anyone's Legend schedule, Anyone's Legend plays WE. They still have a series against Top Esports, which I think is doable. Like, my God, if BLG don't win this, I really feel like they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, if they can't do it against Ultra Prime, can they do it against LGD? There's so many questions. Ultra Prime start us off this series with game 1. A massive turn and burn, to be precise. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see if BLG can recover from that massive throw.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大龙升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 보아프 백도 오죠.
Here's around the base, it's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there, but Thorn has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available, but Griffin, can they actually make this win? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。
记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What? Throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很沙发也有，然后差不多很神的法的也有，就是这种盲僧什么末眼闪。 都很有，然后沙发的差不多都是这种，就是王皇之 EQ 闪控或者什么周通一闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。
升降级呗，打那个发条打新单。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到苏宁吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
还是接着。 S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
The Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我，我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个宁王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对，就是可能红 buff 拍了1DG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again at Shower. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略强龙吧，
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在小路我们高地那边玩单场，应该1个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就应该说一个就2020年季后赛打方 pass 那把 BLG 就操作了一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play!
I think was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna
Wow.
die.
正常操作就是打暗击，他那个阿卡丽把那个加掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Kareem.
去年打 NG 那把齐安娜吧。
On Kareem, but Kiana in a dragon fight. You can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。
令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中1个的话就好了，就收下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him. Forget the Nexus. Forget the Nexus lyric. Ace needs to kill him. He goes into GA.
Yeah,
Nexus
boy.
exposed. The Shy taking down Viewview. Finally, are we there? We're there.
Something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die, and I for
下一场对阵 BLG，然后他们打野微微的话，算是那种前中期进攻性比较强势的那种选手吧。就对上他的话，感觉把自己的前中期打得更好一点吧。对阵 BLG，我觉得赢下他们的关键就是，我们得把我们 BP 做好，然后队伍的协调性做得更好一点吧。
Well, doing a good job on ban pick. I mean, that's one part of it. Beating them in the mid game and I guess decision making overall. Lyric seems to be the other part. Welcome back, folks. I am Hysterics. I already said his name. You don't get to be said twice. Tell me what the heck just happened in game one as Ultra Prime picked up the win.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, there was like the Baron, which was super messy. I think BLG were trying to play too many different sides of the fight. Then there was that Elder, which again, I'm still mind blown at how BLG approached it of having that fight. But hey, one player who played really well, who deserves a bunch of credit, who we highlighted, is Elk. And I think Ultra Prime have been a decently one-dimensional team in terms of who, like, where their carry threat's going to come from and where their resources are going to go. Like, you always know it's going to be this man, which is probably another reason why they haven't been able to pick up more wins. But still, I mean, Elk has been one of the most exciting players to watch this split and just see what he's able to do with the pieces around him and be able to pull out these wins. 41% of his team's damage. That one crazy... I don't know if that was a quadra or an unofficial penta, but my God, he actually just killed everyone in this fight.
I mean, it was surprising. Like, Uzi was pretty much on a rampage here, and BLG had more numbers. All it takes is a turret. God, I hate Aphelios. This champion Lyric, what a blessing. But it's in no disguise.
I mean, I was gonna say, let's be fair. This was not anything to do with Aphelios being insanely strong. Yeah, he was fed. Also, again, the ways BLG were taking some of these fights was so questionable. This one being the Elder, where, I mean, Weiwei getting chunked out of the fight at the start, then having to go and take the Honey Fruit, which just gives Ultra Prime the Elder. Ah, God. Especially when we're saying, like, BLG cannot afford losses with the situation they're in. Like, realistically, even if they do somehow lose all their series, there's still, like, a chance they get in playoffs, because then it still depends on, like, other teams picking up wins. But... like, you don't want to leave it. You don't want to leave your destiny in other people's hands.
And I don't think 8 with BLG, like, facing down. I mean, Rare Adam look like they're taking a spot. OMG, FPX kind of facing off for one themselves. If BLG only end at 8, teams like Anyone's Legend can come up and snipe them. So, I don't know. It's looking pretty scary at the moment. For BLG, it is only one game. But remember... game differences, Lyric was saying, is so important. On the other side, for Ultra Prime, they might be out of playoffs, but man, does this team look good. And that's kind of an LPL thing, isn't it? When teams are out and the pressure is off for the split, they somehow just perform like 20% better.
It even just makes sense in terms of, like, team side if you were having any issues, which losing series can lead to a lot of, like, internal team, whether it's drama or fighting or even just, like, small annoyances. Once you're out, it's like, well, losses and wins don't matter. Could lead to jovial atmospheres. So, you know, who knows? Ultra Prime picked up that game on win. We come into draft, teams on the same sides, pick and ban so far, literally the exact same. Ultra Prime, yeah, just gonna go straight back to the Lee Sin. Right. And I gotta say, I feel bad for Crisp in that game one, because I felt like Crisp played phenomenally. You were even saying if BLG win, you want to see him get MVP, because my God, it's Tom Kench.
So good.
The engages, like him saving Weiwei in that one skirmish where Bree TP'd and killed everyone, like, it was just going so well. Looks like for BLG, they are going to change one thing, though. They have been one of the teams who have been willing to go away from the Gwen because of the counter picks that Breathe plays, but looks like they will just lock that one in. Did feel like Alias was able to do a lot in those later team fights, especially around the Baron, right? Got in there, the needle work, just the amount you're able to do in an enclosed space. So I think it's a pretty good call by BLG to pick up this one, because, I mean, they have two of the strongest power picks on the patch, if not the two strongest power picks.
And I'd say if they want to go for their support again, or even jungle, one of those is going to be a power pick too, right? Like, Tom Kench is so good in the LPL at the moment. And as Chris wants to rinse and repeat, look at that nod. Yeah, I can nod with that. I'm down with that, yeah. Okay, Chris, we'll nod with you, and that's because he's got Tom Kench again.
Now for Ultra Prime. Ooh, this one would be pretty interesting. Just going straight back towards LeBlanc, you have the option of banning out 2 of the picks you don't want to play against on the opposing side. I wonder if they dedicate a ban towards the Azir, because Fofo did do a lot that game. You know, obviously didn't make the most happen early, did have some fights where I think he could have played it better, but ultimately felt like a lot of the deciding fights were, you know, is Fofo alive or not?
Yeah, like Fofo's ulti, is it come down or not too? I asked that question a lot too. Lyric,
you did.
I feel like to the point of being mean at some point, but look, we're in a similar position. This time around, we instead of getting the jungle though early for BLG, we get the Gwen. So Ultra Prime, is it even worth banning away junglers? Yes.
Looks like for them the answer's gonna be yeah, but Weiwei has played a ton, and I mean Volibear's gone. The Xin Zhao still being something that's left open. Once we get further down in that pool, you'll have like the Hecarim and, you know, Rek'Sai technically still available, even if you don't have a ton of early pressure that the Rek'Sai can sit up for. But point is, there's still options on the side for Weiwei if he does get heavily banned out. BLG on the opposite side going to be banning away some of the top lane answers into the Gwen. And especially for Alias, when he hasn't played all too much this split, Jace really being the standout of something that plays into Gwen since they've already banned out the Kennen themselves. I don't think Alias seems like the type of player to be too confident pulling out something like the Akali. Maybe you could go for a Jackson sit up or side lane, so some options there as the Hecarim going to be taken off the table. Still leaves open that Xin Zhao.
I mean, Gnar as well on that top lane champion pool. He's played a couple of games of Gnar so far. Camille too. We've seen hit or miss, you know, against champions like Gwen. So there are some options for Alias. You bring up a great point that, you know, it has been ZS to split mainly. Alias coming in a bit recently, and there we go. We do get the Gnar, so a different direction of team composition for Ultra Prime now with their top lane locked in.
I feel like we've seen Gnar struggle a lot into this matchup, though, just with the all-in threat that Gwen does provide. You don't really have too much kill threat yourself. Obviously, you could try and chain up with jungle once you are bringing out that Mega Gnar bar, but now we're moving over to BLG. They are just going to go back to the Azir. They said, hey, this matchup was totally fine. Fofo was doing a lot of work in the team fights in that last game. Still going to play this style that is kind of kiting out the engage coming out from Ultra Prime. And when you're playing this kite, you're playing the zone control. I mean, Poppy offers so much with that ultimate.
Yeah, and, you know, against Lee Sin, against LeBlanc, Gnar, Rakan would be the same. He would stop. Oh, sorry, she would stop. 4 engages coming through here as well. Zenith Blade blocked by Steadfast Presence, so you're going to get a lot of value out of W against this comp. But I know, Lyric, that's a bit one-dimensional, but it just feels like for Weiwei, he's going to have a great time here on this champ.
Oh, I agree. And again, holistically, I think BLG's comp like has an identity. Like, it makes sense what they're trying to do. The one thing I will say that we saw evident in the last game is that they looked like they really struggled without having any like full-on engage in their composition. They kept trying to bait out those Barons or start Elders, and since they didn't have a great way of starting the fight, that's what ended up with Weiwei going for that engage in the last game where he just got chunked out. So that could be something that bites BLG in their mid-game once again. I think how like game state and win cons are going to be very similar. For BLG, it's slower, it's scaling. Again, it's kiting out, get on objective first, force them to walk into you. For Ultra Prime, we saw the pick comp come into fruition in last game. It's going to be very similar this time around, still with that mid-jungle as a focus. And then in team fights, Cryan trying to whittle people out, trying to find the flank coming out from Hacker to land the kick, and then setting up for Elk to be the massive carry.
Well, pick comp is important because for Ultra Prime, you said it yourself. It was Hacker and Cryan who started linking up past that, what was it, you know, past that like 15.
Kind of like 15 minute mark?
Yeah. It took a while, but eventually they got there, and you know, and then Ultra Prime, they got to play the flipping game in front of the Elder at the end. For BLG, let's see if they can shore it up because their backs are against the wall. Ultra Prime are already out. They're a team that are fighting for nothing except being a pain in the bottom. For BLG, 7-7, they are outside the playoff range for now. If they lose this series, it is getting concerning with BLG only having a total of 2, including this one, left to play. 9's the magic number, and BLG losing this would not be able to reach it. It would be massive to see Uzi return to the LPL, and in his first split, with Doggo at his side, not make playoffs. That would be a news story.
Uzi still has not picked up a series win. This is his 4th series he's partaking in, his 2nd one that he's been like a full-time starter throughout all of the games. So that would be quite a crazy world to live in, but also goes back to, I remember something Dagda was talking about early in the split, right? That Uzi has not been successful on a team other than RNG. It doesn't matter what rosters he's gone to. Thinking back to, I believe it was the OMG team he was on, when he went to like QG and was on that roster, just not able to work out, only finding success with RNG, and sadly that curse might still hold true.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi's runs in early years as well is what I always think about. And Lyric, I think about it because 2013, 2014 World Finals, not able to pick up the title, and then between rosters in the LPL, then returning to RNG is, of course, it rebranded into RNG. Before it was Starhorn Royal Club, or sorry, it was just Royal Club, Starhorn Royal Club later on, and then RNG finally came through, and he won an MSI, but never got his world title. Getting a bit ahead of myself, but it's always fun talking about narrative for the person that has the most narrative in LPL history besides someone maybe like Clearlove or even Zatai, a PDD. Like, there's a lot of other people. Good knock up here from Chris.
Ooh.
Ignore me for the time being because 2v2 in the bottom lane from Crisp and Uzi. We're talking about the man, and he said, I heard you knocking, and Elk won't come in.
And it goes back to the point of Chris just being still such a monster in this split so far. I really do feel like he's just always in the conversation for best support in the league.
And again,
setting up,
oh
finding it
my
again.
God, he's just done the same thing again. Like, Elk is now 2 for 2. The heal burn this time as well. Versus Chris with Ignite. It's going to be a summoner trade in the end. But the bottom lane, this is what happened in game 1, Lyric. It was pretty good when it was just 2 versus 2.
Oh, they're even going for the dive, but Hacker's here.
They're so deep by themselves, and with Hacker there too. Now they need to kill onto Elk. Down is Crispin. Down is Uzi. Lyric. Oh, a bit too far.
Yeah, you just threw everything away that you worked for. What? My God, are we actually sitting in a world where Ultra Prime might 2-0 BLG? Is really going to happen? Everything was going so crisp. Everything was perfect. They look for the aggressive play towards that bottom side. Unfortunate that Hacker, did do his, top to bot clear. We see them going for the dive here. Elk's only level 1, so that's why they want to look for it. Looks like even if Hacker wasn't here, it would have been quite rough. Maybe Uzi would have been able to find one, and you're trading a 1-for-1, but still. Now, luckily, neither kill went over to the Ophelio, so not picking up too much gold, but still not really denying him all that much either with your AD carry going down.
And we're going to go for round 3, aren't we? Or was that round? That was round 3. Round 4 at the potential with Weiwei getting involved. So they're going to double down, it seems like. At the very least, Uzi has shoved in the bottom lane with Chris once again. We keep panning towards mid because Fofo's getting great trades here on the Azir. As the smite comes down and it's Weiwei to steal it from under Hacker's nose. Nicely done. BLG needs something because they're down about 700 gold after the mishap spot.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the reasons we're seeing Fofo trade so aggressively as well, trying to make up and find advantages elsewhere. Not really having too much in terms of CS advantage. Did force Kryna back, but he also had TP. Fofo, now you would expect to utilize that TP to get back to lane as well. Breathe has had pressure in this top lane matchup like we've talked about. The all-in threat coming out from the Gwen means Alias does have to play safe, other than when he does find those Mega Gnar timings. But even then, Breathe throws down his W. Alias is fighting into that, where you're getting the more resistances. You have the damage and easily able to stack up those Qs, so... Overall, BLG still having some advantage in other places that Weiwei can play around, but we already hit on for BLG's comp. It's not all too proactive in the early game. You don't really have the setup in your lanes. It's a lot more about the 5v5.
We want to see it pace out once again, get into that 5v5 that should have been successful in game number 1. Ultra Prime pick comp you already talked about here. Off to, a decent start with Hacker picking up the kills, and when we have a comp that revolves a lot around mid-jungle, Lyric, it feels like Lee Sin getting early access to kills is actually a very good thing to get the game pace started.
100%, and even just moving beyond mid-jungle, right? Once we get to mid-game, I feel like Ultra Prime's comp is just very strong. The amount of bursts coming out from their jungle, mid, and AD carry. You have Xiaosi who can start up fights on pretty much at the snap of the fingers, so... Ultra Prime have options. BLG, though, trying to get their bot lane back into it after the earlier mishap.
I mean, Elk is pretty suspect to this one. Weiwei hovering off to the side. Ultra Prime been playing this 2v2 pretty well. Despite Elk walking into Ws from Crisp in the early stages of the lane, it's still going to be a safe phase as Weiwei has to walk away. This is, Blast Cone? Yep, just taken to get away, get a bit of access, and... nothing happens in the bottom lane. Elk and Chelsea continue to be in a pretty good position.
And we need to remember that Uzi has no flash, so Hacker can look to come and punish it since he is on the bottom side. Ultra Prime are pushing their wave in, so shouldn't really open up a gank opportunity to come out from Hacker, and Hacker has to be wary without knowing Weiwei's position of trying to set up for a dive themselves. So for Ultra Prime, let's see what Hacker opts into. Pings are coming down onto the lane.
Gravitum is available as well, and he's got both of them underneath their thumb. Ignite onto Uzi in the 2v2. They don't even need Hacker. Elk pushing Chris further out of the lane, and that's just disaster again for BLG's 2v2.
You find kills. You're also denying Uzi this massive wave.
Yeah.
Hackers being allowed to take Dragon off of this. This one 2v2 kill opens up so much for the side of Ultra Prime. Now sitting above a 1k gold lead at 6 minutes.
I mean, Elk again, bit of a star of the show. I will say Shousey too. The Rakan engages have been nice, and the little counter plays. He's 2-0. He's got a bounty, the only bounty in the game at this point. And I don't know what to say, Lyric. BLG, after throwing away game number 1, or I shouldn't say throwing away, after flipping it or at least making it so volatile, game 2 is looking worse for wear right off the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried to make so much happen. We see Shousey here fighting the lockup. Looks like the Q from Elk would have hit regardless, though, to ensure the lockup from the Gravitum, and sets up for that kill to come out from Ultra Prime. So now for BLG, I mean, right? I mean, they still scale phenomenally, so that will still always be there for their composition as long as they don't fall too far behind. But it's just opening up a lot more opportunities for the side of Up to create aggressive plays. Now Uzi Summoners are back up, so if that engage does come out this time around, he will be able to dodge out on it. But still, the fact you're having to play from this position is quite rough. Shousey already having tier 2 boots. Will have a lot more movement speed to look for these plays around the map, hover around mid, try to unlock Crying, and hopefully we can start seeing those plays come out from Crying earlier than we did in game 1.
Yeah, that's right, because he didn't get to move until 15-20 minutes in the game, and even then it was pretty precarious with where he was going. I think also for Ultra Prime, with how bot's going now, we can see that the vision control continues to be perfect in the river. Double control ward actually just moved around by Crying through mid, but the whole river, in fact, is all belonging to Ultra Prime, who have a nice gold lead here at the 8-minute mark. And for BLG, Lyric, again, yes, scaling there, but momentum built in Ultra Prime's favor as Herald's now up. We have level 6 here for Elk 2. Hacker's already on the objective. And Weiwei can't get a response play down in the bottom lane.
No, and we even see Ultra Prime knowing that Weiwei will probably come look for this invade into the enemy jungle, trying to take away Gromp before Weiwei can come take that himself. He is able to do that as well.
Yeah, Chris has come over the wall. Now he's pressed W for this one. Flash is still available. Ignite down again. Elk has to burn his own flash, and look, sticking too long for Gromp. BLG at least denying them staying for turret.
Yeah, nice by BLG to be able to do this right. Denying them something so no Hacker was on the top side of the map. I still feel like Ultra Prime, you know, kudos to them for being able to get that Gromp. Elk, in the end, did have to burn his flash, and they still end up losing the blue buff. So BLG at least coming out with the punish.
Well, Ultra Prime going to move back to the turret for now, though, so they're not going to lose too much apart from the 2 turret plates. Hacker sitting here with the Herald. I will say that BLG short up the gold by about 400 or so. So nice little play in the end as well when everything continued to go downhill. Lyric at 9.5 minutes. What comes next? Where are we dropping Shelly? Which habitat is she going to go into?
I think it'll still be bot lane. We haven't seen Ultra Prime Soul lanes able to push out too aggressively to chunk out plates. A concept we've hit on a lot, right, is dropping Herald mid when the enemy team has a lot more wave clear than you, because it could just be so hard to get that turret later on in the game. So that is an option with Shousey having so much roam potential.
Okay. Well, we'll wait and see at the very least. Moving as a unit now. Shousey linking up with Crying. This is what we wanted to see with the early tier 2 boots and the vision control. Trying to hit Fofo in the face with a bunch of feathers. Ward over the wall. Fofo missing ping like, dude, something's up. Shousey now spotted out. Hacker here as well. No place taken through mid, so it will be a hard crack, but still controlling the river for now. And Hacker just buying his time for his target.
Yeah, and Hacker and Shousey just pathing right through mid, showing on the wave to relieve some pressure from Elk. They know if they show, then Uzi's going to have to back off, and he isn't going to be able to keep pressuring down those turret plates. He's really close to getting a third one down. Now just going to go back to pick up those Krugs. And for BLG, right, this is what you want. You want the game to slow down. You want it to be a little bit less hectic, just to get as much standing gold off the map as you can, so you can get to that part of the game where you are just so strong.
Look at the, as Crying goes in, ignore me for now. Look at the comms. Look at the face cams on BLG. And when we get around to Uzi, there's something that I thought I would never see. A very quiet AD carry who's not really talking. As for BLG, they want to talk for this one. It's a flash away from Crisp after setting up the engage. That's someone just down. Hacker on the bottom side. That Herald timing out in about a quarter of the time as both are going to get engaged on. And yeah, the chain doesn't connect as he gets over the wall. Weiwei was there too, just in case. They're trying to deny the Herald for as long as possible. And to be fair, BLG have done somewhat of a good job.
To be fair, though, Ultra Prime know everything they're doing, right? That one ward behind Dragon is doing so much for the side of Ultra Prime, letting them know where Weiwei is every step of the way. We're going to see Herald drop for mid like we talked about. Going to give some gold over to Cryan, who feels like he's had a lot more pressure in this game as compared to game 1. Just constantly poking in and out up against Fofo, pushing him back. So for BLG, they're still just hovering around bot side. Dragon is up, so can open up for this, but again, that one ward. You see that ward right there off to the left. They know everything Weiwei's doing.
Going to track him. Fofo even getting tagged out through the mid lane. This makes for a precarious Dragon play for BLG. Their mid laner who might have TP still has a health bar that he needs to back on. Now for Hacker, he's not going to start it, but at the very least, vision control still there. And in what has been a slow enough early game, continues to be Ultra Prime favored, 1,200 gold in the lead. We are getting towards mythics and first items. Alias actually has the hull breaker here on the Nars, so it'll be the first one on Summoner's Rift to pick up his fully completed item as he has TP and is heading back top.
So we'll be able to do better in this 1v1 matchup. And just kind of looking at the game holistically, I feel like the big effect that the bot lane play had from BLG's side is we've seen Xiaoxi able to hover mid a lot more than he was able to in game 1. We've already seen him move to mid twice. Sure, it hasn't opened up into a kill, but it feels like it's allowed for this pressure to come out from Cryan for him to go for these heavy trades, and has really just given Ultra Prime a lot more control over this early game so far.
I want something to happen. I'm just sick of this little dance. I need more action. We started out with these crazy dives that made no sense.
So,
what is it?
Just what you're saying is you hate the waltz. You want something like a salsa coming. Samba. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a sexy one? I don't know. They all have fun names, don't they? Honestly, I just think all of them are meant to do with a partner. I think if you said I'm Sambering alone, people would be like, oh, look at this guy. Or girl, I don't know.
You know, okay, nothing can happen. Maybe we want some breakdancing, because breakdancing is like action-packed, yet absolutely crazy. So,
there you go. You ever told someone, you ever told one of your friends you're dancing alone? Like, can you imagine their response? You're not going to be the cool person. If you tell people you're dancing alone, it's like I'm sorry.
It actually makes you even cooler, because then you show you're that person crying.
He went back in on that, but it's because Ultra Prime are here. Good response. Emperor's Divide was not a slide and glide, wasn't a swoop and boop. That was that was poo.
I don't even know. But point is, right? Oh, wait, TP's coming out
and
from
Chris
Cryan.
is interrupted with Gravitum. He can't dive out. Cryan's here. Uzi's already been spat out. There's no safety. And BLG are just losing all across the map. Crisp is next up at the dive with 4 people. He's buying time, but Hacker's tanking up. 6-0. Ultra Prime are making this look easy.
Yeah, BLG getting completely slapped. Going back to that mid lane play, Cryan, really nice by him to buy the time, going back to his other distortion. But we saw what I was hitting on earlier about the big difference this game is the amount that Xiaoxi is able to move from this bottom lane. Got there, helped to play with Hacker, instantly pivot towards this bottom side to kill the 2 members of BLG in the bottom lane. They pick up their second dragon, and they're just keeping this momentum going forward. And I think lucky for Ultra Prime, top lane just been a complete stalemate.
I mean, now
sure, 20 CS down.
Fofo has the flash. Xiaoxi almost catching up. Fofo over the wall, but Cryan wants the chase. Bree's going to help out. Alia's out of Meganar, so they stop, but I just don't know what's going on. I mean, BLG, look at this roster. Look at the names. Look at the moves. BLG, what was this?
And we see Cryan using the distortion to try and clear the wave. Sees two members coming, goes back instantly, knows he has these two members in River. Xiaoxi, the fact that he's able to move, pops the quickness, finds this one, and like you said, that Emperor's Divide did absolutely nothing as BLG over-aggressing in the spot lane for this. They thought they'd be able to get out, but right there, really nice pull of the Gravitum coming out from Elk. Sets up for the 2 kills to come out in the bottom lane as well. And just 3 kills picked up in quick succession that turned instantly into a Dragon Tape.
The map is melting. It's like in Chicken Little when he said the sky's falling and no one believed him. And they had to actually see it in person to believe it could happen. Ultra Prime coming into today, I thought, nah, this is a 2-0 for BLG. I prefaced it with Ultra Prime being out of playoffs and probably not going to care as much, but they're coming into this full force, and BLG are getting smacked around. It's like a game of ping pong against the wall. Right now, I'm struggling to see how you can beat it.
Oh, we do see, though, a bit of a trade side come in right now. I expect BLG to be able to get this turret with the range that they have coming in onto the spot lane. Alias and Price definitely can't hold this. So I assume that Ultra Prime will be able to answer on the opposite side, with only Breathe answering 4 members on the opposite side. So Gold still the same place that it was before. Ultra Prime definitely in command of the map and just pressure overall with the leads that they've been able to find, but still, Gold isn't too far gone to where BLG wouldn't be able to bring this back with just one good team fight.
Yeah, okay. Well, good to mention. Again, scaling's there, and I am jumping to conclusions, Lyric. Reason being because BLG in Game 1, the way it ended, gives me that little bit of doubt. The way this has started has just been pretty clean from Ultra Prime, and yeah, unlucky. Way on the Poppy, Lyric hasn't actually been able to use the W much against 4 of these dashes.
No, we haven't seen Weiwei able to find opportunities. A lot of it comes down to that early warding that Ultra Prime had. We need to remember, though, BLG, we've already hit on the scaling, wanting the 5v5s, which they haven't been able to take from Ultra Prime, consistently finding picks and then pivoting that into the neutral objective, so there haven't been any standoffs around neutral objectives for the side of BLG. But again, the detriment for BLG is the fact that their comp doesn't have any real engage. You have Crisp diving in, trying to set up for everyone else. You have Fofo, who can maybe try and set up as a primary engage, but either way, right, neither of those slap as hard as a Leona or a Nautilus, which can guarantee those fights. So for BLG, who are on the back foot and aren't able to force their way, into mid-wave or into an objective, it could be hard for them to find advantageous fights, even if they do have setup.
We'll be looking at Weiwei then and how he sets himself up, or how he sets up the rest of PLG. Crisp as well with some of that supplementary engage. At the very least, it's all ifs and buts at this point, because Ultra Prime are not giving them that full 5v5. On the side lanes once again, here we go. Kick against the wall. Easily done. Smooth criminal. Even Michael Jackson could pull off those moves.
No, Cryan lands everything absolutely smooth, gets the damage down nice by Hacker waiting in the wings, and we're finally starting to see that mid-jungle combo come online, that pick composition that we were, saying is what Ultra Prime want to be playing for now that the map is unlocked. So great by them to play towards those win cons. Dragon up in less than 1 minute. You have summoners up across the board except for Hacker's Flash. I would expect Fofo's Flash to be coming up around a similar time, so maybe for the side of BLG, you can, buy time before that one's up and then try and find the fight that you want. But I would expect Ultra Prime to be able to keep up control of both mid-wave and the side wave with the LeBlanc to hopefully to be able to get in River first. And heck, they already even have vision down towards that bottom side.
Lyric, does Ocean Soul change how Ultra Prime can play a 5v5? Because, again, scaling just seems to be an obvious answer for BLG. But I feel like it gives leverage when you've got a Mega Gnar, when you've got angles with LeBlanc as well.
100%, especially when we're talking about BLG playing off range, kiting them back, poking them out. I think Ocean Soul can do a lot for Ultra Prime in terms of how they take fights. Hacker has Rift Herald is going to drop that in this fight. I mean, I feel like Xiaoxi's really been the big playmaker, so we're keeping our eyes on him and his use of the quickness in this one. For the side of BLG, they're already being forced out, so this one is very rough. Up can just pivot down to the bottom side river right now.
Jelly just going to trade off this turret. Look at the top side. You can see that Breathe wants something. Xiaoxi off on his little exit. And there we go. Another charge coming through. But as Shelly dies, send one out. You'd throw F in the chat for that, especially with Uzi now getting eaten up. Elk ulting again. Look at this over the wall. Shousey with the quickness. We mentioned Shirelli as well with the movement speed. Ultra Prime. I thought they were ending after the Ida, but Lyric, this team wants blood.
Yeah, luckily for them, luckily for BLG, that Ultra Prime weren't able to actually find any kills, so it allowed for Bree to get a lot of alone time in this top side. They will still trade up because they got 2 turrets, in comparison to 1. They're going to be able to get this Dragon as well. So for Ultra Prime, they're still trucking along smoothly. Luckily for BLG, again, they're 4 turrets to 5. They have been able to find ways into this game in terms of gold. They've only been 2k gold behind pretty much the whole time, despite the aggressive moves that Ultra Prime have made. But Ultra Prime still haven't died yet, sitting on Soul Point. This is as good of a start as you can ask for without the Nexus just blowing up by itself.
That's right, man. 21 minutes into the game. We'll wait another 4.5 before Ocean Soul to be contested. You guys can't see this, but the Robo Colonel, he's pointing. Lyric is pointing off the screen. He's telling BLG to go away. And I guess that's because he doesn't have faith. Robo Colonel believes in Ultra Prime, and he's given a bit of favoritism at the moment to this team that has a triple bounty, has 2.5 items here on some of the core carries, actually just 2 flat out between Crine and Elk, and are in such a good position with now full vision control around Baron, apart from the Scuttlecrab.
And if Ultra Prime can, now pivot to mid, send Crine down to this bottom side, this is where their comp will really flourish, being able to force someone down and hopefully pick and poke people around. Breathe, gonna look for it, but I don't know why I'm questioning or getting excited when I've already hit on many times that BLG don't actually have a way of locking down the members of Ultra Prime.
You believe in the Poppy. I mean, we still need to see the Keeper's Verdict come out. Cooper's Verdict. English not my strong suit here today, Lyric, but is BLG going to go in for this? Half HP already. Ultra Prime now pull out that W tool that we talked about as a nice little interaction. We are A-ramming, but we're just flipping the map a little bit from left to right. As Shousey at half HP. Look at the poke from Fofo, and I guess, yeah, we're going to fight for this one, but look at the targets. Elk goes in, but the slide and glide, the Emperor's Divide. Knock up onto Ultra Prime is decent when BLG with the team behind. The W beautiful from Weiwei gives Uzi a bit of space, but he's out of mana. Needs a reset, one more auto. Oh my God, he's so close, but he gets it. Hacker jumps on in, that's beautiful. Wait, Hacker turns it. No, he doesn't. Uzi turns it, oh my God.
What is this series? What is this series? I really don't know. What was that fight? I think I need 2 replays to know what happened in that fight. People were getting knocked up. People were getting chunked out of nowhere. I feel like Cryin did a ton of damage. Fofo finally found an ultimate, but I think it was only onto 1 member. Wait, I think that, my God. Thank God we're going into the replay. Help us out here. As I do know one thing, Shousey gets chunked out extremely early on. Damage going to follow through here from Elk going so far forward. This is what opens up the engage to come out from Ultra Prime. Breathe able to get onto the back line with how far forward he went. And then Alias finding a 3-man ult here. There's that W from Poppy stopping the distortion damage from being able to come through. And then, like you said, 1 more auto, but bam! Comes in with the safeguard. But Fofo aggressively going in. I thought Hacker saved the day here, turned it around. But Breathe able to keep things going. Uzi able to tether in space perfectly, and BLG finish it through. We definitely needed that replay. I definitely learned a lot more of what happened in that fight the second time around.
I had no clue. Ults in this game, I'm now realizing are a very big deal. Elk as well, dashing forward for his. Crying with the double distortion again. Fofo's ult. Dude, I don't even know. Good luck to you. Good luck to me. Because we're going to see another one of those again. The 5v5, exceptionally fun. And Hacker actually, that was sick. That was a really nice ult into the follow-up Gore Drinker because he made that pretty competitive to round us out.
I mean, even Cryin, I feel like we saw damage from that fight. Cryin probably did so much just going in and out, hitting with those distortions. Nice to see the Poppy kind of finally work out in terms of being able to stop some of those dashes from coming through. and we see the hints of what's possible with BLG's comp. And man, I'm just so happy that this series turned out to be a complete mess, and we're going to keep getting fights that are at the flip of a coin.
Well, Ultra Prime are the ones grouped up first. Crying, going to lose Banshee Veil, but Fofo getting low. Now, we play it a bit front to back with Fofo sending his sticks into the foot of Xiaoxi. Imagine it piercing through the skin. As BLG right now, they get a bit of mid-pro in front of the Dragon. It's 30 seconds to Ocean Soul for Ultra Prime. And I apologize for everyone that took that quite literally in their brains.
Just like the team fights, I have no idea what you're saying right now. BLG have vision control. It looks like they don't have any flanks to worry about in terms of wards behind them. The bot wave is neutral as well, so no Crying's here. Crying might get picked on.
Okay, well, Fofo's jumping in, but again, it's the LeBlanc. What else do you do? BLG still in the river.
No engage from the side of BLG, so how do they lock him down to pick him off? They need Ultra Prime to come into them.
Or you use Fofo and Breathe going forward. Uzi as well with the Q. Doing quite a lot of 2.5 items, and yeah, that range advantage starting to really come through. As Hacker spotted out over the wall, BLG with the health bar advantage at this point.
And that's what BLG did, right? Get on objective first.
He's deep. And Breathe comes through. Fofo with the slide back again. TP a little bit late. Way on the backside. Taking care of Crying. Breathe kills the other one. Ultra Prime are divided. And BLG come back for a team fighting success. Crying may get the jungler, but BLG have numbers in front of this magician.
Crying just trying to keep the pressure on them is Breathe. Gonna be able to take down Hacker.
That's nicely done. Gwen not even needing to be immune. BLG, that's a team fight win, Lyric. 3 for 1, I think it was at the end as we get another bit of a mess.
And we finally get to see what happens when Ultra Prime have to walk into them. The huge range coming out from the Jinx and the Azir. That they got, massive AoE damage onto Ultra Prime's comp, chunking numerous of them out, preventing them from being able to walk in. And now BLG gonna be able to pick up their first dragon of the game. So luckily, no soul for the side of Ultra Prime. And gold is even. Teams right now, I mean, they're going head-to-head, they're going toe-to-toe. And heck, with BLG not being behind now, you'd have to think that they're favored going forward with how the compositions have rounded out. For Ultra Prime, luckily, right, you only need one kind of crazy steal to come off to be able to guarantee yourself soul. But here is the fight. I believe this was after they'd already gotten chunked out a little bit. Elk goes for the ultimate, but just getting hit by numerous members of the side of BLG. Is able to get away, but Fofo sending Hacker in, so he goes down. And then Breathe able to dash over the wall. The needlework to finish off Elk. He's the big damage dealer. In the opposite side of the fight, though, Crying was able to take out Weiwei. But if Fofo and Uzi are still trucking along, BLG can win.
We're going to pick, though. It's onto Weiwei. The jungler just dead. He can't press W in time. Ultra Prime have one. Teleport out. Xiaoxi wants to interrupt. Sonic Wave connects, but not in time. The kick was moments away. Fofo to survive, but just as BLG win a team fight, Lyric, they've lost their jungler in front of Baron.
Yeah, still, though, Alias doesn't have TP, so he has to walk all the way over, and he's in Mega Gnar right now.
Okay.
So he will not have that for any potential fight that breaks through. Crying, trying to chunk them out and prevent them from walking in.
Well, he's over the wall with a distortion. BLG moving into River. Remember, this BLG are the scaling team, and they're feeling pretty confident even without their jungler. Running forward, Alias trying to get his Mega Gnar bar. Crying's over the wall on top of Uzi. Bursts him down. Devour not coming through. Crisp holds the line. But now Uzi has to pick up the lettuce to heal up as Ali's on the back end. Hacker wants that Sonic Wave. Uzi zoned out Fofo again, but he's eaten up by Crisp. Interrupted, no. Deep as anything, saves his mid lane and Breathe. Goes into the back line, but Uzi now resetting, getting excited. Onto the Baron. It's now BLG's turn to hit the worm.
And Crisp does it again.
Okay, that's an ult from Elk. That's an ult from Elk, and Hacker's coming in, Crying over the wing as well. BLG way too low. Everyone, hold on to your pants. This game is going late.
This game is way too tense for one of the teams that can't even make playoffs. But Ultra Prime and BLG, oh my God. I understand what Ultra Prime were looking for there in terms of starting out that Baron. It went all over the place. They almost found the pick on Fofo, but it was so tragic that they weren't able to finish it off. We'll get to see how the whole fight panned out because Crying trying to burst out Uzi, like you said. They get the heal there. And then it looks like, okay, Alias, you're forcing out Breathe on the opposite side. That's good. Fofo goes in, gets chunked so low with Elk having to flash. But Crisp is so
What a
clutch.
hero.
Sadly, Breathe able to get back into the fight. That whole thing took long enough for his W to come back up as well, because one of the key things for Ultra Prime was they baited out Breathe's W at the start of that fight. I thought that was beautiful from them, and I thought that would have been enough for them to take it. But Crisp coming in to save the day. buy space for both Uzi and Fofo to get off the damage they need to pick up some kills on their end.
Crisp has just been trying so hard in this series. Like, people are praising Fofo, praising Breathe, agreed. But Crisp is the cornerstone of BLG with their strength in both Games 1 and Game 2. On this time, Kench, once again, watch out for him as Weiwei starting the engage this time, but you talked about a BLG, not a reliable engage at that. Weiwei and Chris burnt out as the TP's over the wall, but Ultra Prime kiting back, crying out of the Baron Pit for now as Breathe is the raid boss. This guy literally going to start singing Megalovania as BLG now get control back in front of the Baron again, but look at the side lane, Alia's pushing out while BLG still want to force them into the 5v5.
And that's the crucial thing, right? Now that they control the area, you do have a form of engage now. And the form of engage is the threat that you have on the objective to force them to come in. Sure. So BLG, not having the confidence, just look for that one. Obviously, if they did hard commit to Baron, that could turn into a little bit of a flip. Are just going to go for some resets for now. And, I mean, heck, for BLG, right, they feel comfortable taking this one slow because they know their champions across the board with items do more than the opposing side. So Ultra Prime going to try and wrestle some vision control back, but with Dragon up in 40 seconds, you expect the game to start pivoting down towards that bottom side.
40 seconds over the wall. Look at where Crine is. Sneaky, sneaky. They don't know. When Ultra Prime know that BLG need this series, need this game to try and get towards playoffs this split, they want to continue playing the upset. Crine now spotted out as he gets over the wall. BLG hunched together as Breed is the person confident enough to go on his lonesome. Sonic Wave connects as Ultra Prime off to the right side. This is Ocean Soul, and BLG put up the sunroom, now ready to go through mid to threaten around, but this is Ocean Soul. What can BLG do in this time?
I mean, they're going to be able to get the start for sure. Heck, they can probably get the inhibitor as well. They might even just be able to push through, look for the end. Okay, finally multiple resets are coming off, but BLG don't care.
Oh,
they're still going.
They're staying. They want to rely on Uzi here on the Nexus turret in front of the Ocean Soul. Sent away is Elk, but now even in 5v4, they've lost someone.
Gone.
They've lost Fofo. Foker is down. Shalsey with the engage, but he's kited back. Breed going forward with the needlework. The two Mega Death Rocket. Uzi Eye. BLG's 80 carry now popping off in the back line. Chris saving his life to flush away the micro from this man. Look at him while Breathe takes care of the rest. Weiwei with the cleanup. BLG play the game of chicken, and Ultra Prime ain't going to be the winners of that one.
And Ultra Prime just got way too desperate after fighting that initial pick, but Cryan does it!
We go on. I love my LPL. Nice and juicy with blood all around the edges. 28 kills in 33 minutes. Lyric, round 2 in front of the Nexus turrets.
2v3 here.
Golden is Hacker for now. The Nexus turret goes down. Hacker getting low. BLG running forward. Crine needs to stop this. Shalsey in. Once again, it's only one-man knockup. Uzi free firing onto Shalsey. The AoE. Crine's up next. Fofo TP's in. That's the way we go to a game 3.
And at the end of the day, BLG figured out how to use that range advantage. They weren't overforcing too much. They just knew, hey, I mean, Ultra Prime can't really run into us. Every time they did, we started seeing that mid-game, those rockets coming out, the soldiers from Fofo, just one hit, chunking people down by like 25% of their HP. And then finally at the end, Ultra Prime find the pick onto Fofo, and it felt like they instantly got way too hyphy. They saw a moment, they're like, it's a 5v4, but then they went in all disjointed. We saw it was Shalsey and Hacker running in right away while Crine was trying to channel his TP. At the same time, Elk was still coming out from Fountain, and it allowed BLG to just pick them off one by one to just end the game right then and there.
Dude, you gotta love BLG when their problem was decision-making around neutrals. Run it up mid instead and say, forget it. You want to take Ocean Soul? That's fine. We're going to open the base. And I think this covers one of the weaknesses you and I were talking about at the start of the show. BLG, their problem comes through the mid game. And that time around, that was their strong part. It was the early game Lyric that was absolutely rubbish.
I do got to say, though, right? They did draft a composition that is, I mean, as like straightforward and easy as it gets in terms of like, hey, we literally just have to sit here and let you come into us. We saw them struggling with it a bit because they are trying to be the ones to force a lot of the aggression to come through. Luckily, Ultra Prime started making some mistakes and giving those openings for BLG to come back. And heck, even BLG, right? Like, look at that gold graph on the left-hand side. Ultra Prime only ever got as high as not even 3,000 gold up, which doesn't feel like it's the end of the world for BLG's composition. Uzi did good. We highlighted crisp clutch moment, but Breathe, at the end of the day, felt like he was doing a lot in those fights to give room for Fofo and Uzi to do what they needed done.
Well, at least we got a better game from Breathe. Fofo as well. You know, similar composition, Lyric, at the very least with scaling elements, but this time executed nicer. Howdy. We're going to a game 3. Didn't expect it coming into today, but I'm glad and I'm here for it because I think Ultra Prime are playing pretty well. And BLG, now that they've woken up a little bit. Wait, have they woken up? Did they woke down? Lyric, I don't know. Early game, they definitely woke down. That wasn't a wake up. That was the opposite.
I mean, to be fair, right? It was just, you know, them getting a little bit ahead of themselves because, heck, Chris was dominating in the first, 30 seconds of that lane, wanting to go for the dive. But still, at the end of the day, BLG got the win.
Well, sir, game 3. BLG versus Ultra Prime. Not the thrill you guys thought you needed, but the thrill that I know you'll stick around for after this.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that you win. Oh my lord.
God. Oh, the caliber.
Oh,
he's got him. Viper goes down solo. Bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to your damage on your overload.
The Shy might be in trouble or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done.
Triple tiebreaker things, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10 minutes.
Oh, actually,
Anyway, we've got an engage. Shadow Surge going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fairness. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Suzy tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto 1. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper. And it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive. And we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River versus the whole of BLG's comp. Carther and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway. Rookie's the best now mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because B5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through some clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you.
我跟队友的磨合，因为其实我也太久没有打比赛了嘛，所以说自己本身身上的一些很多不足的地方都要慢慢去调整嘛。再加上一直又是一个全新的队伍嘛，所以说一直以来磨合的时间就比较慢，需要很长的时间去适应，包括我自己要去适应现在比赛的节奏。其实这是一个需要比较长时间的一个情况才会有好转。对，其实现在就是来说还是算比较差的吧，磨合期。对。
I mean, we know that, and I actually think Uzi has the most insightful sound on tapes that we have at the moment, Lyric, because
That was a very reasonable take, too.
Realistic, humble, and, you know, Uzi back in RNG days was always in control. He was always the person who came out very overconfident and very strict. It is nice to see him approaching this team thinking that, oh, okay, it can't all be about me. It is about how we gel together.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things we overlook because of the names on this roster. The fact that it is a new team, the fact that, you know, they would need time to figure things out of how this team's going to work well together. And, you know, it still needs time, right? Even with them coming off of a win in that last game, it's going to need time. Speaking of the last game, Breathe gets MVP.
He does.
I think well-deserved because Breathe was like a torpedo in these fights. He was sole focused was getting on top of Elk, knowing that Elk was the big carry for the side of Ultra Prime, and he did it, consistently taking Elk out of the fights. Even the one fight where he did focus on chasing around Aliez, still was able to get in there and finish off the other members. So kudos to Breathe, played well in game 1 with his Akali, comes into game 2, gets the Gwen, and shows us again why we complain about this champion so much, because he maneuvered it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Gwen here for Breathe, a much better game too. Honorable mention has to go to Crisp, even though we're highlighting this top laner. Breathe was huge in these fights, but Crisp was the saving grace alongside with him. I feel like for BLG, it all came together. It is a team effort. It is how the unit reacts in these big 5v5s. And, you know, Breathe was just such a pain to deal with, having such a decent laning phase against Alias. You talked a lot about the Nar matchup, Lyric, and it was obvious that, yeah, Breathe doesn't mind it whatsoever.
No, came out of the lane with like a 20 CS lead, had pressure the whole time, you know, trying to find those 1v1s. And like we highlighted, the team fights was really where he stood out. So team's going to be staying on the same sides going into game 3. You'd expect draft adaptations to fall through once again. We did have some adaptations in game 2, right? Like BLG actually picking up that Gwen pick. Maybe Ultra Prime this time around will put a higher priority on that. Or ban just change, right? Because you come out of game 2, and now both teams realize how pivotal and important the Gwen was in their win. I wouldn't be too surprised to see one of these teams ban it away.
Yeah, Gwen as well. Like the Jinx, you know, worth noting that 2 games in a row. Game number 1, we saw what it could do. But game 2, more importantly, some of the individual mechanics out of that man was great. And a lot of people will be like, you know, Uzi's not playing well, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, he still has some of those mechanics that popped him off that I guess I called it micro.
I think Uzi's playing, you know, fine. Obviously, it's not like him taking over games, but it's also not, you know, throwing away games. Despite the bot lane dive, but again, I could at least understand what they were going for in that, coming off those winning trades. But like we highlighted, right, with both teams realizing how pivotal the Gwen was, it does get taken off the board by Ultra Prime. BLG paying respect as well. They take away the LeBlanc from Crying because he was the one putting off all the big damage in that game. BLG, of course, locking the Jinx. You expect the Aphelios to come out for the side of Ultra Prime. And I'm curious to see if they go back towards the Lee Sin or if Hacker pivots to something else.
Yeah, because
Hacker's played a bunch of Xin Zhao this split, but it hasn't really worked out. 9 games, 22% win rate.
Played things like the Rek'Sai. Hecarim as well for other teams has been a massive priority, but here, not really looked at.
Ooh. You know, that could actually also be a good pivot for the side of Ultra Prime, considering that BLG, 2 games in a row, Jinx plus the Azir, again, opting into these range skirmishes of trying zone control, trying to poke you out. So for Ultra Prime, if they went all in on some engage, it could be a way to go.
That's another direction as well, right? Xin Zhao along the similar lines. So Hacker here with the Xin Zhao once again. Now it's a question if Weiwei wants to pivot, because each game we've seen a different jungler come through. Volibear banned against him in the first rotation by Ultra Prime, but this time BLG get it. And the Renata, something we didn't mention, that Crispers had banned against him also in the first ban phase each game.
And that was the change, right? That was what they had to leave open for Gwen. I get it, having to ban away the Zeri, not wanting to give away the Viego. So we're going to have this champion extremely good against dive compositions that want to come into it. Can fall prey in lane is something we've noted many times. Very long cooldowns. You don't really have any mobility to be able to get away from things like Thresh's, Nautilus's, Leona's. So Ultra Prime going to lock in the Thresh, does provide that engaged 4 lane, also giving the safety to Elk to allow him to reposition. And with how we've seen Elk play this series, I thought that could be critical, right? Every team fight has been on a knife's edge, so Elk repositioning once could lead to a team fight victory for the side of Ultra Prime.
And while I'm talking about champions that have just been banned game after game, I mean, the Thresh was one of them too. So Xiaoxi, the mayor of Hook City, now finally gets to wear his sash. And when we have a strong 2v2 setup on, you know, both sides, we've got to look at the solo lanes here, Lyric. Jungler's locked in. We need mid and top. Camille banned against Breathe. What a surprise. Cannon goes through as well. We are just taking off the standards, so champion pools are going to go all right.
And for Ultra Prime, I mean, now the big thing I'm curious about is going to be mid lane. Considering we've had the LeBlanc come out in both games, the Rise already taken off the table, and Cryan's champion pool, I think, has been a lot more kind of like counter pick oriented. His 3rd most played is the Syndra, which Syndra you can blind pick, but, you know, Ultra Prime would once again be opting into this very heavy kind of mid-game, bursty sort of composition to be able to play around at. Azir taking up the table, so they at least don't want to give BLG the same options of disengage and poke that they had last time around.
How do you run into this, Lyric? I was thinking Vex, Oriana's still up and available. Crying, a pretty standard player.
So goes towards the Oriana. If he would have gone to something more proactive, I would have imagined it being the Syndra that I... Oh, wait, Syndra being taken off the table.
Yeah.
Hasn't actually played the Vex, so does just go towards the Oriana. Now for BLG and what Fofo can respond with. I mean, we've seen Fofo be willing to take out things like the Aries. Of course, Zoe as well has been one of his big picks. Victor, so he's going to pick more for his own individual lane. Does quite well in the 1v1. It fits the comp and the identity they've had all series. And BLG are sticking to it. BLG are sticking with these sort of like poke range compositions, contesting over mid-wave and just trying to force Ultra Prime to make their own mistakes. Ultra Prime wanting to look for some hard engage.
Yeah.
And this could be the go-to, right? We've seen Malphite picked into Jace before. Can very easily itemize into some armor. You're going to fall behind in CS, but you will mostly just be chilling in the lane.
Fine.
And they go for it.
Okay, so Lyric, I look at Ultra Prime. I think anyone can do the same thing and say, if you press the alt button and there's a lot of people there, you get a pretty good sandwich.
Yeah, so ultimates, very key for Ultra Prime. On the opposite side, flashes, very important for the side of BLG. We're going to be keeping track of those because even if Ultra Prime can force like small skirmishes just to bait out summoners before an objective comes up, and then when the objective comes up, go for the fight once again. Sure, maybe you've lost some flash as well, but you have those key ultimates coming through with the Malphite. You can then be able to take those fights. So very summoner focused. We already know the holistic identities, right? It's pretty much poke versus engage. A lot's going to come down to these laning phases where BLG have drafted winning lanes. They have the Jace, which will be able to poke out. They have the Victor, who will win in that isolated scenario. And then in the bot lane, it's going to come down to the man you named the mayor of Hook City.
Yeah. Chelsea is Blitzcrank, Thresh, Nautilus. This guy invented Hook City, and people just came along because they heard so many good things about it. Welcome, says Chelsea, as Chris finally gets his champion. If that hook lands, he's in a lot of trouble, but we know that Renatas don't mind a bit of engage. Stand behind the mini wave, have a good time. Because this game all comes down to it. Lyric, game number 3. BLG versus Ultra Prime. It is a battle for BLG to lock themselves into playoffs. Now, that's not happening in this series. Don't get me wrong. But they'll move to 8 wins. Then they simply have to beat LGD. Maybe they've already beaten themselves, Lyric. To get into playoffs. BLG need this win desperately. Ultra Prime making them work for it. Because UP are already out of playoffs, but they ain't out of the LPL. This team looking pretty good. And now with an ult-reliant composition, let's press the R button. We'll wait at the 6 point. Around first Herald, Lyric, I'm guessing, is when we start talking about the fancy pants that come from the red side.
Yes. Other than that, we're going to be looking at bot lane. I want to see Chelsea. Hey, actually, will Ultra Prime go for this? I think the most they would just go and get a ward on red buff, so shouldn't expect too much action. But we need to see Ultra Prime steal this series away from BLG. We need...
Lyric,
what'd you realize?
I need to interrupt you. It's important. Oriana and Renata, very similar. I haven't read into the lore, but Oriana, I'm pretty sure, is from Piltover, and Renata is like a Chem Baron from Zorn. We're getting the arcane thing going here. And they both have floating objects next to them. Renata is the Oriana of the underworld. Is that important to you?
Is Oriana from Piltover?
I'm pretty sure she's Piltover, isn't she? Yeah, she's built in Piltover. And then something, I think she had to go downstairs. I don't know what else happened. I need to read up on lore before I make bold statements like this, don't I?
You do. Well, apparently she's from Piltover, but apparently a lot of her lore also revolves around something about Zon. But yeah, why are we bringing up lore? But point is, Ultra Prime, I expect early game, the action should be around bot. We already see Hacker kind of pivoting to that lane pathing down to that lane right now. I'm sorry. As does red buff into a Cinder Clear. Wei looks like he is going to match him on that one. I mean, top side, you don't really need to invest any resources on the side of BLG. You already know your Jace will just win. And Aliez...
On a ward now.
Screw Aliez. We're watching Hacker.
Yeah, it dodges the first ward, but seeing on the bottom side, I'm out of my lore talk, back into my narrative speak of what we saw in Game 2. If you're just tuning in, Uzi and Crisp dove at level 2. And Elk and Shousey were laughing as they picked up a double kill with Hacker in the right place at the right time. Early game looked disastrous. It looked like a 2-0, but BLG bought it back. And here in this game number 3, our eyes are peeled to once again the focus lane. Weiwei is level 3 going for the invade. He's going to be in the perfect timing with Smite available. Sky Splitter comes down, but he's over the wall. He doesn't have full vision. Smite in time. Shousey not going to throw the hook out, and Hacker gets away with it. Weiwei still on vision, trying to be threatening.
Kind of hover around because he does have push in both mid and bot lane. Also has to smite up. He knows Hacker doesn't have his because Hacker just used his on the blue buff. Isn't going to be able to get anything. Doesn't lose too much in terms of time. Does still have his whole bot side up, but Hacker, of course, did hover towards bot to go for that level 2 gank, so he wasn't clearing his camps for a time as well. Weiwei will be able to pick bot lane Scuttle off of all these shenanigans.
Yeah, so nice little bit of priority. He gets to go to the top side as well and pick up double Scuttle too. So the option there for Weiwei with teleport back towards mid so that Fofo has somewhat of a priority. And Lyric, early game going standard. While we're here at this point, outside of Ultra Prime being ult reliant and talking about that wombo, talk to me a little bit about the early phase here of BLG with the winning lanes and how they can transition this into some of the early neutrals.
To be fair, I actually don't think BLG have to do too much in regards to playing for their lanes.
Right.
I like the way that they operated around that last play, trying to invade the enemy jungle, right? If you have pushing lanes and you have lanes that also scale incredibly well, I think for them, just using that to play around Weiwei, try and find him an advantage could be very good. They're going to be looking towards bot as well, just for the fact that you have the Renata. Just, you know, squishy champion. They know she's going to be vulnerable to some of the engages pre-6 that can come from the Thresh. So they're going to try and get her to that 6 point nice and easily before their comp does come online, you know, playing in front of those neutrals.
Well, it's important to know that they don't really have to play towards winning lanes that much. For BLG, sits the game plan of what we've seen all series long. BLG have been a team that has just been coasting through a lot of these early games, whether they've thrown it away or not. So, again, we're in a similar position. Way pushing up here against Fofo. He'll have a CS advantage, catching the majority of it. A topside Breed actually having a bit of a CS lead as well, but Alia's soon approaching level 6, and we know Malphite is going to smash into the man with the hammer.
And that also is when it starts opening up potential gank opportunities for Hacker in topside when he's, you know, clearing his camps towards that lane.
Yep.
Ali is just going in with his ultimate. Hacker able to follow through with the damage. Alias, though, will have to go for the reset now. Has TP available. When that time comes, it's going to be a little bit of a balancing act for Hacker, though, because if you are putting those resources on the top side, it's allowing Uzi and Chris for that free laning phase, and potentially Weiwei to look for a dive in bot. Chris throw out the ultimate, Weiwei jump in, disable the tower, and then you have all the damage needed. So it really feels like Ultra Prime, not only the ones pressed to look for action, but the ones pressed to get vision down, spot out where Weiwei is, not make any mistakes.
Cowstorm used in mid lane just to push out Crying for now. Fofo hits level 6 first. Further to your point here, vision actually being controlled by Ultra Prime defensively, but Weiwei is returning. Down into the river, there's a control ward that'll spot him. And he doesn't care. He's like, whatever, dude. I know there's a ward there, but I don't know where Hacker is. The CS actually at an even point as well. The bear hiding in the bush. Hello, Hacker. We meet again. And the hunter meets the hunted. That makes no sense. I guess Zinzal's a hunted. No, he's a hunter.
He would be the hunter in your analogy, but Weiwei had red buff, not wanting to look for that trade, as lanes being pretty quiet, which the early game has been decently quiet throughout the series. Obviously, last game. Shousey!
Under turret, I mean, a hook comes through. Chris, the minion, died now into the bailout, but it's first blood territory. Ultra Prime again punish BLG for a second time.
And that's why pre-6, I mean, you landed engage under Renata. She's not able to do anything. She has no mobility, can't disengage. Shousey just with a really clutch hook. Mayor of Hook City potentially running for re-election.
The reason why the Thresh is banned from him. Lyric, run us through once again.
I don't know how much there is to run through. Just really nice play when they walk up to hit turret. It sets up for the death sentence, throws down the ignite, and Elk flashing forward. Chris does get off, I believe it's the E, to get the shield, and buys a bit of time, but at the end of the day, that time meant nothing.
Lyric, it happened again. Bottom lane is just a fickle little beast for BLG, isn't it?
It is. BLG, it's been very hit or miss. This also goes to why I don't think we've seen too much Renata, and why in the LPL we don't see too many non-engaged, non-tank supports in general, just because of how squishy they are, how fragile they are.
Yeah.
Very easy to find a kill on, and then when they don't have flash, typically these champions have push, so they are going to be overextended in lane. It makes them very easy to find ganks on. So they did it. Now Ultra Prime pivoting up towards the Rift Herald. Bot lane already moving up, and heck, the combo's up. All your carries have the ults.
And Fofo's going to have to stick around to clear the wave. Xiaoxi even moving up. The hook connects as well. Fofo not paying the respect. He flashes away, crying. Flashes for the shockwave. All ultis used. Fofo disrespects, and Xiaoxi says, sit down.
Fofo not having the same escape tools that he had last game on the Azir, and he gets punished. BLG gonna try and answer back from these plays with some plates down in the bottom lane. They'll be able to get them. Elk and Xiaoxi will be zoned off CS, but once again, at least they're picking up some of these camps in the jungle, not allowing for Weiwei to get even more than these plates down in the bottom lane.
I mean, Xiaoxi's still moving in. Onto Crisp, who's only level 5. There's a box that's still available from the previous play. Crisp on a ward for now. Uzi getting solo time with the turret plating. And at least it's going to be a gold response. But Ultra Prime still up 1,000 after the fact. We get a Herald here onto the jungler. Another hook thrown out by Xiaoxi as an attempt. And Dragon going to be the trade at the very least. So for BLG, Lyric again, the early game is slipping ever so slowly away.
Falling behind, but for BLG, once again, a comp that is more mid-late game oriented than it is playing in the early game. The thing for Ultra Prime is, I mean, they have great scaling as well. Orianna, Aphelios, and the biggest thing is having that engage coming through, having main engage in Malphite, but also having secondary engage coming in with either a Death Sentence or Hacker being able to find his way onto the backline. And BLG, 3 immobile carries. Heck, 4 immobile champions overall, only the Volibear with that ultimate able to escape any kind of engage coming through from Ultra Prime. So Ultra Prime, I think, have much better tools in the mid game to follow through with the lead than they did in game 2.
Yeah, stability, I would say there, like the options available to punish. I love you talked about the immobility of BLG, so it's something I want to watch here as they start moving around, because Ultra Prime, the flash hook, Xiaoxi, you absolute baller. He lands it as well. Oh my God, marry me.
This is why Thresh is his champion. Thresh is the champion that will always come to mind when you think of Xiaoxi. He's a man on a mission this time around. They're able to drop the Herald in mid. You even look at items. Elk picking up the Gale Force already, so Uzi's gonna have to be really careful, really respectful in that bot lane matchup as Weiwei getting chunked solo. My God, Ultra Prime running away with the
Where was this Ultra Prime? This is like the Ultra Prime at the start of the split, right? They opened up with some pretty fun mechanics. And again, like, look at this. The confidence in the pants of this man. Like, that hook, incredible.
It was absolutely beautiful. No time to respond coming out from Fofo. Didn't have flash up either, so even if he did have fast fingers, would have been quite hard for him. And Elk also able to return some plates in the bottom side after Uzi had picked up some of theirs earlier on. So gold quite nicely in favor of Ultra Prime, pretty much making its way up to 2K. And we've also seen top lane matchup, which the observers haven't been panned over since we've had so much action happen on the bottom side. Breathe has had to respect the kill threat coming out from Alias whenever Hacker's not showing on the map. So playing quite close to his turret, not wanting to give over any advantages. And it's starting to open up the pressure to come out from Ultra Prime, where early game they had 3 lanes that were getting pushed in. Now having 2 lanes that are quite comfortably able to, you know, fight for that prio in top and bot.
I mean, it's just so good to see Ultra Prime once again with another good early game, punishing BLG. BLG in game 2, further to your point you made a couple of minutes ago, yeah, the gold lead never swung out of control, and BLG still had the scaling where the fights got pretty eager. BLG got better and better. They ended up winning game 2 because of it. At least in this game, this time, with the options you talk about for Ultra Prime, it feels like we're going to have access to a lot more of fun 5v5s with the setup and the old buttons. Lyric, I want to point out, next objective to look towards is going to be a split between the second Herald and Dragon. BLG only having one. We do have later dragons in this game, and it doesn't seem to be the setup for a forced fight as it was in Game 1 and Game 2.
No, not going to be the same setup exactly, but look at the minimap right
Oh,
now.
I'm so scared.
Breed's pivoting over. They know they need to defend this because Ultra Prime, of course, playing for this turret, but 4 members here.
Good Shock Blast coming through. They're setting it up. It's Wayway with the ulti. The Shockwave, though, hits the Volley Berries in a bounce house, but the Renata Clask ultimate from Chris might have just done the trick. The Chaos Storm on top, peppered down, and BLG assaulted up.
BLG pincered Ultra Prime, attacking from all angles. They had numbers advantage with Uzi even following just right behind Elk. And the collapse is beautiful, punishing Ultra Prime for trying to guarantee themselves that mid lane turret. Nice use of Prio coming out from Breathe. And then Crisp and Uzi pretty much able to answer the exact timing as Fofo. He does have flash up now, so we should be fine. Throws down the W, will be able to escape, but the game, which was kind of slowly falling towards Ultra Prime's control, is now even. But again, look at the minimap. You see Breathe already here. The bot lane closely following. Damage comes through. Massive ult coming out from Wayway. The AoE from Fofo. Ultimate from Renata gonna kind of lock the last few people down to guarantee the fight for the side of BLG. But even without that, it felt like the kind of starting force was enough of Wayway and Fofo getting all their damage off.
Crisp, yeah, nice little final touch. And for BLG, game comes back to dead even. Elk gonna say, no hysterics. No. It's not dead even. I'm in a Felios with these white little shuriken things that make me look like a ninja. And as Elk picks up the 4th bit of turret plating, BLG want to punish him, but still very scared when he has a Gale Force. When Shousey's here, BLG pottering and turning, and the hook denied for now, but Hacker goes on in, crying again, has a Shockwave at the ready. Golden goes Wayway's TP into the backline. BLG want to make this a turn, but now with the bailout, Wayway needs a reset but can't get it. Elk picks up that kill, and Fofo now running in. The death sentence again, giving him a bit of deja vu, a bit of PTSD. Dragons there, and Ultra Prime have a rock who's at the ready.
And Ultra Prime now. Oh, Hacker!
Okay, ulties. He wants to kill Breathe over. The hostile takeover, though, in the pit. Everybody hitting each other, and no, the ult does nothing. Okay. Well, they have a smite, and running back in Ultra Prime, avoiding the death rocket. Alia's rock time, crying, hula hoop, it's a sombrero. Uzi's been hit with a nice little bailout, but he can't get a kill. Ultra Prime may have whiffed, but at least Alia's comes in to say g'day.
I gotta say, I'm just happy I have another clip of Hacker being a Chad, flashing over a wall out of nowhere, looking for a kill. I'm telling you, this guy does this consistently. But the big thing in that play, something that we actually won't see in the upcoming replay, is a funny thing in League of Legends. Considering Ultra Prime lost the fight in mid and they died, that actually means they have tempo getting onto the map first, because BLG will then need to reset after that fight. So it opened up for the initial pick, because Fofo...
Again, he has PTSD, but Shousey flashes at him again. Minion saving his life. Elk with a bit of burst damage. Fofo has to flash again. This guy is getting bullied by an ex-regional player that they used to share.
Yeah, I mean, heck, right, this is a guy who does have tons of experience, has played at MSI, played at Worlds. Coming in, I think he's always been, he's always had high highs and low lows since he has been in the LPL. Glimpses of brilliance, and he's showing it once again here. And the good thing for Ultra Prime, right, is you look at where their gold is, it's on their mid laner and their AD carry, their 2 big carries of their side, where BLG's a lot more spread. They do have CS deficits in both mid and AD, but they do have a pretty decent one in top lane. As we're going to go into the replay, and we just get to see Hacker flashing in. This didn't accomplish too much, but it did chunk Breathe down.
Good.
The hostile takeover following up, but no real damage to walk in. And this is BLG's composition. What champion actually walks up to Ultra Prime's comp to try and find a fight? There's no one, as Alias finds the ult, crying, kind of botches his, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter.
Hula hoops happen to the best of us. Hey, everybody knows that if you've played Oriana, if you're in the chat, you know that it happens to the best of us, right? So you gotta give him a break.
Does it happen to Rookie? Rookie's the best.
Rookie has actually hula hooped this split. Okay, I can't remember what game, but I remember casting it. Rookie has done a hula hoop as well. That's where I literally said the same thing. Happens to the best of us, because literally, Rookie is the best of us.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's the only way that one works is Ultra Prime. Really nice push to guarantee some turrets. Fofo, I don't know if he'll be able to answer on the opposite side. Weiwei has ultimate, but they'd be really ballsy to dive Alia's full tank Malphite here. It's giving even time for Ultra Prime to try and respond towards the spot side. They aren't going to over-aggress. They are just going to back off. And with no other neutral objective up on the map, we're still only at about 18 minutes, so no Baron. Dragon 2 minutes away. Feels like we will just go into a bit of ping-ponging waves between both sides. BLG's comp, again, not really the type of composition that can try and push in and aggressively walk into the enemy jungle, but they can look for a bit of a brush cheese.
Do they have enough damage? What do you think? They need a couple more members, though. They're
Well,
bringing the
look, I
cavalry.
was going to say, look, yep, Crisp and Uzi are on their way, so they should have enough members.
Well, Alia's still with the ulti available. No flash, and maybe they do. Look at the burst. Takeover used on top of Crying has to flash immediately, but they got what they came for. Chris ulti forcing out the flash. I'll take that as worth. And BLG, it looks like the playbook is extending a little bit.
It does feel like for BLG, it was a little bit of overkill in terms of how many ultimates they used.
That's true.
Also, very surprised Crying committed to the TP there instead of just, farming your camps, maybe getting more vision down, though. They do already have the map littered in wards. But that pick actually doesn't mean all too much in terms of changing the game state, right? Because there are no neutrals open, it will allow them to push out some of these waves, maybe try and deny some farm, but overall, not too much going to change. Now, though, for Ultra Prime, 2 items on your Orianna.
Yep.
Feels really massive. Fofo still not finishing his second one just yet. Elk also having an item advantage up over Uzi. So the items are there. Alias won't have his ultimate just yet, but it should be up in time for Dragon.
And I'm glad you pointed out Elk, because a Bloodthirster is something I want to keep my eyes on, especially when he's getting poked out. You talked a lot about how BLG's draft operates. Getting a bit of health back after the fact is going to be a big deal, especially since Elk in game 1 and 2 has been a pretty big deal on his Aphelios that he's gotten 3 times in a row. Up against Uzi, I think Elk has been probably the better AD in this game, in this series, in the whole series itself. As we group up, Lyric, 10 seconds. Are you ready?
I am ready as Ultra Prime trying to force their way in, getting their own vision. It will take BLG off the objective.
Poke's good.
The poke's going to be layered down. So we're looking at the poke, and we're looking at the hostile takeover, which is just about to be up for Chris.
That's right. A couple more seconds, and whoopsie daisy, there we go. BLG in the bottom side river, breathe with another rotation, hits Crying. This is the 3rd Dragon, so not the biggest deal, but Alia's ready for a blast cone. Wants the ulti. They know the rock is over the wall. Dwayne Johnson about to fling in as the Dragon goes down. And the threat enough from the Scorpion King is enough. Ultra Prime with 2 on the board, and they just send BLG packing.
And this is why I liked Ultra Prime's composition, because even just the threat of an engage is too much for BLG to walk forward. Weiwei, really the only one with any sort of safety, being able to either ult away or flash away, is a bit tanky, so could take some damage, but it would still be quite rough. The poke not landing enough. I also like Ultra Prime not really committing too much before the Dragon came up to give the windows for BLG to poke them out. And now for Ultra Prime, just slowly trying to make your way towards that soul point, have another few minutes. But heck, even, regardless of soul, I feel like the biggest thing for Ultra Prime's composition is just neutrals being up so they can find opportunities to fight you. So next Dragon comes up, if they get it, cool. If not, as long as they can find the fight, that's what leads to Baron, that's what leads to the push where they can try and end the game. And so it feels like those Dragons are a lot more impactful for the fight rather than the Dragon itself.
And make an upset. Make the upset happen. BLG need this win for playoffs. How many times do I have to say it? It's got to stick with you guys, because 7-7 is not enough. BLG right now, one of the 3 spots available for playoffs, and they're not in it. 7 teams already locked in outside of them. BLG are not in it. Ultra Prime are testing them when they are out of playoff contention, and it is a good sign of luck for this team for summer. But for BLG, still operational issues that need to be attended to, as running forward in this game as a 5-man unit through mid. They want that little pickup. They want Breed's range to start hurting more and more. Fofo trying to do the same. Good shielding here from Chelsea with Guardian. Opening up the mid lane turret, Lyric. It feels like opening up the map for vision is going to be a good idea here as well. Zelf sends the ulti forward. Breed heading up, though. Weiwei still doesn't want to dive this. Turret stays standing. The wave clear from UP, pretty massive.
Yeah, I am surprised that Ultra Prime tried to commit Crying up towards the top side to try and push out that wave that is already being pushed into BLG's base, especially as BLG just hover around mid lane, and Ultra Prime being a little bit cheeky.
Red and white. Red and white makes everything all right. Ultra Prime have 2 members in front of the Baron. It's sneaky because BLG now send the rocket up. Nice from Uzi. Good timing. BLG spotting it and stopping the sneak attack. Otherwise, Ultra Prime, that could have been game-defining.
Yeah, and sadly for BLG, not having a wave to capitalize off that play of then being able to pivot and put the siege down on mid and potentially take that tower, they will just have to back. But still, it is lucky for them that, you know, no sneak of the Baron will come through. No steals today. No one's Tom Nooking up in here, because everyone knows Tom Nook, the biggest scammer in the universe.
Oh, he's a...
Dude, those loans? I don't want those loans. Don't give me those loans.
Dude, I don't even play Animal Crossing and I have bad dreams about Tom Nook. Honestly, the shirt as well, kind of disgusting and adds to it. I don't know why you play that
I
game.
agree. Yeah, Tom Nook, Timmy, and Tommy, all giant scammers. As you know, that's what Ultra Prime are trying to be. They're trying to scam BLG out of the series that was supposed to be theirs. They're trying to Tom Nook.
Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of Animal Crossing fans probably angry at Tom Nook. Lyric, I'll be honest, my missus got me to play it for a little bit. I think I did 4 hours of Animal Crossing on her island. And now she just abuses my account to get the free Nook miles. I don't even get to play anymore. She's using me for the Nook miles.
She's using you for... I mean, that's
That's
you
cold.
know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, she just wants to buy stuff for a magical merry-go-round. Anyway.
A relationship for Nook Miles seems worth. But yeah, back to the game.
Okay. Look, it's 24 minutes in, and we'll set the tone for you. You're on a deserted island. You want to fill it up. We'll just set the other tone for you. Ultra Prime are trying to deny BLG. We'll get a 1K gold lead, and I feel like as I turn 27 this year, Lyric, as I get older and watch League of Legends, I feel like the game is adding more and more mechanics. So as a color caster, please tell me what the main thing I have to watch out for on each team is before we see this fight in about 35 seconds.
I mean, for Ultra Prime, it's super straightforward, right? We're keeping our eyes on Alia's position. Even if he doesn't engage, just where he is to try to zone out the members of BLG from being able to walk forward. For BLG, I mean, it's going to be looking, I think, especially at Breed's poke coming through. If he can land it onto Elk and Cryan, that will be massive. And then if Crisp can use the hostile takeover to, you know, if they're funneled into a position, then follow through with some big AoE damage.
If Elk has the right guns, hostile takeover means Inferno. Means that Elk gets 100% attack speed as that hook lands. Onto Wayway, the box is there, the Flay Jungler's dead! Shousey getting my MVP vote right there. This man is magic.
Yeah, Shousey has just been finding the hooks every time they need them. They're still going to pivot towards mid to get this wave pushed out, but looks like Elk, maybe doing Dragon solo, could just start heading over and then pivot up towards topside, get some control for Baron. As Wayway still down for 16 seconds.
And there's Soul Point coming up red hot. Ultra Prime now have Baron in their favor with no vision. Crisp and Fofo heading forward. Shousey delivering as mayor of Hook City. Baron begins Lyric, and look at Elk's guns.
Yeah, Elk's gun's massive right now, but I'm more focused on Cryan right now. Still has the shockwave up. Like, it's still massive right now in terms of items. The stopwatch is there. Another thing to keep track of has been summoners, something we haven't really done all too much, even though I hit on that being a big point in pick ban. Because for BLG, I mean, right, if they can dodge the Malphite ultimate once, or they can use this to dodge it on a shockwave or something, then they can at least try and kite out the fight and win from there. But for Ultra Prime, if they can try and burn some of those summoners, really will be so key and not even allow BLG to be in any area that Ultra Prime's members are around. But BLG have played decently reserved. They haven't even put themselves in range to be challenged by an engage, but it has opened up Ultra Prime to just take up whatever they've wanted on the map.
So let me ask you about side lanes, because if Ultra Prime still, with those ult buttons still being reliable, still pulling BLG into these objectives, should BLG then be playing more towards the sides with the Victor, with the Jace, and adding a bit more pressure so that Ultra Prime don't get the perfect fight?
I mean, the problem is Fofo can't really play towards sides. I mean, it would be very punishable. Victor, you know, pushing towards tier 2 turrets on the opposite side. And for Breathe, I mean, he'll have pressure. He shouldn't really be able to hit tier 2 up against Alias without threat coming through.
Oh, Crisp had to flash. Crisp had to flash from Xiaoxi again.
We just haven't seen this Renata pick really work out. And we're just going to keep going back to posturing around mid. This is where BLG will be most comfortable.
Ulti.
Moonlight Vigil doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit Gale Force, so it doesn't hit the ulti. Elk has got himself a nice HP bar. There's a Gale Force. Breathe is alphaed out of there. That is what I call first name Chad.
And now for Ultra Prime, looks like they might just turn and try and force a fight by hitting Baron. They have great turn potential coming out from the Thresh and the Malphite. BLG will have to walk in. I think the best you're hoping for is a steal come from Weiwei, but this is also where Renata's pretty good. All of them in a small space.
Onto Weiwei, half HP, but he finds it with the flash in instead. Hostile takeover in the Baron pick. Chris gets Hacker. Weiwei in, but he can't get the swine time. Fofo over the wall, steals it. BLG's mid laner making the hero play. Chris finally gets something as Uzi gets reset. Look at him going forward, but Elk again, the bigger AD carry after the Baron. In fact, it's a triple kill time. Elk is about to ram this down like a deer. Running forward, he gets sped up with the dissonance. Chris, for his life, he finds himself out, but Breathe wants the turn. Penta denied for now. Baron still for the moves from Ultra Prime.
Right as the fight started, I was going to highlight how big the hostile takeover can be when the enemy is putting themselves in a choke. You can guarantee that that one hits, set up for the enemy jungler to go down, and then Fofo being able to get the Baron. That one, I mean, it feels like every Baron this series has been very wacky. As we're going to get into the replay here, Ultra Prime just trying to force a fight. They don't really care about the Baron too much or not as long as BLG come in. Cryin wasting the ult on Weiwei because they get the Baron solo. They want to commit to it. There's the hostile takeover though. Opens up for Elk to hit Hacker. And then we see here, Fofo going into the pit, finishes off Baron with the E. Alia's getting taken down on the opposite side. And this is where Elk starts to turn things around. Uzi pops off, gets the reset, feels himself, but ends up just running it down into Elk. Elk not feeling comfortable to run into the following members of BLG after that finish.
Elk again, here's the ulti coming through. Uzi hit hard, grabs him already used though, and on the back line, Alias from left field, the shockwave combo. Those ulti buttons from Ultra Prime come in handy. From out of nowhere, the rock slams down.
Yeah, the Malphite pick coming in clutch. The hard engage
look at this guy.
up against this BLG comp.
Elk's running forward. He's got a Bloodthirster. He's got a Thresh and an Orianna. He will not be stopped. BLG, Lyric, look at the death timers. Ultra Prime want to take it out now.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, I think they can do it too. I mean, they still have engage coming out from Xiaoxi. The box is up as well to try and dissuade any walking in.
It's Crescendum, it's Severum. Turrets are going to go down pretty fast. It's the last defense. Uzi has to keep this team towards playoffs. Ultra Prime getting hypey. Bailout used, but Uzi needs a reset. He won't find it. Down he goes for Elk, the better AD carry of the series. BLG, this can't be happening. You're the team that's trying to make it towards playoffs. You're the team still in the running. Ultra Prime acting like the better on the day. It's BLG still defending now as Alias Elk running forward. This man waiting for his ulti. His Gale Force still there. They're sticking around.
It's all up to Fofo. Chaos Storm is up. He's going to put up that big damage. Try and chunk them out.
Alias has his ult coming up. Alias has his ult coming up. Look at the Malphite. Weiwei jumping in. But Alias is about to rock onto someone. Melee range. It won't matter. The shockwave is a 4-man. The damage follow-up not existing and Cryin making it close on the way out.
My God, right, even a bit more damage, killing those members of BLG could have led in the end. And now Breathe deeping in, wanting to finish off this tower. Then BLG can try and pivot towards that dragon, not allowing the two members of Ultra Prime to take it. So BLG, buy themselves some more time. I need to calm down. This series has seriously been way more tense than it should be. We're going to go back to the base defense of BLG. Luckily for them, no ultimate on the Malphite means they can't just hard force into Uzi here. Elk, though, still finds the damage. The Crescendum turret coming out along with the Calibrum range, allowing them to find that pick. And then BLG here committing to the engage right before Alias's ult comes up. Feels like one of the big takeaways for me. Fofo having the Chaos Storm as well. They have enough damage to try to dissuade them from continuing. As, you know, we went pretty far back in this replays. Now just a bit of posture. Come on, Ultra Prime.
Okay, it's late game. I'm pretty scared we're going to miss the game-ending play. Yeah, okay. Bang, bang, bang. And this person does.
Point is, right, Elk Gale forced in, opened up the engagement from Volibear as well as the Victor. That shockwave was seriously so sick. Sadly, no follow-up available with only Cryan and Shousey left up.
Pretty crazy. So, Lyric, gold's even. Gold doesn't matter. We're at 32 minutes in, and it feels like playoff lifeline for BLG on the line. How many times can I repeat it? I mean, Ultra Prime at the moment, now looking like the stronger team. Bounties on 2 members. That shockwave from Cryan did so much work. And with that 4th completed item, it will one-shot pretty much. We've also got Elk on the final legs of his, what could be a GA. BLG now back on the map. We've got a while before the Dragon that's going to be Sol. We have Baron in a minute 10 though, Lyric, and that seems to be what could be the final objective.
I mean, for Ultra Prime, you only need 1 fight. You need 1 fight, then you can end this game. That's why they're posturing around mid. But again, this is where BLG's comp does pretty decent because they're able to push in the wave. They're able to get this poke off because all the members of Ultra Prime are just layered right in front of you. Luckily for Ultra Prime, Ollie is very tanky. Just stand in front, take any of those hits. If you're not able to just dodge out, Shousey's looking for it again, Hysterics.
Water over the wall, though. They know that he's angling for it. At the very least, his mid-turret tier 1 at 33 minutes in the game, still standing, is so annoying for BLG. And Elk walking forward with Infernum, the wave clear instant. Uzi taking splash damage, and it hurts that much. Again, they stick around mid as this flank. That's going to hurt them. BLG, Alia's coming in. No ward there. Breathe to spot him out. They know the Malphite's there. Watch out, Alias. This is game breaking. He has flash, but Ultra Prime are too far away.
Yeah, and they're going to end up backing off for now. Now my eyes are back on Shousey. If Shousey lands a death sentence, he's being promoted to the governor.
Well, they're going on in. Remember, Alias with the ulti hostile takeover already used. Way in a bit deep. Uzi trying to buy spaces. Fofo in with the Chaos Storm. Doing a lot of work. He flashes away from the Chaos Storm, but the bailout comes through. Fofo needs a reset, but down he goes. Ultra Prime with 5 versus 4, but look at the health bars. Uzi, it's up to you. Superstar 80 carry. Can he defend Baron?
Ooh, I feel like this is going to be rough for Ultra Prime if they look to try and bait Baron here because they don't have those same tools to turn without Alias having that ultimate. Luckily, they still have supers in mid, and looks like BLG are just going to give this one up.
Okay, down it goes. At least they broke open the mid turret at 34 minutes in the game, but Baron goes over to Ultra Prime. At least some firm level of the gold lead, and we're going to continue on, Lyric. It feels like until we get to the Elder Dragon. Look again at how this started.
Yeah, Wei goes in, and again, I'm really surprised to see BLG being the aggressors to run forward. They do it because they thought they found Elk, but Elk has flash. Wei, of course, gets chunked out on the retreat. He can't do anything. Fofo having to flash the shockwave just leaves him vulnerable for the Malphite ultimate to come through. BLG gets some damage off back on the way out from Ultra Prime, but not feeling comfortable to follow up, which, again, surprised me a little bit considering that they don't really have any great engage tools outside of Shousey's hook, considering that the Malphite ultimate was down.
Yeah. I mean, again, Zinzao is not able to get into the fight. Ultra Prime through mid. Baron buff is here for the next 2 minutes, Lyric. Let's see what they can do, because they already broke down Inhibitor before. It's refreshed. They're back up, heading towards that Nexus that they tried to force when they got the picks.
Yeah, and again, Fofo, no flash. That is crucial because Ultra Prime can very easily focus Fofo with any of this crowd control. Uzi does have both of his summoners up. He will be a bit harder to take down, but with this Baron, Ultra Prime keeping this siege going.
Freeze angle is important here as well. Alia's blocking means no damage gets through to Cryan or Elk. Full HP ultimate coming through from Elk, but he misses as he runs on in, still feeling confident, but BLG now stepping up themselves. Alia's ulti's in, but Fofo with the golden timing, Shousey with the hook. The shockwave, beautiful! But here's a reset. The bailout onto Fofo from Chris is carry potential as Uzi steps up forward with the Gale Force. Now Ultra Prime running for their lives. BLG, the defense, perfect. Way's in. Elk needs to survive, but into the GA. Cryan, golden, Billy Gaming. Gonna hold on for now. Elk surely to die as Crisp is MVP.
Yeah, and there's such long death timers. The TP coming out from Fofo, I don't know if he can end the game, but if he can get a turret, if he can get an inhibitor, that can relieve so much pressure from the side of BLG. They're committing both TPs. It seems like they want to look for something big here. Dragon up as well.
But Lyric,
can they really end the game?
I mean, they can't. 10-second death timers, 10-second on top and jungle. Low on Shousey too. They're not going to
But
be...
look at Uzi.
I mean,
they're running up.
But how are you going to do this? I mean, this is throwing everything into the wall. Alias will have ulti up soon as well for BLG. If they attempt this, it could go so horribly wrong, but they're jumping in on top of Hacker. Going Golden Uzi's here as well. Never mind me. Hacker with the defense, but he's down. Chaos Storm Alias, no ulti. BLG playing with fire, and they ain't missing. One Nexus turret comes through. The bailout for the attack speed. Cry needs to defend, but he can't. Hostile takeover through. Shockwave, hit the Nexus, hit the Nexus. BLG, hold on.
That was the biggest steal of the century. How did BLG win that game? Congratulations, Uzi. Your first series win of LPL 2022. Who cares how it happened? It happened.
And with that...
My goodness, what was that?
8 wins with a game that only just got pushed over the line by BLG. Uzi looking ecstatic here, but BLG in a series that was so hard fought, that was so back and forth. I mean, Ultra Prime gave it to them. They really had to work for that.
That series was an absolute mess, coming from both sides. It is so heartbreaking for Ultra Prime to not be able to win out in that Game 3. Heck, even thinking the Game 2, the fact that they started 7-0 in that game. Ultra Prime just definitely coming out stronger in terms of how they played out the early and mid game. BLG, though, they did what seems like might just become BLG's identity. They turtled.
Yeah.
They waited for the mistakes to come out. And at the end of the day, it felt like people like Fofo being such a massive force. Chris overall having a very good series. I will say Weiwei, very underwhelming. Kind of only felt like Weiwei is the only underwhelming one on the side of BLG in terms of individual performances.
Agreed.
A lot of BLG's other issues were definitely more team-oriented, ways they were playing the map rather than any one person underperforming.
Man, I mean, that was just a wild way to end. BLG, hold on. BLG hold on in the LPL 2022 spring split by only an inch. This is a team that needed this win desperately here today. Otherwise, it was going to look so hard for them to secure playoffs. Now, at least they got somewhat breathing room as they could watch teams like OMG and FPX battle it out from a safe position. But look at the gold graph. Look at how that game was almost Ultra Prime stealing it away.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, got all the way up to about like 4.5k gold. They were doing so well. Elk and Cryan were stepping up. Felt like Hacker and Alias being a bit slow. Shousey in the early game was huge, but at the end of the day, it was enough. Look at Fofo's damage numbers, 31,000 coming through, most damage on the Rift. You could definitely see that in those team fights with what he was able to do. Breathe also putting in a lot with those accelerated shock blasts. At the end of the day, again, BLG just kind of squeak through. I think it fares pretty well for their playoff chances. Even at 7, I think BLG would have had a good chance of being able to make it through in regards to the teams under them. Now, with them at 8, it'd be very hard-pressed for OMG, FPX, or AL to beat them out.
Yeah, it looks like a good position, right? This series, MVP is Crisp. If Crisp does not get MVP alert, I might do a walkout.
Well, okay, let's be fair, right? Maybe for the series as a whole, yes. This would not be the game that you'd give Crisp MVP.
The bailout on the Fofo, dude.
I don't think this is the game you give Crisp MVP. Like, Crisp had clutch moments this game for sure. Even the hostile takeover at Baron. Really nice that guaranteed that BLG got that Baron. But I think this game in particular, Fofo did a lot.
Yeah.
Even Breathe later on did a lot. But I definitely feel like Fofo was a standout to me. Throughout the series, Crisp was huge. Supports will never get enough recognition in terms of MVP awards in the LPL, and it is what it is.
Okay, well, look, still Crisp. For the series, I stand very strong in that. And speaking of which, we actually have Crisp for an interview. Send your love towards him as Wendy has a quick chat to our MVP, hopefully, of the game series.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have invited Chris from BLG Gaming with us. Congratulations on today's win. And my very first question is about this champion, new champion Renata. Your Renata got 100% win rate till now. So how would you evaluate the strengths of this champion? And are there any tips you want to give to all the support player or the support player that would like to just practice this champion? 那首先恭喜我们 Chris， 也恭喜我们 BLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下关于新英雄列娜塔，松松的列娜塔到目前为止都是100%的一个胜率，所以说也想问一下你怎么评价这个新英雄的一个强度，有没有什么小小的 tips 想要给所有的一些辅助玩家呢？
我认为列娜塔的话，他是一个就是对线期算是一个一般的英雄，我觉得他只要熬过对线期的话，他在团战里面的发挥也是很不错的。在碰到一些手不是很强的阵容，能发挥出自己的效果。我觉得少技巧的话，可能就是这个英雄的 W 吧，就 W 的使用是有一些比较重要的，就是要看准时机去使用 W。
I feels like for Renata, this champion, she's not that strong in the laning phase, but after that, she can really play a very huge role in all the team fights, especially with a very good draft. Definitely, she can really perform so good in the actual team fight. And for the tips, I would like to think about this skill, W skill. If you want to play this champion well, you really need to seek a very good opportunity to use a W, to have a very good angle in the team fight, to use your W to help the teammates to win the team fight. And definitely your Renata played so good for today's best of 3. And I want to talk a bit more about game 2. In game 2, UP, they started the game with 7 kills in their pocket. And after that, what's the team's communication in order to just re-grab the tempo and be able to open the whole situation for the whole team? 那其实说到第二局的话，对面其实是前期开局是7颗击杀在手嘛，是一个比较好的一个开局。那在之后你们是怎么样一点一点的为自己的队伍来打开局面呢？队内有怎么样一些沟通和交流呢？
当时虽然人头上我们是有一些落后的，但我们觉得就是我们在经济方面是没有什么差距的。然后大家都是觉得我们是有机会翻盘的，然后一直没有放弃，就是不停的去寻找机会，最后完成了一个逆转。
Definitely, although in game 2, the opponent's team, they got more kills in their pocket, but for the goal differential, to be honest, we didn't have much goal differential at that moment. So we just didn't want to give up. We just would like to seek more opportunities to in the mid game, to seek more opportunities to open the situation for the team. And luckily, we were able to get the win for game 2. And now let's move on to game 3. In game 3, the opponent's Malphite from the mid game, he really seeks so many opportunities to make the hard engage on you, to flank from the bushes, to flank from the behind. So how would you like to just restrain his performance in the actual game, in the actual team fight? 那其实说到第3局的话，对面的一个石头人其实会有一些威胁，他一直在找一些绕后的机会，绕后的一些眼位，所以说你们可能在中期的团战之中是怎么样去限制对面石头人的一个进场呢？
对于我们而言的话，主要我们经历过很多次的失败了，就是虽然对面石头人是对我们后面有威胁的，但是如果因为我们一直畏惧对面石头人这个点的话，然后不敢进攻的话，会让我们阵型会变得很难受，所以我们就决定就是不要去太在意石头人了，就尽量去寻找我们自己的机会，然后一直去往前冲，就差不多是这样。
We have experienced so many failures before, so I must say this Malphite can really target on us so hardly in the actual game. But if we just be too afraid to this Malphite, this point, maybe we will be didn't manage to have so many good opportunities to make the hard engage. So we just would like to ignore that Malphite. We just focusing on our own tempo. We would like to seek more opportunities for us to make the engage, to seek our own tempo in order to win the game. So basically, this is a game strategy from us in game 3. And my very last question is also about game 3, the last team fight. The opponent's team, they really would like to just end up the game, but you guys just fight back in around your inhibitor tower. So tell us more about that team fight. What's the team's communication around there, and what's the short calls made from you guys? 那其实，在第3局的时候，对面也是在你们的高地附近，其实有尝试想要一波终结比赛，但你们当时是很好的来进行了一波反打，然后最后你们是拿下了胜利。所以说，在当时最后那一波的时候，你们是有进行怎么样一些沟通或者指挥呢？
在最后一波团战之前，就是我们一直是抱着我们会赢下来的一些决心跟信念，就是所以我们就在不停的寻找机会，就是不管对面想尝试一波，但是我们始终认为
这是属于我们的机会，然后我们在抓住了对面失误的一个过程，所以我们就最后选择了去下路拼一波，然后我们成功的完成了翻盘。
So around there, to be honest, we just hold the confidence that we can just win the game. We just hold the mentality that we can win the game. We can win this best of 3. So with this mentality, with this mindset, we just would like to seek more opportunities. No matter the opponent's team, they just would like to just use that team fight to just end up the game. And we just punish their mistakes. And after that, we use a teleport to the ball lane, and we tended to just end up the game. And luckily, we just did this. And definitely congratulations onto this very gorgeous best of 3 and best of luck for the following matchups. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来比赛能都拿下胜利。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy, thank you to Chris for a very long best of 3. You know, knowing that you can finish that game number 3, I mean, that was a risky call, but still a very good call where we know that Crisp, you know, is a big voice in this team. Now, Fofo gets MVP, you're right. Some big moments there from the man who we just interviewed, but still, Fofo, wow, damage not surprising me there, Lyric.
And, you know, when we talked about Fofo a lot this split, a lot of it's come down to how invisible he's been, especially in terms of the early game. He hasn't just been dominating lane like he was the last split, having those big CS numbers and really just chunking away at enemy turrets. When it comes to late game team fights, I mean, Fofo's still able to put off such unreal amounts of damage. Feels like he just positioned so well to be able to have such... Like, it feels like if the game gets to that point, he always has an impact. So that's nice to see. Sadly for BLG, a lot of games it doesn't get to that point. But this one, it did. And he was the one walking forward aggressively. The Chaos Storms, the lasers are always hitting their targets. And for BLG, again, it might not be the cleanest win. I think there still should be a lot of anxiety around how they will do, if you know, assuming they even make it to the postseason. But at least, hopefully, with this win, they can cement themselves, buy themselves some time to make that playoff spot, and then you have some time to, you know, try and improve, adapt. Like Uzi was saying in the pregame interview, right? Of like, hey, our roster's new, we haven't been together too long. Hopefully Weiwei as well, just picking it up, man, because this was not a good series coming out from Weiwei.
No, it was horrible. You know, the roughest member of BLG, and like, that was entertaining. That was a very entertaining series, but we've got a lot to go through for BLG. They do not secure playoffs with this win, but as we look at today, and if you missed out, you know, how we rounded out, BLG are going to be in a really good spot now. Let's just quickly look. V5, Lyric, at least we got some normality with V5 locking into top 4 spot.
V5 are the heroes that we need. Maybe we don't deserve them since we're in the LPL, but we need them to come in, stomp the teams they should stomp, and make sure that we aren't here for an extra 2 hours. And then, I mean, I'm sure everyone who is still watching saw that last series. Biggest heist of the century.
Oh, yeah.
100 Thieves is going to make an episode out of this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the BLG winning, I'm still surprised. I feel like Ultra Prime... We're just going to take that final game. And look, here we go. Let's have a quick chat about this because Ultra Prime take the loss. Now everything's even with the teams eliminated. Lyric, 6 teams left fighting for 3 spots.
It's going to be a rough one. I think RA and BLG, in my mind, should be feeling decently good, even though it is still possible for them to fall out. The big thing will be that 10th spot between the rest of the teams. OMG and FPX still play each other. You know, the OMG games that got postponed, so that will be, I believe, on the 24th or something.
Something like that.
Snarks, I'm sure you have the schedule somewhere. I don't have the schedule anywhere. But point is, OMG FPX, I think will be a big decider.
Yeah, it's one of the games that we have to wait for, unfortunately, with OMG not playing over this week. But ladies and gentlemen, it's the final week of the LPL. EDG versus LNG tomorrow. Even IG versus FPX. IG lose that, they're eliminated. FPX lose that, and they may as well be eliminated.
I agree. I mean, both matches going to have such, you know, large implications. Munch and Dagda will be bringing you those series, and I had to look it up because I felt bad I referenced the series but didn't have the exact date. FPX OMG will be on the 23rd. So, point is, we still have like 9 days of LPL or something to go through. You're going to tune in every day because every series has such large implications.
Yep.
Feels like we have very few series left that really mean nothing. I think we have WETT still on the schedule, but hey, that one maybe going to be fun. Maybe going to be hilarious.
That's Battle for the wooden spoon. A big reminder to everyone, though. This is our last day as we're doing it in venue. Remember, check out the LPL announcement on Twitter as we are going online starting tomorrow. So a bit of a change in how we present the show for you, but still, we're going to bring you the same games. Thank you to Lyric for joining me for what has been a wacky night. Thank you to our English production, as always. Thank you to you guys for sticking around for that one. It is bye for now, but not forever. Happy Monday.